All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to another edition of the Unslaved Podcast. My name is David Whitehead. Very, very happy to be here with you. We are joined today by Jason Georgiani, and Jason and Michael are going to be discussing the work of Martin Heidegger. And so we're very happy to have both of you gentlemen talking about this philosophy and sharing these ideas. They're very important. Michael, maybe I'll pass it over to you first to sort of introduce what we're going to get into, and then we can introduce Jason as well.
Well, yes, thanks, David. Thanks for that, and also welcome, Jason. Welcome to Unslaved. Thank you for being here to talk about actually a very important man, a very important thinker who's sort of fallen by the wayside. But before we dive into his work, and we'll treat this like an introduction, I know definitely want you back, maybe a future occasion as well, to go even deeper into this man's incredible canon of work. But some of our audience may recognize you from your work in other areas on the rise of Islam, on the future of Western civilization and culture. But before we dive into the subject matter, give our audience a sketch of your family background and your how you got into these subjects of philosophy and politics, and how you got into doing this kind of work that you do.
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be with you, Michael and David. Thank you for inviting me. I think there are a lot of areas where our interests and outlook overlap, so it's great to begin a conversation with you. I'm a native New Yorker. I was born and raised in New York City. My father's from Iran, so I have paternal Persian descent. And my mother is a New Yorker of Northern European background, Irish and Scandinavian mostly. And I studied philosophy at NYU. It's there that I was introduced to the work of Martin Heidegger in my college years and my master's years. And then I went on to focus on philosophy of science and technology, particularly Heidegger's understanding of technology, at the State University of New York at Stony Brook. So, in those years that I was at NYU, particularly in my master's years, while I was studying social and political philosophy, at one point I contemplated getting a doctorate in Iranian studies instead of in philosophy. So I also studied the history and civilization of Iran in great depth. And it's something that I've continued to be profoundly involved with in terms of my work with the Iranian Renaissance Organization.
Understood. Yeah, and I do recommend your other work, your fascinating insights. We'll definitely put links below. And I said, even regarding this subject matter, it's something that can't be unpacked in an hour or two. I mean, it's just impossible. Heidegger's own life story is immense and fascinating. And we can't get into all of that detail here, but we definitely want you back, to further unpack this man and a lot of other sort of forgotten thinkers. I mean, Heidegger right now, for all his influence, and we'll touch on the influence in a minute, because it was monumental. But yet, here's another person who, just like Carl Jung and Otto Rank and Wilhelm Reich and others, it looks like it could soon become a sideshow. I mean, very soon, the way things are going, which is catastrophic, given what he was into and how important it is for the modern age. I mean, this is a man who literally overturned the entire tradition of philosophy, the Western tradition. And yet he's slowly being relegated, and we can get in the second half, we can even touch on that maybe a little bit more. But he like Ludwig Binswanger, there's a whole group of great thinkers. I'm doing something right now on Otto Rank, and I'm so glad that we're able to do something here, even as an introduction on the great Heidegger. Now you'll agree that his ideas are both complex and simple at the same time. This is one of the bizarrities, that he is very hard to categorize, right? Is he a Platonist? Is he a Kantian? Is he a rationalist? Is he a positivist, a pragmatist, a realist? Everyone has different ideas about it. Was he a mystic? I mean, there's so much there that, especially towards the second half of his life, that almost pertains to a kind of mysticism. Maybe not in the tawdry way we're familiar with, but in a very high Germanic sense. So it's very, very difficult. And maybe we should start with that. I'll get your comments there about, before we talk about him, what kind of other thinkers did he influence? I know Paul Tillich comes to mind, Michel Foucault. He launched, his philosophy had a deep impact for deep ecology, for deconstructionalism, which is mostly fell into the hands of the leftists, for feminism, which also fell into the hands of the leftists. But they're interpreting, they started off, did they not, interpreting Heidegger. Even neoconservatism, Leo Strauss, Herbert Marcuse, right? I mean, so what are the kind of thinkers that he influenced? Let's sort of start with that. Could you give us a brief sketch of that, Jason, please?
Well, yeah, let me address a couple of the points that you raised. First of all, Heidegger is not going to become a sideshow, precisely for the reasons that you just stated. The entirety of what's often termed postmodern Western thought is indebted fundamentally to Heidegger. Foucault, Derrida, Deleuze, before them Gadamer, they are all inconceivable. Their thought is totally inconceivable and incomprehensible without understanding Heidegger as the background to it. And you see, Heidegger, with his conception of deconstruction, which I think it'd be most appropriate to go into later in our conversation, with his conception of deconstruction, Heidegger is pointing toward an epoch beyond the modern age. And all of these thinkers whose names you cited, Marcuse, Foucault, Derrida, and so forth, Deleuze, they are trying to move beyond modernity together with Heidegger, but their work is largely critical and almost entirely negative. They have no positive vision for postmodernity, whereas Heidegger did. And to an extent, I think you could say Nietzsche before him, as a grandfather of postmodernity, also had a very positive conception of what a postmodern age or a new age would be. And so the reason that Heidegger is not going to become a sideshow is because he is the father of the postmodern age. That will eventually be recognized. Although I think that, for the moment, Western civilization is still processing the trauma of the Second World War. And because of Heidegger's involvement with the German regime during that war, the question of his philosophical influence is a very sensitive one. So, that's what I think in terms of his legacy. And, in terms of categorizing his thought, I think it's problematic because this is a man who, for the first time in philosophical history, calls into question the very idea of metaphysical foundations. He is the first person to do a phenomenology, do a kind of structural analysis of all of the preceding forms of thought in the history of Western philosophy and science, from Platonism through to Aristotelianism and Cartesian mechanism and on into Kantian idealism and so forth. All right, so this is a man who's acutely conscious of the various frameworks of knowledge that have preceded him and who's calling for a deconstruction of them in a way that will force us to contemplate and engage with our world in a way that doesn't require the same kind of how can I say, being imprisoned by fundamental principles in a way that is a freer relation to things and to people than we've been capable of before in recorded human history.
Yeah. Now, it's not that he was against metaphysics, as some people might think. He was actually acutely fascinated with metaphysics and how it came about. He was looking at the roots of it, not negating it. What he wanted, would you agree, was to transform it, to unpack it and find out how this whole incredible structure, which then gives rise to a lot of other satellite philosophies, doesn't it? Even ties in with theism and religion, let alone ontology. So he was deeply interested in metaphysics, and what he cast out needed to be cast out. But he, as you rightly say, put something in its place, something that for the rest of time, and we'll get into exactly what that was as we move down here, but you're quite right. He was discovering what metaphysics missed, and he was raising questions, wasn't it, that other people had refused to ask about the tradition, which had fallen into disrepute through the Nietzsche's and through other thinkers, but it was Heidegger that really took on the work of the full deconstruction of metaphysics. Now, what he was doing, would you agree, is replacing the metaphysical view of man with man as a temporal being, right? This of course is in Being and Time. I think we have a picture there of the book. But before we even get to that, you mentioned a term, phenomenology, right? David, I think we have it's such an ugly word, and probably we should pause to give a few pointers on what that word actually pertains to. Could you unpack that for us, Jason, please?
Sure. So phenomenology, logic of phenomena. And this is a word that Heidegger himself did not coin. It's a word that was used by Hegel and by Husserl before him. But Heidegger means something somewhat different by this word than those predecessors. So phenomenology, as Heidegger understands it, is a bracketing of all of the frameworks of theoretical knowledge which at least implicitly condition our view of the world, our understanding of things and our interactions with people. So, at least implicitly, we operate on the basis of a certain theoretical framework. Like, for example, the Cartesian paradigm that conceives of the material world as analyzable down to elementary particles, as extended and material, by contrast with consciousness, which is unextended and is a kind of extensionless mental substance. And this leaves us with certain problems like solipsism, and can we really be sure that other people exist in the same way that we do? We don't thought these things consciously, but they tacitly condition our behavior. And so what the phenomenological method is a bringing of all of those implicit assumptions and then an analysis of the latent structures of our actual experience to try to give an account of how we experience and interact with things and other people that is not dependent on any particular theoretical framework, so that we can understand how our human existence is structured on a primordial level. So Being and Time is this kind of phenomenological analysis of human existence in terms of being alongside things and relating to other people, both the authentic modes of dealing with things and communicating with people, and also the deficient or inauthentic modes of relating to things and people. And as you mentioned also, to begin with, the fundamental thesis of Heidegger's existential phenomenology is that human existence is radically historical. So it's not only that we always approach things and people based on an at least tacitly accepted theoretical framework, it's also that these frameworks are the products of particular historical epochs. And so, it's not a simple matter to be able to understand people of another epoch or people of another culture, okay? Because there you're dealing with a world other than your own world. And the worlds that we inhabit are radically historical. Our existence is epochal. It takes place and is conditioned by, on a fundamental level, various historical epochs. So phenomenology is also a kind of acute awareness of the historically conditioned nature of our human existence.
And that's somebody would say, that's Hegelian. But is it? Can you maybe very briefly say why, it's something we don't want to get into deeply, but somebody would immediately say, and then Being in Time Part 2 didn't happen. It was meant to be a deeper look at this historical question. Did he pick that up from Hegel, or is it something that he's coming at again from a very unique side? What would your thoughts on that?
Heidegger was definitely indebted to Hegel. Hegel, of course, is the first major thinker to use this term phenomenology in the phenomenology of spirit. And we know that Heidegger took Hegel very seriously because we have his lectures on Hegel. And At the same time, it's important to point out that Heidegger's sense of what phenomenology means, phenomenology as Heidegger practices it, is significantly different from what Hegel means by it. Because for Hegel, these dialectical transformations of the basic frameworks of human thought and also the frameworks of various humanities are working in a progressive way toward a rational utopia. Hegel is a rationalist who believes that reason is progressively unfolding itself throughout the course of history, and it will eventually produce a totally self-conscious and supremely rational society. Heidegger would see that, again, as yet another framework of knowledge, yet another epistemic framework. And so in terms of what Heidegger means by phenomenology, the presuppositions, the presumptions of Hegel's thought would also have to be bracketed, because it's not necessarily the case that the various epochs of human history are leading toward an inevitable and rational utopia.
Okay, well, yeah, thanks for putting that into context, because although there is an enormous debt to Schelling, I know he wrote on Schelling, there was a fantastic series of lectures on the idealists. Hegel intrigued him. Kant, of course, he wrote extensively on Kant. But then he's coming at things in such a fundamentally different way. Probably, would you agree that one way to show the difference is that whereas Hegel is presenting a kind of cosmic Geist, a cosmic mind evolving down through the centuries, which is history, that's just a synonym for this movement of absolute spirit. Heidegger's saying, no, there is a movement, all right, but it's a temporal movement. It's almost like Hegel had turned it inside out. He had turned man's temporality, man's own grasping of himself as a being with a past, a future, and a past, present, and a future. This temporal thing that interested Heidegger. Somehow that had been sort of inflated into the metaphysical, extravaganza that Schelling, that Hegel and some of the idealists were into, right? He sort of shrank it back into into a finitude, into a sense of man's own mortality, a grasping of his own temporality. Isn't this true? And then in that presentation of man as a temporal being, it was the future that was the most important of the tenses, wasn't it? Could you maybe talk about that for a second?
Yeah, so I agree with your characterization of the contrast, but I would add to that one of the most significant points of contrast between somebody like Hegel conceiving of various human epochs and the changes in human consciousness across those epochs, and somebody like Heidegger who conceives of human existence as radically historical, is that Heidegger is not an idealist. He is a radical pragmatist. Heidegger's account of human existence is historical in a sense that, in a way, oddly enough, actually it's not really, it parallels Marx. And this is why it was so easy for some of these postmoderns to fuse Heidegger and Marx. For example, somebody like Herbert Marcuse, is because Heidegger focuses on our material conditions and our material relations. So, for example, Being in Time's account of our being in the world, the In der Weltsein, that's the primordial human condition, is an account of our relationship with tools. And this is how it begins. And what he points out is that generally in pre-modern societies, our relationship with tools is a relationship with tools that are withdrawn into their usefulness. They're ready to hand. You don't think about the hammer as a hammer when you're hammering nails into a board. You shouldn't. It should disappear into, the tool should disappear into its proper task. And only if the tool's been misdesigned, or let's say you run out of nails, something else that the hammer is related to in a certain network of relations, for example, the nail is missing, only then do you realize that the hammer is something with a certain structure. If the hammer, the head of the hammer is loose, if it breaks down in some way, then you recognize that it's made up of components. But for the most part, our primordial relationship to tools, and this was certainly true of early man, using, flint, stones, and so forth, is a really implicit, intuitive relationship with tools. This changes into an objectified relationship with things the more we have complex machines being manufactured, for example, in the epoch of the Renaissance, where any number of things come with these machines, and you need finely calibrated replacement parts to service these machines that break down. You need many identical cogs to be able to replace a broken part in a machine. And what this does when you have such large-scale equipmental breakdown in a society, what it does is it gets people to start thinking of the universe, of nature, as a vast machinery, and also of the human body as a machine. One of the progenitors of the materialistic, mechanistic worldview of the modern age, Julien Offray de la Mettrie, wrote two books, one Man a Plant and the other Man a Machine, where he lays out this mechanistic view of the human body. And the title of that book, Man and Machine, is the problem. Because we ourselves developed more complex machinery to the point where our intuitive relationship to tools was disrupted, we began to project this relationship to complex machines and this industrial manufacturing process onto the human body and to nature as a whole, to the point where we objectified the world. And where this, of course, becomes most dangerous is in terms of the objectification of other people. And that's the other aspect of this being in the world, not being amongst things, but being with others who may be of concern to us, or with whom we may wind up having inauthentic and objectified relations. So we can go on and discuss that as well if you'd like.
That's right. He's presenting a very, as you say, pragmatic picture of man in amongst the world, as you said, a being in the world, not as the Cartesian cogito, which is a removed, detached, imperious kind of intellect or spiritual. So he's not presenting. He's not interested in the eternal truths. His phenomenology is based in a world that is a world of tools and instrumentation, and also that the man involved. There's a different man involved, isn't it? That man, in one sense, is a very non-conscious entity because, as you quite rightly said, most of what we do is invisible by its proximity. This was one of the things he had teased out with his phenomenology. One of the people who really went to town to show you that almost everything you do has an automatic aspect to it, and probably should have that automatic aspect to it, especially when you're dealing with the ontic world. There's a sort of efficaciousness there. And then again, and he was so wanting to deconstruct this Cartesian subject-object thing that he coined this term Dasein, right? Which is, he wouldn't even use the word man because it came with all of these metaphysical connotations. So his Dasein, this being who is there, right? A being who's here, right amongst the stuff of the world, finds a world already made. And then how that man engages with that world is part of his phenomenology, right? Would you agree with that? That aspect of the anti-Cartesian aspect of his work, and maybe even the anti-Kantian aspect of his work?
Absolutely. This is the core of Heidegger's critique of the entire history of ontology or metaphysics, is the critique of the Cartesian conception of man. We are not human subjects at some place, or rather I should say at a point, at a location inside of a Cartesian spatial grid. We are not human subjects inside of an objective world that is a three-dimensional Cartesian grid. That's a theoretical framework that we have internalized, that we implicitly operate in terms of, but it is a product of a certain historical development, of a certain change in our relationship with things and people that's historically conditioned. So he uses this term Dasein rather than human being because we are always there. Da is there in German. So it's their being. Sein is being. Their being, or being there. But the reason that the there comes first in Dasein is that you are never inside your skull. We're taught in academia from childhood that we're in here, and that our relationship to what's outside of us is a relationship to an objective reality on the part of a subject that's interior. Heidegger points out that we are, in fact, always where our concern is. Like, for example, right now, I am with you. It doesn't matter that we're not in immediate physical proximity or that we're connected by the internet or whatever. All right, you are closer to me right now than my living room over here. So this is one of the things where it sounds like a platitude, like what he's saying is really simple, but what he's saying is actually really complex. He does an experiment with some Swiss psychologists in the 1960s, from 59, I think, to 69. He holds a series of seminars in Switzerland at the home of a psychologist named Boss. And funny name to have. Can you imagine you go around, yes, boss, no boss. So this psychologist Boss hosts these seminars in Switzerland. And one of the things Heidegger does in these Zolikon seminars is he basically guides these men of science through a remote viewing session where they wind up at the Zurich Central train station. And he keeps trying to impress on them that he has them take notes on what they see and give an account of experiencing the train station from different angles of view, from above, from being on the platform, and so forth. And, of course, not everyone's successful at this. It's like having an aptitude in sports. But some of the people are able to really be there at the Zurich train station and describe their impressions. And he repeatedly insists, look, this is not an idea of the train station inside of your head. You are there right now. Not so much here in Boss's home. You are there, and you're giving us your impressions of being there. That's Dasein. And so point being, remote viewing or clairvoyance or something like that is not some special human ability that's exercised only under special circumstances. An acute form of it may be. But it is actually our predominant modality of existence. We are always already outside of ourselves. In fact, that's in the word existence itself. The X in existence is like in exit. It's the being outside. So we're always outside of ourselves in a kind of spatial sense. And it's also relevant in this regard that Heidegger thinks Cartesian space is an overlay of our primordial experience of places. So, for example, animals experience the world in terms of places. If a dog gets lost on the California coast while his owner from New York is on vacation, that dog can in many cases find his way all the way across country back to the owner's door and stand there barking to be let in. Okay, so that's not possible if the dog, Rupert Sheldrake has done a lot of research on this, or rather collected and analyzed the decades of research that have been done on these animal abilities. And so what's going on there is not that the dog has some internal Cartesian grid map of the United States or the North American continent. The dog is experiencing the world in terms of heterogeneous places rather than homogeneous space. And he's being drawn back to the place where he belongs, the place that's most meaningful to him. It's like those topographical maps where you see, a supermassive object, like a black hole, distorts the space around it. The meaningful place, the home of the dog, is kind of distorting the whole North American continent for the dog, and he's being kind of ushered back or channeled back toward where he belongs. So that is also our primordial experience of place, and it's overlaid by this Cartesian grid. We are always outside of ourselves wherever our concern is. And as you mentioned, it's not just that our existence is radically historical, it's also that our existence is radically futural. The future is the predominant mode of time for Heidegger. Most people, kind of this internalization of the Cartesian paradigm, think of the present as, well, they think of time in terms of a present that is the current instant. So you have a series of instants following one another, and these instants are becoming past, and the future is a series of present instants. Well, if that were the case, life would be a series of shocks. That's not actually how we experience the world, right? Like, as I'm giving this account, I'm anticipating what you might say next, what direction you may take this comment, and you're also doing the same to be able to formulate your question. We're always already ahead of ourselves. If we weren't, we wouldn't be able to make sense out of the world. So we are always reapproaching our past from out of the projection of our future. Our existence is a project or a projection. That's another fundamental idea in Heidegger's existential phenomenology.
And key to that, we'll deal with this later in the second hour, is his whole concept of presenting man not just as being in the world, but pertinent to what you just said, being unto death, another mode which brings up this future tenseness and this concept of mortality, the finitude of existence, which then impacts selfhood and all of these things. Not selfhood as presented in the metaphysical tradition as a subject versus an object. That's already collapsed, or at least if it's working, he didn't throw it out, but it's working on an ontic level. It's working on a daily, more of a superficial level. He's really talking about what lies behind that, isn't he? But we want to talk about his whether he had a moral aspect to his philosophy. A lot of people think he didn't, and they try to use that as critique of him to say, well, this guy has no practical solutions for how to live, which of course is utterly spurious and false. But you touched on this thing about that we're not in our skulls, we live out in the world. This brings up a very important term in Heidegger called ecstasy, which is one of these words that, again, he found out that the etymology of the word ecstasy is actually to be living outside. Dasein is a being that is not correctly described as a subject living in his, cogito, living in his head. But again, as we've already said, a being in the world. But what I wanted to touch on is the very point of etymology. One of the biggest instruments by which Heidegger was able to unpack the metaphysical tradition had to do with the meaning of certain words. And his whole look at Greek as a fundamental moment, coining a lot of the philosophical terms, maybe you can talk about that. But at the same time, always with that sprinkling of critique, that at some point, back with Aristotle, and Plato, it went wrong. They have given us great gifts in the certain the etymology and the terminology of philosophy, which is central, and he loved all of that. But at the same time, something went wrong. The metaphysical tradition, its roots lie there, don't they, with Plato and the forms and the sort of the transpersonal and what have you. And then it sort of just continued down through the scholastics, right up to Descartes, and basically he was deconstructing that entire model, isn't that right? But maybe you could talk about the etymology aspect and maybe touch on a little bit of the early Greek thing and how it went wrong for Heidegger.
Yeah, there's a lot packed into what you just said there. So coming at it, beginning with the question of language, Heidegger thinks that language is the house of being. So here's basically what he means by that. He means that what the Greeks called logos, the texture or fabric of meaning that is the world we inhabit, this logos is always the world of a particular historical people. So if you think back, across history to various cultures, you'll notice that, especially early cultures, all have a certain architectonic. They have a kind of dominant aesthetic and an internal aesthetic uniformity. You really see this, for example, in ancient Egyptian civilization. All of the architecture, the clothing, the reliefs on the walls, the ceremonial styles hang together in a certain way where it's almost like the entire is a dramatic performance, like people are living inside a total or all-encompassing artwork. And the fundamental basis for this world, which is a work of art, is language in the mode of poetry. So, we'll get to the details of this hopefully later, but one of Heidegger's problems with the modern age is that it involves the dominance of reductionistic, mechanistic discourse over poetic discourse. And throughout the course of human history, poetry has always set the tone for various human cultures. It's the most fundamental modality of language, and it also belongs uniquely to a certain people. So, ancient Greek poetry is different from ancient Chinese poetry. It gives the fabric of a different world. And so, in terms of your question of what went wrong with the Greeks, what Heidegger sees is that beginning with Plato and going into Aristotle, you see the establishment of certain transcendental ideals, like, for example, the idea of a world of perfect and eternal forms beyond the material world or beyond the physical world, to use a more Greek term of physis, nature. The idea of a realm of eternal forms beyond the physical world, which is responsible not just for structuring material objects, but also for determining the fundamental idea of society. That projection, as Heidegger sees it, is an artifice. It is falsely assumed to be objective, and so it's also bound to wind up hollowing itself out over the course of history. And this is what Heidegger means when he says that the history of Western man is a history of nihilism. He sees Nietzsche as the inversion of Plato. Nietzsche's revaluation of all values is the 180-degree inversion of Platonic idealism around the fulcrum of Descartes' notions of subjectivity. So this is the basic logic of Heidegger's understanding of Western history in particular, but also of human history in the sense that I mentioned the fulcrum of this development is Descartes and scientific rationality, right? So it's not just the logic of Western history, it's the logic of human history, because Western scientific rationality conquered the entire planet. In fact, its vision of being able to control all of nature, being able to model the entire world so that you can re-engineer nature and even re-engineer the human being, is an approach to things and to people that has tremendous power. It has a world-conquering force that's unprecedented and incomparable to the poetic discourse of other cultures. So it's not that it's objectively true. That's not why Western scientific rationality dominates the world. It's because it's more ruthless, more violent, and more all-encompassing.
Yeah, and of course, all of that Platonic stuff distances man from his engagement with things in the world exactly in the same way as the theists with their supernaturalisms, and even the technology. He was talking about, he critiqued scientism and technology for doing exactly the same thing. It comes under the heading of objectivism and progress and all the rest of it. But in fact, what it's really doing, the upshot, is it's distancing man from his state of dwelling, from his connection to nature in this very, very primordial, pre-rational way, that is so key. Now, we'll get into authenticity versus inauthenticity probably down the line. We want to stick with some of the early things in being and time as well.
Well, actually, if I might make a suggestion, if I could make a suggestion, let's do that now. Relevant to this question of nihilism. It's extremely relevant to that, and to our having lost our primordial relationship to the world. Heidegger recognizes that. I don't want to say there's something, but there is a dimension of existence that cannot be encompassed by this objectifying mechanistic rationality, which the Cartesian paradigm epitomizes. And what cannot be encompassed in nature is something that he refers to as the Abgrund, the abyssal, literally the background, what is underneath any ground, what's underneath anything taken to be a foundation. And this abyss, which he also refers to as the nothing on occasion, or nothingness, is what Heidegger means when he talks about being toward death. When Heidegger says that our existence is not just futural, but that our whole life is a project on the way toward death, and that we have to define our lives in the face of this eventuality, he's not talking about the cessation of the function of our physical organism. He is not a materialist. He's dynamiting materialist ontology. What Heidegger means by being toward death, which he also describes as the finitude or the finiteness of human existence, is that we are being toward the nothing that we are. We are no thing. Our problem in the modern age is that we relate to everything as if it's a thing, and we relate to other people as if they're things, because we've objectified them. First of all, we have deficient relationships with things. They're not withdrawn within their usefulness like the hammer of the medieval craftsman was. So we have a deficient relation to things, but then we also treat people as if they're objects. And so we wind up thinking that we are things. In fact, we are no thing. Dasein is no thing. And this no thing we are is being itself. Being is not a thing. This is Heidegger's problem with the scholastic theologians who took Plato's concept of the good or Aristotle's concept of the prime mover and fused it with the Christian God and turned God into a thing. In other words, being as an ever-present and perfect entity, the perfect being of Descartes, for example. Well, God is no thing, and we are no thing. And this is the nothingness of the being toward death. So to make it more concrete, for example, Heidegger would have no problem with the idea of reincarnation, as long as you understand reincarnation in the Buddhist rather than the Hindu sense. Because for the Buddhists, there is no self. There's no Atman, as the Hindus call it. There is no eternal self that's being taken out of one body and inserted into another material body, as if there's a distinction between the material body and an immaterial soul. For the Buddhists, rebirth, they deliberately do not call it reincarnation. Rebirth is the reweaving and the unweaving of one's personality. Rebirth is the reweaving of one's personality, and death is the unweaving of the strands of one's personality. And that's totally consistent with what Heidegger is saying. And so it was very easy, for example, for the Japanese thinkers of the Kyoto school to study under Heidegger and then to appropriate certain elements of Heidegger's thought as fundamental to their own school of philosophy that they developed mainly in Kyoto during the period preceding and during the Second World War. It was very easy for them to synthesize Zen Buddhism with Heideggerian thought, because what Heidegger means by death is nothingness, what the Japanese Buddhists call shunyata or mu. And so it's perfectly consistent with the idea of reincarnation in the Buddhist sense. Also, insofar as the Buddhists do not believe in the reality or immortality of the human soul. Yes, there's rebirth, but you will eventually come to an end. You had an origin, and you will come to an end. And so our task in life is to cultivate the project of our existence in a way that it's meaningful in the face of our ultimate annihilation. We will not be someday And so we need to become the artists of our lives, and we need to engage with other people in a way that reflects an awareness of this ultimate nullity that scopes out or bounds the finitude of our existence. So, of course, that also brings us to this question of authentic versus inauthentic relationships with other people. For Heidegger, that nullity, that nothingness, also calls out to us as of our own conscience. It's that nothingness within us that winds up being the voice of our conscience and calls us to break out of this de facto mode of dealing with other people in terms of the opinions and prejudices of mass man, what Heidegger calls das Mann. Our conscience calls us to break out of this unthinking mass man rapport with other people into a more authentic relationship of concern with other individuals.
Yes, and that is the mode of authenticity, which has phenomenological roots as well, because remember, when we asked earlier what was the difference with the tradition that has started in Greece, you nailed it there by talking about the two kinds of being. There's the big being, right, which is out of touch. It's invisible by its proximity, or it's such a totality it cannot be envisioned. That's being with a capital B. And then there's the ontic being, or the being of objects and entities. And those objects and entities, trees, mountains, hills, tables, chairs, people, in an objectified sense, became the central focus of all philosophy, all science, all technology. And so Heidegger, to put a crowbar in there and just chuck that all over and say, no, this is what it's really all about, was a monumental philosophical, enterprise. But I don't know if we can look at the slides. I had three quotes that helped to bring out the difference between the two forms of being. I don't know, David, are those available right now? If not, we can move on. But
yes, they're available. Just let me know which one you want.
Okay, go to the first one. Well, let's go sequentially through them, and I'll read them. And we'll get Jason's comments on those. Because this is a central pivot point where his tradition, Heidegger's whole philosophy, changes from what had been the traditional system. And he says, I got to move this thing here. Is this his own words, or hang on a second? Yeah, this is him. Martin Heidegger says, we encounter beings everywhere. They surround us, carry us, and control us, enchant and fulfill us, elevate and disappoint us. Right? That's the daily flow. But in all of this, where is and wherein consists the being of beings? So this is where people drop off because they go, this is just obfuscation. What's he talking about? And yet in that very last line there is the whole of Western metaphysics overturned. The being of beings, something that's insubstantial, difficult to grasp with the mind. Therefore, we need a whole new concept of the mind, isn't it? So go to the next slide. One of the Heideggerians, Richard Capobianco, says that metaphysics considers in one way or another the beingness of beings. That's, again, the ontic encounter, the normal encounter that we have with things, where small b. Not the being of beings. All things be, where's the being of it all? What is being in the larger sense, in the philosophical sense? And if it exists at all, why is it out of touch? Why are we not configured to be able to grasp it as a totality? What's missing there? This bigger being gives rise to smaller beings. We see the smaller beings, but we're not really able to put our finger cognitively on the bigger one. And I think there's a third slide there. Can we go to that? I think this is the last one. The being question, as question concerning the possibility of forming an idea of being, right? That's, how do we not have an idea? We have an idea. We have a conceptualized idea of the bigger being. It springs originally from that possibility of understanding being, which is prior to the formation of all ideas. This is what Jason was talking about. The being is prior to other conceptualizations. Isn't that true, Jason? What would you say about that? How does that tie in with the phenomenology? And how do we frame this bigger being? How did Heidegger, what did he want us to do? What was his project there?
This is what's called the question of the ontological difference. And it became famous when Jacques Derrida appropriated this idea and started calling it différence. But really, it's straight out of Heidegger. The idea that there's a difference between beings and being itself. Of course, all beings, all entities, ontic entities, are dependent on being itself. Otherwise, they wouldn't be. They wouldn't have any substantiality. But there is a difference between entities and existence. And so what the difference is that when you focus on beings, as we have done since the time of Plato onward, and it culminates in modern scientific rationality, when you focus on giving an account of beings and their constitution and the laws of their interaction with one another as part of a system of nature, and how you could apply that understanding in designing technology and manufacturing entities, you forget being itself and the fact that being is a thing. This goes back to the nothingness we were talking here. The Buddhists have an account of this, which is very similar to Heidegger's, but it's clearer, if you ask me. And that's the account of dependent origination, that everything in nature depends in its very origin, at the root of its existence, on other things. So things are radically relational, and this means that any given thing or person lacks an inherent and eternal essence. That's the Buddhist account. And it's exactly what Heidegger is saying in more convoluted language. He means that we are not a thing, and the being that underlies the existence of various entities is also not a thing. It is nothingness. It is devoid of any inherent or eternal essence. That's the primordial dimension of nature and of ourselves, which modern scientific rationality can never successfully encompass, but which it can occlude, hold this spectrality, as I call it, of nature.
And he used some bizarre.
And in terms of the historical question, you asked, like, the third. Did you want to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say that.
Yeah, what I was going to say was the third quote.
We must have some time lag. Okay, I was just going to say that because you're talking about Taoism, it always brings up his poetic language, that when he presented this new picture of man, he used quite poetic language, didn't he? He said instead of man being the subject, he's a clearing, he's an opening, he's a space, he's a silence. There was some really incredible descriptions of man, which I found extremely profound. But yes, please carry on with your analysis of the third quote there.
Yeah, but before I do that, let me go there by way of what you just said. Heidegger talks about this kind of relationship to being as a forest clearing. So you're walking through a dense forest like the Schwarzwald in Germany, and all of a sudden there's a clearing in the forest where the sun pours through. Whereas through the rest of your walk, it's dense, dark woods. And this is a really important metaphor in terms of understanding Heidegger's distinction between veritas, truth as representation, and aletheia, or truth as discovery. So now this brings us to the third quote that you put up there. Heidegger thinks it's important to go back to the Greeks before Plato, for example, Heraclitus or Parmenides, because they had this understanding of being not as a thing. They had a relationship to truth, not as representational adequacy, but as discovery or unconcealment. The word aletheia in Greek is a privative. The A is a privative of lethe. Lethe means forgetfulness or covered overness, concealment, occultation. So aletheia means closure or unconcealment or revelation. In other words, truth is exceptional. For the most part, we live in dissimulation and illusion and occultation. Revelation or discovery is an exceptional mode of human existence, like happening upon clearing in the dense, dark forest.
Yeah, beautifully put. Well said. We're coming up on the first hour, so maybe we should move over because there's so much more to discuss. But just to summarize, maybe, that when you're looking then, people who've either gone into philosophy deeply or, just begun, Heidegger is looking at the man, the human, presented by a Kant, by a Descartes, by your average idealist, and by everybody, by science, by religion, by metaphysics. And he's saying, no, you guys have got it wrong. So he's presenting a new kind of person. And you already explained this, is because they are looking at this subject versus object, their whole comportment of how they operate in the world, how that kind of normal subject-object works in the world, is throwing up, as you said, the metaphysical tradition, a very inadequate, unsustainable, historically unsustainable. You talked about Nietzsche being then one of the figures that came along to deconstruct this thing because it was nihilistic. It had something negative within it that was bound to implode in the metaphysical tradition. So by the time we get to Heidegger, there's already so much damage. The thing is all dying under the weight of the scholastics and the weight of the Kantians and the weight of all of that metaphysical tradition, with some highlights within it, no doubt. Like you said, the pre-Socratics. There's some, things that Heidegger turned to where he saw that they had a grasping of this aletheia, right? A more direct grasping without all the mental, baggage of subject and object involved. So there have been moments, and then in the East as well, you're talking about Buddhism and Taoism. So there has been schools and branches of philosophy that touched on some of these Heideggerian concepts or whatever, but it was only until his time that he really then could mount this ferocious attack. And not just destroy, this is what I think we need to point out before we close, and that is not just deconstruct negatively like your Derridas and their followers have done, but to put something pristine and brilliant, poetic, and ultimately very deep. That's why I used the word, in brackets, mystical earlier, because I want in a pure sense. This man is going back to something very deep and aesthetic and artistic, and also deeply moral. So all of the stupid, scurrilous critiques of him, and we'll talk about where that all came from later on, but this is nonsense. Oh yeah, he didn't have, a marquee saying, here's my moral philosophy, but he presented a man in an authentic mode who's almost impeccably moral. And what I really mean by that is that the kind of man and his morality, as traditionally posited by philosophy, is bullshit. It's that kind of morality, which isn't based in anything real. It's either based in some supernaturalism or some other concept of humanism or whatever, or science, man with progress, man is the brotherhood of man or whatever. Those are the things he wants to deconstruct because he saw that they were hollow and shallow. Isn't that right? So would you finish off this as whether you think he had a moral framework for man? How do you see him there in Dasein? We talked about him being presenting man as a temporal being, but what more could you say about the moral aspect of Heidegger's work?
Of course, Heidegger's, I don't even want to say he has a moral philosophy. That's a very superficial, kind of objectified understanding of ethics. There's a difference between ethics and morality. This concept moral is a very modern sort of Enlightenment idea. Heidegger, I don't want to say he has an ethics. Thought is profoundly ethical. Ethics is about ethos. That's where the word ethics comes from. Ethos in Greek means character or constitution. And what Heidegger is concerned with is how we can have an ethos on the other side of 2,500 years of Western rationality encompassing the earth and entangling humanity in this dialectic of nihilism and the devaluation of values that have been artificially projected onto a transcendent realm over and above nature? Okay? How can we have an ethos on the other side of that historical trajectory? Because, see, the problem is, and we can talk about this more in the second segment for subscribers, the problem is that throughout the various epochs of human existence, an ethos has been relevant only to a particular world historical society or civilization. Remember how we were talking about language as the house of being, and how poetic language is only the discourse of a particular people or folk. So different societies have had different ethics. Heidegger is acutely aware of this. And so the possibilities of being an ethical person differ from civilization to civilization, until you get to the zenith of the modern age, where Western scientific rationality obliterates the framework of meaning of all other cultures on the earth, for example, through universalizing the metric system, because, just the measurement systems alone of various other cultures had embedded within them the metaphysical understanding of the cosmos of that culture. And so by blowing out these other frameworks for understanding the cosmos that belong to non-Western cultures, we've also deprived them of the basis for what was for them an authentic ethics. The question now is, and at the same time, we've suffered the effects of nihilism in our own civilization. We have suffered the moral consequences, you could say, of this mechanistic and materialistic scientific paradigm, including in terms of a really impoverished and superficial spirituality. So the question is, how can we be ethical on the other side of all of this? And this is why Heidegger was actually fascinated with the East. And you mentioned Taoism. Heidegger at one point even tried to translate the Tao Te Ching together with a Chinese collaborator, because he realized, contrary to those who like to pigeonhole him as a Nazi, he realized that our future is, for better or for worse, a global future. It is a human future. And we need somehow to be able to develop a way of being authentic that's relevant to humanity as a whole on the other side of the catastrophe of modern scientific rationality.
Yeah, well said, well said. Okay, yeah, we'll move over and to the second hour, David.
Wow, gentlemen, I'm just sitting back, just thoroughly enjoying this conversation. The questions popping in my mind and the thoughts is just incredible. I'm sure those that are tuning in, listening to this, are feeling the same way. So let's keep this conversation going. I think we're just getting warmed up here. This is absolutely fascinating. So for those that are tuning in, thanks for joining us for the first hour. Come and join us over at Unslaved. Become a member. You get access to our entire archive, and we will be seeing you over there. So we'll talk soon. Thank you. All right, and welcome back, everybody. We're back here with Michael and Jason. They're going to continue this discussion about Martin Heidegger. I was absolutely riveted in the first hour, guys. Fantastic work. I'm just going to let you continue, and I'm going to sit back, relax, and enjoy. So, Michael, take it away.
Well, Jason, thanks so much for all of that analysis. As you say, he is quite a complex thinker, and rightly so. He was taking on the whole metaphysical tradition. There's no way to minimize that. Maybe we could turn now to authenticity, inauthenticity, but of course to even go there, we have to first talk about that picture of man that he presented in Being in Time, right? Dasein. Now, of course, this slightly changed in his later years, but his original presentation of Dasein wasn't only that the future tense is important, and that's where we're going now with this discussion, and that implies a finitude, like you said, an ending, right? A no thing. The whole concept is you have to live for these future possibilities. But in doing so, always implicit within that action and your reason for action is this concept of being unto death. It's a mode of Dasein. It's one of the modes of Dasein. And either one flees away from this sense of mortality, which then would be the inauthentic mode, and man loses himself in Das Man, as you said, in the crowd, and in many other ways. He loses himself actually in religion and technology. All the things we see around us are the result of this fleeing away from this inevitability, right? Or you stand resolute, face it, and comport yourself differently to that angst, that fear of mortality, and then you become sort of an authentic being. We definitely want to hear your analysis of that. But just to emphasize, his picture of Dasein is that there is a pervading mood, right? It's not just the future. There's another underlying mood, a mood that is famous in German philosophy, Angst, right, or anxiety. And as I said, even though this slightly tweaked and changed in his later years, originally he presented man as a man of moods. We have all of these moods, but there's an underlying, prevailing ontological mood which must be factored in and isn't in the metaphysical tradition, but in this existential sense. Heidegger, as an existentialist in this sense, does factor in this mood of anxiety. Tell us about that and how that then motivates the kind of life that man finds himself living, especially in the modern world.
So for Heidegger, in Being and Time, well, not only in Being and Time, in a number of texts, mood attunes human existence. We, having internalized Cartesianism, tend to think of mood as superficial, as like a coloring or some kind of like accenting of what is objectively true about ourselves as entities in the natural world. Whereas for Heidegger, based on his phenomenological analysis of our existence, while bracketing these inherited frameworks of knowledge, he recognizes that we are fundamentally attuned by different moods, and these moods are very revealing. Before we get to anxiety, for example, at one point he carries out an analysis of boredom, and he shows how being bored to death will actually reveal to you your authenticality, your authentic experience of time, and that time is not a series of instants. It's never more clear that time is not a series of instants than when you're bored to death. And you're on the verge of being able to not grasp, that would be the wrong metaphor, but you're on the verge of being able to intuit the nothingness that you are in a state of profound boredom. And it actually forces you to confront that nullity of your existence, which you predominantly experience in terms of angst, the mood of angst. And everyone predominantly experiences their existence in the mood of angst, except that almost everyone covers it over because it's so disturbing. Heidegger's point about mass man, das Mann, was that the masses use all kinds of diversions, whether it's mass entertainmentism, the circus that's offered to us in terms of every form of mass entertainment, from low-quality Hollywood movies to live performances, to these days, in the most epitomizing way, reality television. Everything from entertainmentism to mass communication, including in terms of the news, which at this point is not very different from entertainmentism. In Heidegger's day, in Being and Time, he criticized the mass consumption of newspapers and newspaper accounts and what it was doing to the majority of people in a society. And later in his work, in his writings on technology, the question concerning technology, he reflects on the radio. I think he would be, well, I'm not sure he would be horrified, because to an extent he anticipated, as he put it, television permeating all modes of communication. Maybe he would be validated to see how mass man's unconsciousness is conditioned by television and cyberspace in the present epoch. So you have this covering over of angst through all of these means of mass communication that reinforce cliches and prejudices and common opinions, on the basis of which we make all kinds of superficial judgments and enter into engagements with others, enter into communications with others, are thoroughly constrained by pre-established patterns of relation. Now, the thing about Heideggerian authenticity is that it's different from the existentialist conception of authenticity which Sartre develops, I think, on the basis of a misinterpretation of Heidegger. It's not as if we can just break out of this mass consciousness and define our lives and our personas in whatever way we wish, okay, and relate to others from out of a vacuum, as if neither ourselves nor the other person has any tradition as a context or background. Authenticity for Heidegger, in Being and Time, means recognizing that our existence is radically historical also in the sense that we are inheritors of a particular tradition. We have as the context of our existence, as part of the finitude, as part of the tangible quality of our historical existence, we have a particular cultural, historical heritage that is our own. And so authenticity is a matter of developing a dynamic and free relationship to this heritage, being able to appropriate it in a way that creatively adopts and adapts its possibilities for the future. So in this regard, Heidegger draws a contrast between an antiquarian relationship to history, which simply wishes and longs for an impossible, actually possible, return to a bygone epoch, and a monumentalist relationship to a historical tradition, which is about dynamically and creatively appropriating the possibilities of a certain tradition, its symbols, its heroes, for the sake of future development. That's what it means to be an authentic individual for most of human history, and it's closely related to being towards death in the sense of dying for the sake of one's people, dying for the continued destiny of one's people, especially including in war, right? So war is a confrontation of worlds, one's own world and the world of another people, which is why it's particularly tragic for two groups of people, two nations, let's say, who belong to the same culture and the same civilization to go to war with, because that's not a conflict of worlds, right? War in its most definitive sense is world war. It is a conflict of worlds over the earth, over inhabiting the earth and making it one's own in terms of defining the earth through a fabric of meaning that is sensed as authentically one's own, right? So that's the metaphysical dimension of war. And so to die for the sake of one's people is also potentially a form of authenticity, because it recognizes the fundamental debt that one owes to one's own heritage.
Yes, this is the cultural element, isn't it? That he did address man in this engagement with his fellows. It comes under the umbrella of what we're talking about, the authentic and the inauthentic. It's not just with being, it's not just with objects, it's with oneself. If you objectify yourself in the Cartesian manner, that's going to then affect every other thing that you encounter. And if we're all doing it, it's going to affect our culture. And there's the breakdown aspect there. And of course, his wonderful work did touch on that. You briefly mentioned Medard Boss and Ludwig Binswanger and the existential psychologists who were very much rooted in Heidegger's teachings. Certainly this underlying mood of angst is valid in his philosophy, but it's equally, if not even more valid, in the kind of existential psychology that rose up. Maybe we could say something about that. But even without going into depth, one can immediately see that if this is a primal mood, then it's not just philosophers who are going to, cogitate on this. This is going to affect the artist. It's going to affect the writer. It's going to affect, the poet, isn't it? He's talking about people who are either going to engage with this angst, because let's put it in the simplest terms possible. if he's right, and this mood of anxiety is because of finitude and the mortality and being unto death, then theoretically, right, and I mean theoretically because funny enough, this doesn't seem to work in practical terms, but theoretically, it's meant to give man, with that finitude staring him in the face, more lucidity to grasp the possibilities of his life. And it was a recipe, wasn't it, at least implicitly, that this would then make a person much more conscious of their finitude, ergo they'd snap out of Das Man, sleep, the coma of souls, and become more authentic. And, I'll have your comment now whether you actually think I think it works for some people, a very small demographic that may be true, but actually as a sort of a prescription for the rest of mankind, I think it was a bit weak there, right? But say something about how that might affect a person's life who is looking for authenticity. I think it does work, doesn't it? His view, his framing of this being unto death, I think has the potential of shaking a well-meaning, conscientious person out of their coma, right? Out of their existential slumber. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, you mentioned artists, and I think, this idea of the angst-ridden artist, right, is very relevant here. Heidegger believed that techne, the root of our word technology, the Greek word techne, is a mode of poiesis. Poiesis is the Greek word for poetic composition and creativity in general, of which poetry is like the most epitomizing form. But in other words, poiesis is the arts. And techne, for the Greeks, as Heidegger recognizes, is a mode of poiesis. The other important thing to understand is that I think Heidegger got it right when he recognized that modern theoretical science is an outgrowth of a change in our relationship to techne. In other words, technology is more fundamental than theoretical science. It certainly goes back much further in human history. We had tremendous works of engineering in the past, right, which are almost inexplicable even in terms of current knowledge of engineering, and yet we have these works crafted at a time when there was no theoretical science. So modern theoretical science is a certain type of relationship with craft. And craft, which can express itself as technology, can also express itself as art. We see the unity of art and craft both in the Greek epoch, in the classical epoch, before the rise of modern scientific rationality, but we also see it immediately before the modern age in the Renaissance, in figures like Leonardo da Vinci. We see the artist, craftsman, who is an inventor of technology. All right, and so genius in technological innovation is ultimately the same as genius in the fine arts. That means that in a world, this is all by way of answering your question, it means that in a world where we have been encompassed by what Heidegger calls the Gestell, the enframing of the network of modern technology, and everything has been turned into what he calls Bestand, standing reserve, where whole rivers are dammed up into power plants, and all the river is now is a source of energy which could be used for anything whatsoever. Totally different from the medieval windmill, right? In a world where the earth is totally enframed, the human being is enframed, the human being is subject to re-engineering, right? It is possible for us to respond to this, I don't want to say perversion, but this outgrowth of techne as technology. It's possible to respond to that through the modality of craft as art or artistic, poetic creativity. Since they have a common root, since they have a common primordial basis, the angst-ridden artist is the one who is called upon more than any other in the age of modern technology to offer humanity a return to an aesthetically meaningful existence. But the big problem is that, suggested in our first segment, thus far, all human cultures have had an aesthetic that was only relevant to them. Sure, cultures influence one another. The ancient Egyptians and the ancient Babylonians influenced each other's aesthetic abilities, but they still had an organic totality that formed the basis for the ethics, let's say, of the individual within their society. So the question is, if we no longer have total artworks, Gesamtkunstwerke, as they say in German, that are relevant to only a particular folk, what is the role of the angst-ridden and potentially authentic artist in the postmodern age, insofar as she is capable of offering humanity a way forwards out of this crisis? That's the question.
Yeah, that's sort of like Kierkegaard's influence, wouldn't you say? There was a certain amount of, like terms like angst, this existential component that was in Being and Time. We must also mention that it was rooted somewhat in Kierkegaard. Of course, Heidegger had some severe issues with Kierkegaard, probably because of the Christian aspect as well. But one thing we should bring about, since we're trying to talk about authenticity and inauthenticity, would it be right to then say that the inauthentic, the Das Man, we should maybe unpack this just one more time, is a fleeing from that angst? Since it is the primordial mood, then, and this is quite dark, this is the aspect that, you know, we need to understand for the age we're in right now, because Heidegger is literally saying that if your culture and your techne and your scientism and even your religion, all of it, all your civilized, so-called civilization and culture, is born out of a man escaping his being unto death, escaping the angst, escaping grasping his authentic possibilities, how the hell can we look to any of those cultures and be 100%, you know, convinced that they're sustainable? And of course, he would point to them and say they're not sustainable. This is the whole point. That's why his deconstruction is so severe in that sense, because if it is born from man fleeing from something that is primordial within him, he's not a happy camper about that. His message is, oh yeah, keep on doing that. That's going to lead you somewhere. No, he's telling you wrong. And he, as I said, he's presenting another vision of man, partly artistic, partly poetic, as you say. Dasein is all of those things encompassed. So this is why his work has such incredible scope. Wouldn't you agree? But wouldn't you agree also that Ontic man, the man who's losing himself, particularly in the domestic entanglements, the political pigsties, there's good reasons for that, but Heidegger's suspicious, isn't he, about the whole of Ontic life, that it is a fleeing from this primordial mood of angst. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, I would agree with it. And so again, you know, the problem is that, see, Heidegger doesn't think that everyone can be authentic. And even the authentic individual, for the most part, cannot be authentic. Authenticity, like that conception of truth as aletheia, or unconcealment or discovery, authenticity is exceptional. Even for the authentic individual, the moments when he is really resolute and conscious of his place in the destiny of his people and of his actualization of the possibilities that are real for him in terms of his life project, those are rare moments. They're like standing on a mountain summit and surveying of the vistas around it. They're not the de facto modality even of the life of a single individual, let alone the whole culture. Most people are really not capable of authentic existence, which is a problem in the modern age, because in pre-modern times and prior to Western scientific rationality's dominance of the entire earth, allowing yourself to sort of mesmerically live from out of the established opinions and habitual practices of one's own culture was not problematic, because that culture had an organic internal consistency. There was an established pattern of relations which allowed the culture to hang together and hold together over the course of time. And of course, each of these cultures is mortal, right? And has a certain finitude of its own, and will rise and fall in the course of history. But as long as a particular world historical civilization exists, it has its own internal standards and, let's say, values, right? The problem is that in an age, these have all been obliterated. I mean, that's what Heidegger means by nihilism. We don't have that tacit moral framework to be inauthentic in terms of anymore. So the problem of inauthenticity versus living an authentic life is a much more acute problem for us than for people in pre-modern epochs, right? I mean, the Gnostic in Alexandria, who was trying to be more authentically human than the others around him, was different from the common Roman. But the common Roman, who was living an inauthentic life and regularly attending the circuses or whatever, still had an Italian culture that he could unconsciously defer to and tacitly accept as the foundation of his life and his relationship with other people and things. We don't really have that anymore. It's been shattered by the deconstructive force of modern technological science. So that's why, you know, our problem of living an authentic life is one that's unique to this postmodern epoch. And let me add something that's relevant, since we're in the subscriber section at this point, something relevant to your viewers, and that's the question of Atlantis. The way I see Atlantis, and I know this is a very controversial subject, the way I see Atlantis is not as some ideal utopia of the past where we had something like modern technology, maybe technology that more advanced than the technology we have today, and we had an idyllic society, and somehow it fell apart. And that idyllic society was full of people like ourselves, but you know, they had an ethics that was in harmony with their advanced technology, and they lived somehow in an ecological harmony that we don't have despite their advanced level of technology. I don't see it that way at all. I think that what that was a society living in mass mesmerism and hypnotism. It was a totally, from Heidegger's standpoint, inauthentic society, except on a global scale, where people were living in a mesmeric state in a totally organic society, and where individual authenticity would have been considered an extremely dangerous act of rebellion. And probably that society began to disintegrate with the rise of individual consciousness.
Yeah, that can be seen even in small towns. And remember, a lot of what you're saying shouldn't be vague to people. Here we have some primitivistic people from the East just begging to get in the door, to lose their traditions. You know, whether those traditions are healthy from our point of view, that's a completely separate point. The fact is they have these traditions, and now they're selling them out to come and take our misery, you know, which I said our cultures are born out of, from a Heideggerian paradigm, this fleeing from the truth of being. And now we got everybody else in the world ready to sacrifice centuries, you know, of their own traditions just to be like us. You know, it's such a sickening situation. But there's so many points to get into from this. He did allow.
Let me add something else on the way to.
Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to add was that just while I broached the subject of Atlantis, another way to understand how radical what Heidegger is saying is that these magnificent works of engineering, like the Sphinx and the Sphinx temples, which were built out of the rock, you know, hewn from the Sphinx trench, so we know that they were contemporaneous, the Osirian at Abydos, the central structures in Tiwanaku. One of the ways we can understand how radical what Heidegger is saying is to try to imagine that the civilization that built these monuments did not have science. It had an extraordinarily advanced technology. It had a relationship to tool use, which in some ways is more sophisticated and intuitive than ours, but it did not have what the Greeks call episteme, or abstract theoretical knowledge. In Latin is called scientia. So what modern scientific rationality has done the world over is something really unprecedented. It is a development of human consciousness which is transforming us into beings that are fundamentally different from the type of beings that may have existed in that bygone, we could almost say, prehistoric epoch. And this is also relevant to the question of human existence being futural, right? Because when you have modern science and the kind of change in the relationship with technology that entails, you also have rapid transformations in society in response to technological innovation. So you know, this is part of what Heidegger means by the epochal character of human existence, that human existence, as we understand it, consists of this transition between various epochs. That was not true of this Atlantean civilization. They didn't have the same relationship with future because things didn't change for them the way that they changed for us. So yes, the structure of their existence was still futural, but they did not experience their existence as a project in the same way as we do because of the tremendous stability of their civilization. They did not have this rapid change from one epoch to another based on technological innovation and its restructuring of society. So that's another way that you can understand Heidegger's conception of how important the future mode of time is to the radically historical nature of human existence in terms of a form of life that in some way you really could call pre-human, which was this Atlantean consciousness, or perhaps Atlantean unconsciousness.
Yeah, this is extraordinary because, of course, history mattered so much. And here we are, with our education systems and this whole other metaphysical constructions that came out of Greece. And he looked at it with tremendous skepticism, right? He was an expert in the scholastics. He knew his stuff back to front, and he even knew about the Bertrand Russell and that whole logical positivism. There wasn't this aspect of the world philosophy, and even as you say, something even more primordial than that he wasn't aware of, and it wasn't positive. Now, he also towards, because we're winding up the last half hour here, let's look at some more of the positive aspects. He did allow that people can transform to become authentic, but would you say that his particular vision of how we change, I see it as a very sort of quietist one, in which he doesn't make very loud presentments. He signs off at the end, pointing people towards artisanship and towards art, and he was fascinated with Hölderlin. He even did some lectures on, Schelling, and he definitely signed off talking about man as artist, very similar to Otto Rank and a few others. He even used terms like that man is not the lord of being, but the shepherd of being, right? All of these magnificent evocative terms, but there's a kind of a quietism there. He presumes that we should change, that we should grasp our possibilities, to become authentic, to face the fact of our finitude and the nothingness, as you said in the first hour, this incredible concept. And then he brought up the most astonishing descriptions of how one must comport themselves to the self and to the world through care, through this Sorge, the German Sorge, right, which is a kind of an empathy that oozes out from the self. You have it toward yourself in your instrument, in your relationship pragmatically to the stuff of the world, a different kind of care, a different kind of sensitivity, let's call it. And then that will move out into the culture, right, through the poet, and all of this. What can you say about these later prescriptions of how he thought a change could countermand all of this industry and technology and complexity? this grand humility that he talked about, this sort of noble poverty, this incredible language. What can you say about that?
The reason that taking care, which is a very colloquial but adequate way of expressing that idea in Heidegger, the reason that taking care for things and taking care of people expresses itself in a quietist mode in Heidegger's later thought is because of his traumatic experience during and immediately after the Second World War. And, I'm glad that this part of our discussion is maybe limited to a more particular audience, because this is where it becomes necessary to discuss his relationship with National Socialism. Heidegger was not always a quietist in terms of his vision of what it would mean to be an authentic individual. As I suggested earlier, to be authentic doesn't mean to just define one's persona by fiat in an arbitrary way. It means to authentically appropriate the possibilities of one's own culture. And to become a hero, as he puts it, it's his own term, to become a hero to one's people, particularly in a moment of historical crisis, at what could be a turning point in history, right? To be a revolutionary figure who dynamically reinterprets a living tradition in a way that opens up monumental possibilities for a particular historical culture. That was Heidegger's activist prescription or advocacy of what it would mean to be an authentic individual, and potentially even in the course of such a revolutionary and heroic struggle, be toward one's heroic death for the sake of the destiny of one's people. So with such a conception of a relationship to an inherited heritage, it's not mysterious that Heidegger would embrace the National Socialist movement in Germany, not because he was a nationalist in any narrow sense, but because of Germany's role in unfolding the historical destiny of the European peoples at that particular time. Germany was both the most technologically and scientifically advanced nation on earth, and also the European nation most closely connected to Western classical heritage. The country where you had the most scholars and writers and poets interested in excavating the Greco-Roman heritage, particularly the classical Greeks. So, the Germans of Heidegger's epoch, from Nietzsche's period to Heidegger's period, the Germans of that epoch were attempting to bring about a second Renaissance after the Italian Renaissance, and to retrieve the lost possibilities of the Renaissance, those possibilities of a kind of more organic understanding of nature and of our relationship to the cosmos, the possibilities of a science and technology that were not distinct from spirituality, possibilities that were lost with the rise of the so-called Enlightenment and mechanistic materialist modern rationality. So these people in Germany between the time of Nietzsche and the time of Heidegger were attempting to bring about the second Renaissance on the part of a country both more primordially rooted in the Hellenic heritage than any other European nation, with a more direct connection to the wellspring of Western civilization than any other nation in a cultural and aesthetic sense, and at the same time, the most technologically and scientifically advanced country on earth. Okay? So as far as Heidegger saw it, it was Germany's responsibility to become the shepherd of humanity on the way toward the postmodern age. So he committed to that fully, but he was also a profound critic of the more reductively racist biological thinking of certain pseudo-intellectual right. He was concerned that You see this very clearly in his lectures on Nietzsche in the 1930s, which he uses as an opportunity, I think, to critique the regime in an underhanded way. You see that he's concerned that the ideology of the Third Reich is effectively, in the worst sense, another expression of the modern will to power, which is not what it should be. Because that kind of political ideology based on the will to power is, again, mistaking being for beings or entities. It's taking an instrumental relationship to nature and to human beings, right? I mean, it's not to say that we shouldn't use emerging technologies for eugenic purposes, but there is a danger in terms of the instrumentalization of human existence. After all, you know, Germany is also the nation of Frankenstein, right? I mean, it is Frankenstein's laboratory. So I think he was concerned with those aspects of the Nazi regime, the ways in which Germany could wind up epitomizing what is worst about modern scientific rationality through the various programs of the Reich. But his solution was to attempt to have the greatest position of power and influence possible in order to shift the direction of the regime in a way that would wind up allowing Germany to fulfill its destiny as the shepherd of humanity into the postmodern epoch and beyond instrumentality and toward a new renaissance. And when that failed, when it became clear to him that that project had failed, Heidegger tried to commit suicide, which is something that we only found out about recently, that immediately after the war, like a good Roman, who, you know, the Romans, when their party lost in party politics, would go into the bathtub and slit their wrists. And, you know, like a good Roman, when it died, when the cause died, he decided he died. It was over for him. That was his being toward death. He had taken his stand. And so he tried to commit suicide. And, you know, he bungled it, and they rescued him, and he spent about a year in rehabilitation. And he was also prosecuted in Nuremberg and prohibited from teaching. So you have to take all of that into consideration when you see this later quietism, where, you know, Heidegger is into the Black Forest cabin and contemplating the Tao Te Ching, and, you know, advocating more attention to crafts and so forth. There is a certain beauty to that poetic vision of living an authentic life, but it's also sad because it is Heidegger giving up on the possibility of real socio-political change that would bring about a postmodern world order, that would bring about the society and the political regime of a new age. That's the younger Heidegger. That's the Heidegger who embraced National Socialism, not because he was a nationalist, but because he was interested in bringing forth the renaissance of humanity and shepherding us into a new relationship with being.
Yeah, well said. That's a really good framing of it, because that's because a lot of people, when they get into Heidegger, they immediately hear all these criticisms, and that's it. They back right off. And yet they don't back off when they hear that Freud or Einstein, some of the other big names, were members of extraordinarily radical leftist groups, communistic groups. Nobody bats an eye. But Heidegger, oh my God, you know, he was a Nazi. It's so scurrilous and vapid that they try to critique this monumental mind over something that he was interested in German culture. And you're quite right. And I always frame that in the bigger context of that there has been a countervailing hatred of German culture, German philosophy, you know, that's been going on probably for centuries. Heidegger fell foul of something that the Vienna School and many Jewish thinkers had already despised, the idealism that came out of Germany and the Kantianism. You know, there are exceptions, of course. There's even exceptions in terms of Heidegger's teachings. It was Hubert Dreyfus is Jewish, you know, William Barrett, I think it was Jewish. So I'm not making a blanket statement here. Some of his greatest supporters and you know, people who try to pioneer his work, and Hannah Arendt as well. You see, so like you say, it's not the hard racism that scurrilous people who want to deride Heidegger, they definitely want to point to that. But at the same time, there are your Herbert Marcuses, there are their Derridas, there are Gadamer and Steiner and a lot of other Jewish people who either tried to alter his teachings, soften them, socialize them, critique him for being, pro-German, all of these things. It's quite a quagmire. So that was a great framing there of that. But maybe you can say something more about that, the Jewish backlash, not just against Heidegger, but a great deal of German Gentile thought. It was a magnificent country with a magnificent tradition.
Let me actually elaborate on something you said about the political affiliations of some of these inheritors of Heidegger's thought, particularly some of them who were of Jewish descent. Because, look, Jean-Paul Sartre was a Maoist. Why don't people give Sartre trouble for being a Maoist? Mao Zedong was a genocidal maniac who killed far more of his own people than Adolf Hitler ever did. Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who develops Heideggerian phenomenology, was a Stalinist. Stalin killed more people and by sentencing them to exile in Siberia and so forth than even before Stalin in the Communist Revolution, how many Russians were murdered in order to create that totalitarian state. So no one ever gives Merleau-Ponty flack for being a Stalinist or Sartre for endorsing the brutality of Mao Zedong, right? And then you got Michel Foucault, which is my personal favorite. Michel Foucault, the great ideologue of liberation, who admitted the profound debt that he had to Heidegger in terms of understanding, the institutional character of knowledge in the modern age, right? And how our subjectivity is produced by this institutional network of technologized knowledge. Michel Foucault winds up endorsing the Ayatollah Khomeini and embracing the Islamic fundamentalist takeover of Iran, destroying a great culture for the past 40 years, subjecting it to one of the most brutal and tyrannical regimes that we've seen in history. So, which I take very personal offense to. And, Michel Foucault's okay, even though he endorsed Ayatollah Khomeini. But Heidegger is an evil Nazi. He's an evil Nazi. Unforgivable.
It's absolutely, it is unforgivable, as is the other misinterpretations which are rife of Hegel, of Schelling, of Fichte, the constant demonization of these people, the constant misinterpretation of their philosophy, and Heidegger fell casualty to that as well. You're right, he was committed to a sanitarium. His life was completely uprooted for making quite normal statements, which had it been an Einstein or a Freud or Marcuse over in, these card-carrying Marxists over in being ingratiated and red carpets rolled out for them because they were socialists, because they were communists in America. Nobody batted an eye with a radical, horrendously radical commentary that they made, these Leo Strausses and what have you. Nobody batted an eye. It's scurrilous that they keep on wheeling this Heidegger the Nazi number out time and time again. It is really something incredible. And when we have you on again, we should probably even go deeper into that whole subject of the misinterpretation of certain philosophers, the key Gentile ones particularly. I think that's a whole subject in itself. But coming back to the concept of the Sorge, which if people find that a little bit difficult to grasp, I say to people, think of it as a kind of an empathy, because he's still thinking about that bigger being, isn't he? He's thinking about, he includes it with ontic beings. That care is the shepherding of being is with the stuff in front of you, but he's always got that thought that we started with in the first hour about since the bigger being is not cognitive, it's not something you can really even conceptualize. You kind of think you conceptualize it, but even that's not particularly solid. But maybe there is a kind of a way to come into contact with it as much as possible. He's not going to say it's totally possible, but he's halfway there. He's saying that it is the shepherd of being. It's somebody who's really moving from this care and this sorge, who's become an artist, who's walking in the forest, as you said, looking for that clearing and meditating on that, who might then touch the being that we spoke about earlier, the bigger being, or in some other way, through language, through a quietness, right, a listening, For him, Sprach was not just speech. It certainly wasn't chit-chat. It certainly wasn't what's going on with Das Mann. But even Sprach, his looking at what real authentic language is actually a kind of silence. This is the most bizarre thing. All again because he's got that idea that there is this precognitive, pre-reflexive being in the bigger sense. And we always need to factor that in. Wouldn't you agree that that was on his mind, even right to the end?
Absolutely. It wasn't only on his mind at the end. You also see this as early as Being and Time, where Heidegger says that a person who doesn't know how to remain silent has nothing worth saying. One of the main characteristics of Das Mann is this ceaseless and meaningless chatter. People who actually have something to say are people who are capable of and very willing to remain silent for long periods of time. And, when they say something, it's something that actually matters, that comes from real care or concern. And so in terms of this care, Sorge, it's important to recognize that Heidegger's analysis of that as a primordial characteristic of human existence and being in time is not superficially moralistic. In other words, it's not that like Care Bear morality, like we should, have a nice and fuzzy relationship with everyone and No, it's not like that. It's not prescriptive. It's that he's pointing out you cannot but care. You cannot but care. Far more primordial to our existence than anything about us that modern science alleges. The various characteristics of body as an organism or the human mind as it's analyzed by reductive psychologists. Far more primordial than any of that is the fact I cannot but care about certain things. And even if you encounter the most jaded and passive person, all you need to do is hold a gun to their head, and you'll see that they do care. Or steal some of their stuff. Just try walking away with some of their stuff that they actually, that you think might be valuable to them. And no matter how materialistic or jaded they are, you'll see that actually they care, and their world is a tapestry of meaning. And so if you try to pull the threads out on them, you're going to get a reaction, okay? So that's what Heidegger meant about care, is that it defines our existence at the most fundamental level. And we're inauthentic insofar as we don't recognize that. We fail to recognize that. An authentic being with others, even authentic relationships to things, to crafts, products, and so forth, is about recognizing that we care. We always care. But it's a question of recognizing that we care rather than being forgetful and covering over it until, we're looking down the barrel of a gun.
He had brought out the fact, again, back to etymology. In this part of his philosophy, he brought out the fact that Denken, right? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, which is thinking in German, is etymologically related very closely to Danke or Danken, which is gratitude. And the point he was making there is that Dasein, in this proper comportment towards being, should be in a state of gratitude, of sensitivity, of empathy, and also even a kind of astonishment with life, that there is even such a thing as life. He said this will be probably one of the bridges to help you grasp the bigger being, is why don't you just sit in the clearing one day and be astonished that we have minds, we have heads, we have arms and legs, there's humans walking around us, there's nature. We've lost this sensitivity, isn't it right? And he wanted to come back to a state of gratitude. Would you agree with that? This, of course, bypassed all of these logical positivists and scientists. It seemed quite poetic in many ways. Not a moral prescription, but a kind of a deeper sensitivity that was implied in this concept of Sorge, right?
Yes, and the thanking of being by thinking in a way that is beyond objectivism and beyond reductive rationalism also has to do with our responsibility as human beings to, as you put it earlier, shepherd existence as a whole. Let me make that very concrete for someone in our contemporary epoch. This vision that we have in the Matrix of human beings being farmed as batteries in an entirely mechanized world is a vision that Heidegger has as early as the 1940s. He talks about the age of the world picture, an age where there would be not a picture or model of the world that's separate from the world and a representation of the world, but a world picture that remodeled the world itself, where nature is swallowed up by the picture and enframed by it, so that everything in the whole world becomes part of an interacting network that is mechanized, that's ultimately autonomous, and where, as he put it, television would come to pervade all mediums and modes of communication. So effectively, he's talking about virtual reality and cybernetics. He even said that the history of philosophy and science in a traditional sense has come to an end, and what is going to replace them is cybernetics. So Heidegger, as early as the 1940s, is envisioning virtual reality and cybernetics. And what you recognize there is that we have the capacity to completely obliterate being. We can bring about the occultation of nature. So, as a corollary to that, it is our responsibility to speak for being and to become the protector and guardian of being. Okay, and that's why we are fundamentally different from animals. It's not that animals aren't beings deserving of empathy, beings who have intuition on a level that we've lost and that's been atrophied in us, and beings that we can care about in very intimate ways. But animals are not capable of becoming the guardians of existence. That existence, that relationship with nature in a primordial sense, that we are capable of obliterating through the encompassing of reality by virtual reality, through the encompassing of nature by the cybernetic network. That's why thinking is thanking being for allowing us to be, in a sense, her protector and guardian.
Yeah. And this was the holy for him, wasn't it? He did believe in the holy, but it was this underlying space, this underlying Lichtung, right? The underlying, of course they're identical, but the light and the clearing from which beings emerge. We don't think about that clearing. We don't think about the glow, the glistening, the light, that's all around us. The very, like you say, the greater being. And is it true that he then loved language because that's what he thought language was? Language in its purest sense isn't the chit-chat of the organizational man or the domestic minutiae. It is the language of the poet who's going to try and reintroduce one to that bigger mystery of being, which is the essence of essences. You have to have the existence before you have the cognition and the intentionality and all of the objectification and everything like that. Those are all derivative. Those are all the social hive, the things we need for superficial relationships with things, isn't it? And he wanted people to be reintroduced through language to being, to the truth of being. Would you agree with that?
Yes, our holy task is holding open the clearing of being through poetic language and through the arts. The question is how we can do that after the destruction of nature and the degradation of human existence through the culmination of modern technological science.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to leave it there because otherwise we'll be expanding into even deeper But I think, in summary, people should have a grasp now of what this man was thinking about the whole metaphysical tradition and what he offered in its place, but also the constant, return to man in this different comportment, in this different mode of anxiety, of finitude, of being unto death. So hopefully this will get people interested, to look more deeply into his work. We'll definitely, I mean, this is just a merest introduction. We can certainly go into even in much deeper ideas of his later thought of aesthetics and some of the other more legitimate philosophers that he inspired, and not so much the duplicitous leftist coterie who always liberally steal from everybody and then repackage it, airbrushing the original guy out. But you had some optimistic things at least to say about the fact that he won't be sidelined permanently, and that's very, very refreshing to hear. Jason, thanks so much for today. We'll definitely catch up with you and have you back, even to talk about other subject matter. I'm glad we got to unpack Heidegger today, but your work goes into other things as well. We must have you on to speak about those subjects of interest, as well. I hope that you can make it to come back on Enslaved.
It would be a pleasure, and thank you so much for inviting me, Michael. Thank you also, David. It was great to be with you.
Well, it was a pleasure on my end, gentlemen, just listening to this, and this was great. I'm sure we're going to do more on it. Just before you take off, Jason, maybe just let people know about your website, your social media, any books or projects or anything you got coming our way.
Sure. I've published 3 books so far. Fourth one is on the way in about a month. All my books can be accessed through a link on my website. There's also a link to my YouTube videos, to my YouTube channel on that website. And that's just jasonrezageorgiani.com. Jason, R-E-Z-A, rezageorgiani.com.
Excellent. We'll provide the links below and let people go and check that out. So thanks to both of you. Thanks to all of you who've tuned in. And we will have another episode for you here next week on Unslaved. We're looking forward. We'll be seeing you. And welcome back, everyone, to Unslaved. Very happy to be here with you once again. Episode 212. We're talking about existentialism, the outsider. Michael has another presentation prepared for us today. So welcome back, Michael. Always good to see you. Let's get into it. Where would you like to begin for today's show?
Yeah, next week we'll do something similar. Step aside again, as usual, variation. On themes, look at a bit of philosophy, but look at existentialism. We've been wanting to do this for a while because it's not much happening in the world with existentialism, but there should be, and so it's making the case again because there are answers there, and I would say a great deal of misunderstanding has come to bear with that particular subject branch of philosophy. How they think it's all dour and pessimistic and everything. And also the story, we won't be getting into that, but there is a certain amount of need for that, especially in the American philosophical tradition, because it's steered towards these Derridas and deconstructionism or linguistics, all positivism. So there's a danger there, and some of the principles of the deeper existentialism is so markedly offensive and deconstructive to what's happening, especially in America since the time of William James or whatever, that, yeah, it's a danger. But we don't want to go into too deep a matter, try to keep it a little bit topical. So say for somebody who's never heard of this subject, can you go to the slide? I would recommend a couple of books, right? Top of the list, Colin Wilson's The Outsider and Beyond the Outsider. And actually, I even prefer Beyond the Outsider better, right? It was a very, very important book in my life in 1990 when I got my hands on it, you see, and it's great. But I would say get both because Colin Wilson has sadly passed and his books are going to get harder and harder to find, especially these ones like this. And then the next one is William Barrett. a bit more technical, but still readable. Irrational Man, a masterpiece probably written in the 50s, I think, but still stands up. Still stands up. Deals with the subject of existentialism. So those are, and then my own book is coming out this year. I hope, which will be a very, very good introduction to existentialism as well. So wait for that, I'd say. But yeah, as I say, maybe outside of South America, other small little cliques, there's not really much going on with it these days, and that's a bad thing, because there should be. And perhaps there could be a revival tomorrow, because any time that culture gets sort of bankrupt and idiotic, sometimes there is a refinding of an earlier paradigm, and then everyone says, why did we not remember this, or where did this go under the table? So I'm sort of looking, I'm a bit of a fan of that idea that idealism is actually is currently being showcased again, is a little bit more popular. So there's always a hope, you see, that existentialism will be as well, and that would be fantastic. Go to the next one. But when we dive into the history of the subject, then you're dealing with several men, but really the three that stand out, I suppose, at least the oft-mentioned ones, is Søren Kierkegaard, right, the Danish philosopher. Arguably, he actually even coined the word. Martin Heidegger, who's the most eminent of them all, and certainly the greater thinker, leaves the rest in the dust. And then on the right, Jean-Paul Sartre, the French philosopher, had very interesting things to say on the subject, more left-wing in his personal politics, but still, not disinteresting material, not disinteresting, certainly worth looking at. And again, taken together, right, these characters, they actually succeeded, right? When people in an intellectual community set out to do something, it's all noise and it's all sound and fury. But in this case, there was triumphs. So this is all the more bizarre that the subject of existentialism, has fallen by the wayside, because as a matter of fact, these people succeeded, whether they were from the left or from the right. There's a lot of credibility, more than people would realize, you see. Now, Sartre himself is really a blend, though, of many people, right? But the two that he really blended together were Dostoevsky, an author, right, the famous author, and Martin Heidegger, sort of a hybrid there. That's interesting, But you have Pascal, you have Kafka, you have, Shestov, you have several people, and you have Hermann Hesse. So existentialism is distinctive because it also influenced art and writing, in drama. Sort of Samuel Beckett, some people take it too far, and by taking it too far, they give existentialism a bad name. But, besides that point, there's been a lot of influence, and even movie making. All right. You may not realize it, but when you're watching a lot of films from the continent, or even from America for that matter, you are actually, watching sort of existentialism, sometimes quite palpably, actually. And that's a whole subject in itself. We certainly couldn't pause to deal with it. I just have to say that in art, in theater, in poetry, in writing, and painting, and in poetry, movements like Dadaism, movements like Surrealism, you see, and a whole bunch more were deeply affected by minimalism, for instance. Love it or hate it, right? So there's a lot of genres out there. Even when we talked to Jason Giorgiani, you could, if you want, put a few of these futurists, not the back crazy ones like we dealt with there, but there are people who blended Japanese philosophy and minimalism, and abstract art, and so they come under the loosely under sort of a quasi-existentialism. Go to the next slide. Another key important person that I'll be dealing with in my work is Gabriel Marcel. He's really a forgotten thinker. Now, he was a Christian existentialist, and he's a pioneering existentialist. How many people have heard of him? He was an artist. He was a playwright. He was a poet and a diarist. So he wasn't even officially a philosopher. But he was eminent at the time. He's totally forgotten now in the favor of Sartre and Derrida, Foucault, and many others. Right? So there's a lot of little interesting names. And I've always found their work interesting anyway. But there's a lot of interesting names. Simone de Beauvoir would be another one, right? And all of this. So now, actually, Marcel is the one who is officially said to have coined the term existentialism in the 1940s. And he backed off the term. He stopped actually using it when Sartre came on board. So, there's always been controversy around this. He backed off using the term, tried to find something else. when Sartre, who he despised, a left-winger, who he thought was just mucking it up completely. So he just said, oh, look, I can't identify with that term anymore. And really after that period, there's been confusion over the term and what constitutes an existentialist, right? The Scandinavian thinkers, the professors of Scandinavia just say, look, it's ours. It was Soren Kierkegaard, right? Be done with it. The French go, no, it was Marcel. We're the ones. And we had Sartre too, so go figure. So there's been a lot of controversy there. And there is some evidence, actually, that, Kierkegaard did use the term existential, existentially or whatever. So minor points, but there's been a hassle over the whole thing. But as I said, existentialism has been wrongly portrayed as being this bleak, nihilistic, atheistic. It by no means is that, because Paul Tillich and Gabriel Marcel particularly were actually Christians. So again, that's a little bit of, falsity. And I have my suspicions, as I said, as to why that falsity was put around. Marcel is particularly interesting because he was also a personalist. I've written a book on personalism, right? Disciples of the Mysterium. Can be thought of as a branch of existentialism. That'll work. Although it's, I think, even deeper, right? There's a lot to it, and we certainly can't stop to explore that. But anybody interested in that, if they read my book on personalism, right, Disciples of the Mysterium, it works as a good introduction to existentialism as well. So I recommend it. Go to the next slide. Equally eminent to Sartre, almost at the level of Heidegger, and he was a pupil of Heidegger, a man who got his ideas from Heidegger, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, the French existentialist. He was also a Gestalt psychologist and a phenomenologist. So he basically unpacks Heidegger's work in a kind of a French idiom, in a Gestalt idiom, in a psychological idiom. Heidegger didn't bother too much with psychology in the early years. He was more interested later on. But Merleau-Ponty is coming out of the Sorbonne, one of the most eminent thinkers that's ever existed. And really his focus, he wrote a book called The Phenomenology of Perception. There's an ugly title for you. And really the focus was on perception, but I would say the mysteries of perception, mysteries which have enormous philosophical relevance, because the act of perception, first of all, shouldn't be thought of as just eyes alone. When he said perception, he meant all the senses, the whole body. But that act of sensual apprehension perception is extremely interesting when you get into it from a philosophical point of view, and you couldn't unless you had a Heidegger. So Heidegger opened the door to a whole new look, but it was Merleau-Ponty who took it forward, because he says, actually, when you pick out a glass on the table, or a cube, or a bed, or a house, or a mountain, you grasp it on its whole first. When you see a cube, you're not going, well, it has, let me count I even have to take out a tape measure to measure those sides. If you saw a human being come in, go, hold on. He's got how many toes? I see a leg. I see a head. Oh, it's a human being. Hi, how you doing, Joe? No, look, right. Your perception is pre-analytical. It's pre-will. It's pre-rational. It's a grasping of totality and whole. Oh, what do we know about totalities and wholes? Nothing. But without them, we couldn't even see an object. Things like that, right? So it's not just perception, it's the mysteries of perception and what that means philosophically. Now, it's a kind of a strange approach, right? But really, he's basically, as I said, he's inferring that all the body's senses are perception anyway, right? And even that commentary was a subset of a greater story of embodiment and what he called corporeity. Like the word corporeal. We live in the world, fleshy material world. How do we really experience the world that way? Right? Forget mysticism, forget metaphysics, religion, forget even all the other modalities of philosophy. Forget positivism, materialism, all of it. How do we describe daily existence? So he gets it from a philosopher called Husserl, Edmund Husserl, then via Martin Heidegger, and then he comes up with one of the most. That's why you haven't heard of it, because everything that they did, as I say, succeeded and turned the tables. Go to the next slide. And there's that ugly word again, phenomenology. All it means broken down is the logic of phenomena, the understanding of phenomena and the meaning of phenomena. What do we actually know about the phenomena we encounter every day? And since we're one of those phenomena, we walk in the world as objects. What do we actually know about the phenomena around us? And the answer is absolutely nothing. Right? So his contribution was enormously important undermining, can you believe this? All. Heidegger had already done it, but, having said that, Merleau-Ponty brings the heavy guns and undermines all established schools of learning in the West. So how come we don't know anything about it? How come these faculties are still overshadowed by neuroscience and MIT and virtual realities and computer simulations and all the rest of it? He had deeply critiqued. You can't get any deeper critique of the world's Western intellectual traditions. But you've never heard of these people? Which actually means that everything's built on a swamp. Every one of the institutions of learning, and I mean all of it. I don't care what kind of philosophy they taught at Cambridge or Princeton and Harvard and Oxford and all over the Western world. It's all bankrupted by these people. When's the last time you took a class in Merleau-Ponty or anyone like it? Right? So they show the deep, deep weaknesses of the Cartesian thinking, the Kantian thinking, right? The modern world. They're showing you, they are postmodernists, but they're also showing the bankruptcy of all the traditions. So they're not going to say, that one is better than the other, right? They're showing what was missing. Whether you put it back, well, that's your choice, right? But all I'm here to tell you is that we've been breastfed on lies. That's called the Western academic tradition, which has a lot of good in it, but it's fundamental, right? Its fundamental Cartesian structure is utterly rotten. And phenomenology uninstalls them all. And when properly contextualized, you realize that reason, will, intellect, all of these things are really derivative. No one should have ever started, you see, understanding man, understanding the world from those positions. It's about individuals, and it's about their lived experience. And although that includes groups, obviously, our lived experience includes social interaction, the existentialists, by definition, are far more interested in the self. And interested in groups of other people is secondary. Who is the individual? What is that structure? Does it even exist? Go to the next slide. Another one of the pioneers, we've mentioned it so many times before, but it would be really amiss not to again, is the Otto Rank. He was a contemporary of Heidegger. His book actually came out 1 year before Heidegger's Great Being in Time. And his influence is just massive. Merleau-Ponty, before he died, was giving lectures on Otto Rank at the Sorbonne, right? So there's no question that this man's work was huge, especially on Merleau-Ponty. But one could even, argue that Heidegger was influenced. It's very, very hard to tell how far you can push that, but as far as I'm concerned, there's an enormous, influence, one to the other or both, right? Especially on existential psychology, which we'll mention in a minute. But if you go to the next slide, you'll see that here's some of the basics, and again, I emphasize basic, categories and themes of existentialism. And this is just my take on it, right? After, 30 years of studying it, right? Meaning. Is there any, right? You would say. Where does it come from, even if it does exist? Is it just a matter of subjectivity? As we said, focus on the individual, but not necessarily in a good way. The individual could be a distorter of reality. Is it all a case of just subjectivity? What are the parameters and the structure of subjectivity, positive or negative? Absurdity, which is a philosophical term, by the way, it's not to be thought of in the conventional sense of stupidity or some, lampooning. Absurdity is actually a philosophical word coined by existentialists to talk about meaning. And if there is no meaning in the universe, why are we looking for it? And maybe even what are we doing when we're looking for it? Right? So it's also the quest. Who told you to look for meaning in the world? So this word absurdity has great philosophical weight. And again, shouldn't be thought of as in the normal conventional sense. I would say self-deceptiveness is very, very important. Look at the great literature that was existentialist in color. Kafka, Dostoevsky. Man being a tragic hero. Man believing lies. Look at our world today. Not even seeing the truth when it's right in front of your eyes. Authenticity, each of these is huge. Each of these can have volumes written on it. Authenticity. What the hell is that when it's at home, right? And who tells if somebody's authentic or not? And if you're self-deceived but call yourself authentic, that doesn't take us any further either. Right? So words like these, like authenticity, that the traditional world threw out after hearing that, that's just nothing to do with anything I don't want to know about. Yeah, but that's wrong. Because each of these things do have indeed tremendous significance, right? I would say the one against the many. We've talked about that throughout our podcast, one against the many. And the concept of the outsider. That alone is an aspect of existentialism. How dare you throw that out? It's even in Ayn Rand, and she was no existentialist. She wasn't wearing any black beret and running around talking about the futility of the universe. Yet one against the many is probably the central precept of her work, along with heroism and rationality. Death and nothingness, we'll touch on this more next week. Death is very important. What is death? How do we experience death? And when experiencing it, or even thinking upon it, how does our thought change? What becomes of us as human beings knowing that death awaits? Finitude, nothingness. Then, yeah, of course, despair and angst is when we've beaten to death, right? Anxiety, the question of anxiety flows over into questions of existential psychology. But why despair? Is it despair over death? Is it fear of life? Are neurotic people going to see psychologists because they actually fear living, not dying? In some strange Otto-Rankian way? I mean, is that what we're meant to think? Go to the next slide. A few words about nothingness, though. Right. As far as the existentialists that are associated with that, more commonly, right, being Sartre and Camus, they're saying to you, look, if there are no answers, no meaning in the world, in the universe, and no meaning, you go and looking for it. That's even more absurd. But just let's say if there is no inherent meaning in the universe around you, right, then obviously that alone means that nothingness has become important. Right? You can come back. So nothingness and the void have become important. Because what do you know about that? Right? So and they're right. You see what I was saying earlier? If nothingness is behind everything, if the void is not, and if you're wrong to look for meaning, then what do you know about no meaning? So it's not that existentialists are being futile and pessimistic and dour. They're asking you a very, very, very important philosophical question. What do you know about that which might be as legitimately out there as the something? In fact, now what they've done is they've made nothingness a something. Each philosopher taking it up in a different way. Some bleak, some not so bleak. Some really quite, they're not frivolous. They're asking you this in a sincere way. And they went to great lengths of, having metaphors for this. Sartre did, and then got blamed for the metaphors, because they're kind of garish of ways that you might encounter nothingness, like looking in your wallet, thinking you had some money, and then standing in the cafe like a bozo, go, oh, I don't have any cash right now. And that experience, a little bit of vertigo, right? But again, deeply misunderstood concepts. So it is absolutely okay to be asked, is this kind of thinking absurd? Is absurdity the kind of thinking that's looking for meaning? You're just asking the question, how can you find out about man? How can you find out about things? How can you say, no, there is meaning, and I've found it by a dialectical process of questioning? What's wrong with that? So nothingness, what we call nothingness, the thinking on nothing, changes to something. So the world that we experience changes, and your thought toward that, what is, changes by thinking about nothingness. Now that's why it's valid. Just as your concept of nothingness changes when you think about it too. But these men are absolutely convinced that your whole depth of understanding, your comportment in the world, your relationship with things is vastly changed. They were artists, they were writers. And so they just wanted to sensitize you. What do you know about the blank canvas? All you know is what appears on it after you've scribbled some stuff. But didn't you scribble it courtesy of the canvas that was blank in the first place? It becomes quite Taoist at some points. So, and they're not even ready to go that far. Somebody who's more delicate will say, like a Marcel, who was very unstructured in his writings, and his focus was not on coming up with some, okay, you're a professor of philosophy now for all this thought. No, he didn't care about that. He wasn't trying to form a system based on what we're talking about. He just said, can you now see how numerous ways that you react to the world have changed because of these ideas? You contemplate these ideas and you have become a different person. If I remove all certainties from you, right? If I remove all certainties, and I even remove reason, what do you rely on? What's your ground? Philosophy will topple, since all philosophy is based on either religion, God, or, science and reason. If I pull both those pillars away, can you stand? It's almost like authenticity was Kierkegaard's originally thought, but very much absurdity also is his. It's really coming out of Kierkegaard ultimately, right? What exists for you when orthodox religion, he's not talking about what's in your heart. He's talking about the structures. No Bibles, no priests, no pastors, none of that. And no scientists to tell you, oh yeah, the future is assured. All knowledge is coming to us. We've bagged it, we've caught it. What becomes of philosophy and what becomes of your life? In fact, I would say that even Thomas Hardy should be mentioned pretty much as an early existentialist, as should Shakespeare. Asking why the universe is indifferent to man. Why mind and nature don't really meet, right? Nature does things that throw man his will for a kilter, right? As I said, as Shakespeare had already asked, what about that disharmony? And what is man trying to do with his edifices and his structures and his science to try and bring nature, the wild stallion, to heel? Is that good? What might happen there? Nihilism, for instance, a key aspect of some existentialists, is asking the more and more that you use your technology, your science, and your will to control, nihilism is a banality. You just sit there on the couch in a gray world that you've controlled and commanded, right? So when certainty, to understand absurdity, you just say, when certainty and order isn't guaranteed. See, look at our world today, right? This is very pertinent to what's happening in the world right now. So it's, again, members have helped me get this together, but how funny, potluck, or what you would call it, the luck of the draw, right, to actually be doing it now. This has so much relevance, right? And then if you say, well, no, I'm an existentialist, I believe you bring meaning from within. When you say, well, not a lot of people seem to be doing that. So what blocks that process, right? So you've even got that question, right? Secondly, in order to bring meaning from within, or even if I was to find it in the world, don't I have to value? Don't I have to have a set of values? Don't I have to have the ability to create values? We're not even talking about what those values are. We're just talking about how do you form a value? And if our society moves in a direction where the kids and the youth can't even form what is valuable to them, or everything they value is totally transgressive and toxic, how are you going to tell me existentialism is at fault? And if you have false values, as Ayn Rand kept on saying people did, how do you get rid of them? Well, she went blue in the face trying to get people to get rid of them. Nothing happened. Right? Say your beliefs are religious or metaphysical, or just a blind belief in science. It's what I call mysteria, all of this mysteria. Do you have something else within your being, without going through absolute despair and agony, that can throw it over if contrary evidence was provided? We're right there as well. These existentialism is faded from the concern. Why? And if then more back to mainstream existentialism, if, as some of them proclaim, there is no value, there is no meaning, and you're crazy to look for it, how do you carry on? Like these Samuel Beckett types. How? Then the question is, do I just sit watching my kettle boil, like in his fucking plays? Gray world, no meaning for anything? And as Heidegger would have put it, what kind of structures are we building over that abyss? If everything's meaningless, he didn't think that was the case, but then I'm interested in what motivates you now to get up in the morning and build any and all of the social structures if you're doing it over an abyss of absurdity. And isn't that a kind of absurdity? But the things you've erected, in a very similar way that Blake actually intended it, oh my God, no wonder they're so horrific. So this needs to be brought back to the table enormously. Is it because, as Hardy said, you have a problem with the inclemency of nature and the cosmos? If you have an underlying indignancy, right? If you're indignant to the way that fate treats you, I'm not going to trust the structures that you're putting up that are called human then. I'm not going to really go for your science and your philosophy that you've also erected over that indignancy and that lack of working with nature and understanding nature on a deeper level. Or I'm not going to believe the religious man when he says, yeah, it's all absurd. Big nothingness there. So I've made the leap. I have faith in God. Or the humanist who says, yeah, it's all an abyss. It's all futile. I agree with the existentialists. I don't say it too loudly, but yeah, they're right. So I put my faith in humanity now. I'm alone. If I'm alone and impotent and weak and I'm in the dark, well, so is everybody else. And I'm going to cluster with those guys, That's what we should live for. And your Richard Dawkins and all, people of extreme eminence, a very highly moneyed class is decadent. Decadent in nihilism, remember, like Nietzsche said. I like a Schopenhauer, just live for art and music. Just be an aesthete. Just find your way through the night. Okay? Or you get these other guys, doom and gloom. Embrace it. There's a common word we all know. Embrace is the N word right now. Embrace the darkness. Embrace the futility. You only live once. So existentialism can define man, right? It's an attempt to define man, right, as he who gives meaning to his own life. That's we're doing an introduction, so we just get that far. That in order to fight the absurdity, in order to realize the lunacy of looking for meaning outside, we realize that existentially we are meaning-oriented beings. We are meaning-generating, meaning-seekers. That's ontological. So existentialism isn't frivolous. It's giving you a definition of man as exactly as the Platonists did, or the Neoplatonists, or these, what's his name, these Hermeticists, Pico della Mirandola, or any of these people, Vitruvius. The existentialists are coming on and saying, I'm scraping away all the religious trappings. I'm not even conceding that there's a meaning in the world. But I know that we are meaning-seeking beings. And let's start from that point. So our definition of man, is from existentialism. We've just got there. Then, when they talk about, say, authenticity and transcendence, it's like the kind of a life. Now they're more talking about the outsider. The person who's realizing that he's a meaning-generating being will infer what? That he's not in sync with the other people who are either not doing that, or their meaning from their being is like, I don't think so. Multiculturalism? No, not for me, mate. So then you are an outsider. You're becoming an outsider whether you like it or not. With the free choice, like we said last week, you just go back into the chicken pen. Don't need to think about being an eagle at all. Right? So the outsider can now live as a pose, right, which a great many outsiders do. These Occupy movements and these beatniks of the 60s, right? It's just a trendy pose that they heard. Or it's the real thing. That's what, your Colin Wilson books talk about. We saw that on the list was self-deceptiveness. That's just the myths we live by. I agree, there's no meaning outside. But I'll go to God and I'll, believe that there is. I'll join a political movement and believe that there is. Or no, I'm going to focus exclusively now on feelings and emotion, right? There's your other existentialist. Who am I thinking of there? This would be more your cartoon existentialist who says, reason be damned, it's all about your feelings. Give me a big brush and a bucket of paint so I can splash this canvas. I'm so full of emotion when I'm doing it. And everybody else is looking at it going, yeah, my 4-year-old could probably do a better job than that. Or I'm going to have this play in which we're all dancing around naked and, talking to a vase on a fucking table. And the audience is hypnotized by it, right? All this shit. Fucking cigarette butt stuck into a pillow. How meaningful that is. Doesn't it express my anger at social injustice? Then there's a sort of moral. So they say existential. No, I hate existentials. Where's the morality? At least in Christianity. At least in Immanuel Kant. At least in Ayn Rand. I've got I've got morals. Mate, there's no existential morals, but there are. The existentialist who knows this shit would just turn around to you and say, why do bad things happen to good people? That shuts them all up. Because the religious fucker has to know, well, that's going down the road towards my evil God thing. I've got to go. Don't like that question, so I'm out. Well, you asked the fucking question. You were talking about existentialism not doing anything for you. Hardy talked about the inclemency of fate. So did Shakespeare. And I'm asking you, why do bad things happen to really good people while the tyrant lies in a bed of silk surrounded by all his lackeys and perishes in his palace without a moment's suffering? The existentialist, if he gets another word in, which is really doubtful, but if he ever does, he'll go, well, our philosophy is that there is no such thing as a good person. Right? We're beyond good and evil. All people are good and all people are bad. So the question of why do bad things happen to good people is because find me a good person. If you read the book of Job, even Job wasn't particularly a good person. So mythologies, right? The myths we live by. Go to the next slide. Oh, no, sorry, come back. I forgot something. So, as I said, each philosopher took this up in their own way, right? And Sartre and Camus are just going to say, look, by thinking about ultimate nothingness, whether it's my missing friend in the cafe who should have been there but isn't, the money in my wallet that should have been there but isn't, or the God that isn't there, look, all we're asking you people to do is not sign on for anything, but in thinking about nothingness, thinking itself changes, thinking itself deepens, and eventually even behavior. And they meant politics as well. And what it can do is give birth to different reactions. So doing what we're doing right now, sitting, reading, right, mulling it over, gives birth to different mental reactions that, just by being in the rational world and not facing these things, you might not. And as far as these people are concerned, look, if this just sent you out to the park one day and you saw the leaves for the first time, job done. But Sartre went further than what we've said, right? And on the list, I didn't mention this because it needs to be mentioned now, but it connects to the list of what I've said, like despair, right, and absurdity. Is that when nothingness is contemplated, according to Sartre, primarily, right, you are finally confronted with what he called absolute freedom. And this is so appropriate to everything, we've done on Unslaved, and you see in shows like The Prisoner, there's elements of this and that, right? When you're confronted that there's no meaning in the universe and that you are a meaning-generating being, and that there's nothing in the universe, it's not inclemency of fate, as Hardy put it, it's the absolute freedom of you being able, unlike all the other animals, you're a transcendent being who can be as good as you want or as evil as you want. You actually are free to be whoever you want and to believe anything you want. And so he's confronting you with your absolute freedom to build a system, to build a gulag, to be a hermit. And he wants you to focus on the uniqueness of this like never before. Because the freedom that an existentialist is confronting you with is off limits. You wouldn't think it if you were a rationalist, a metaphysician, maybe even a mystic or something, any of the conventional, a member of any church in the world, be it the Orthodox Church or the Christian or Catholic, Protestant. Freedom is there as a word and a concept, but it's thin. Right? Sartre wants you to dive in and understand the real essence, that you are completely free to be whatever you want to be. He's getting this from Nietzsche's Superman, the Übermensch concept. So you are completely free to be yourself. You are. Or free to avoid freedom. Or free, as Sartre damn well knew, to flee it, as Kierkegaard knew, as Nietzsche knew it. Again, they picked it up in their own different ways. Do you want to even be free? When you confront the freedom that's absolute given to you, which no other being on this, not an atom, not a being, not a creature, is given it. You are. This is what, as we said, they give definitions of man. These are very important postmodern definitions, by the way. So you are an entirely free being. You don't even know it. And if you did know it, Would you want it? What would happen if you loathe it? Which is the center of my work. I believe people do indeed loathe it. That's where I'm coming at it from, right? Then don't you see that then when you run from freedom, submit to some authority just because it is an authority, need I say more? Then you are a victim of the self-deception that we saw on the list. Because you definitely know, and he said, you live in bad faith. It's kind of a shame, an existential shame. Now you're living in bad faith with yourself. Because you know that you're hiding away from your essential freedom. How are you going to then award freedom to somebody else? I've been saying this from day one. If you're running from essential absolute freedom, am I going to now trust you because you got a degree from Princeton? Or that you're the vice president of outer fucking Mongolia or Haiti or the United States of America? That you are going to give me, but that you're a lover of freedom? So even if right this week we can only grasp this one aspect of the concept of nothing, we're changed as people. Because nothingness led, right? Go to the next slide. Led to the question of ultimate freedom. Led to it. Nothingness. Nietzsche's Superman involves this idea. God is dead, therefore man lives. Right? So absurdity leads to nothingness, leads to freedom. There's existentialism. Nothing wrong with it. Can you imagine if this was taught in the schools of the world? So it's coming out of Nietzsche's pontifications about the Superman. Excuse me. God is dead, man lives. So how is he going to live on the planet? Nietzsche's Superman is some sort of blonde beast, a controller, a ruler. Heidegger just goes, childish, turn the page. Childish, childish, right? But again, they all took it up in their different ways. That's the thing we're looking at right now, an overview. Go to the next slide. Heidegger also disagreed with Nietzsche's nihilism. Right? Nietzsche, by saying that God is dead, looks at that with foreboding. Or he thought that, and he knew rightly that a great deal of humanity will look at it with foreboding. So he came up with it, he was a nihilist, that finally we're winding down civilization. The only thing that held rotten, he thought that civilization was rotten anyway, but the only thing that held it together was God and belief in religion and faith. And his theory, this is so pertinent, his theory was that now that God is dead and man lives, man walks on a nothingness. So where these existentialists are getting it. Unfortunately, he's walking a tightrope. He could fall off at any time. There's no meaning in anything. Although you do find it, like Schopenhauer says, we go around and we find meaning. And Nietzsche's conceding, okay, there's no ultimate meaning. And in fact, we've done this in previous podcasts. Schopenhauer's Error, I'll put the link below, where, yeah, the ultimate ground for Nietzsche is just will to power. And it's coming out of what we're talking about right now. If there's nothingness, I rebel against it. I'm a Ja-sager. Right? Schopenhauer was going, well, yeah, we're about to fall, nothing we can do about it. Nietzsche said, scream into the void. Right? Repel it, reject it. But Heidegger's looking at this going, what on earth are you doing? Who told you that when you free man to be man, nihilism is the only alternative to God? Are you freaking crazy? With one stroke of the sword, you free man to be himself finally. You get rid of the tyrant, the Yahweh, and all his fucking priesthood of the Illies. All the black robes go scattering. What a wonderful thing you've done. What an incredible, you rode in like a great warrior, like Sir Galahad. In shining armor, you kill off this roach infested world, this world of corpses and zombies, these black robes, and then hand us nihilism? So Heidegger said, Nietzsche, you're finished. Oh, I am replacing it with what man can really be. And that would take a long story to explain where he went with that, right? But he is by no means a nihilist. He's repugnant idea, he thought, a childish idea. And if we keep working with our apophatic learning and our deconstruction of all Western metaphysics, we'll get to something that is so much more sublime. It's absolutely nothing to do with futility, nihilism, and all of that. Go to the next slide. the psychological aspect of this is brought up by the quasi-existentialist psychologist Viktor Frankl. He's loosely in the, he would be in the circle of the existential psychologists, right? He created a thing called logotherapy, which is, logos is the word meaning, understanding, right? So he took Heidegger's ideas into psychology. Heidegger actually visited Frankl in Vienna. The first time ever Heidegger went to Vienna, he immediately met with Viktor Frankl, so they were on the same page. Will to meaning. What did we say earlier? Man is a meaning-seeking being. That's his definition. So Viktor Frankl took that definition and said, we start there. We take this existential principle and we start there. And we see what we can find. But that is the definition of selfhood. And it's categorically non-nihilistic. How dare Nietzsche have said this? What do you think you're doing? When man is free to be himself, how dare you imagine that that is going to lead to a futility in the abyss? So don't tell me that your philosophy is that if there is meaning and I seek for it, and if I find it, doesn't matter because despair is under it all anyway. Right? And even when somebody hasn't found the meaning, you know, that can be a beautiful place too. Why call it despair in the first place? You know, is that what we have to think about, all in-between stages? There's something wrong there. Obviously, if haven't got meaning and I'm seeking for it, it implies that there's a large space in between where the two haven't quite, my ambition to find it hasn't been realized. Do I just look at that entire journey? Frodo's journey to fucking Mordor? It's like, oh, that's just fucking, oh, it's terrible. It was raining all the time. There was never enough to eat. And we met these really, really horrible bug-eyed people. Right? So what is wrong with a culture that would embody that idea? Well, maybe it's going in that direction. Or that we have an idea through the religious mind, or maybe it's just our own minds, that when I find a meaning, it has to be static. Right? Viktor Frankl and Heidegger, they're saying, look, this thing, meaning is morphing all the time, just as you are and just as reality is. But unfortunately, even those who say they've got a meaning, they really don't have a meaning. And even if they do have it, it's a very fixed one. Hence rationalism, hence scientism, hence religion and the dogma of it, the dogmatic aspects. Dasein, right, their word for man, is entirely mutable, ever-changing. He's living in an ever-changing world. Das Man, right? Every man, no one, anyone. Because he's no one, he's frightened of life and he's frightened of death. He needs those handrails. And he doesn't do a gold standard test on it. He doesn't do any litmus test. Well, thing worked for me to climb a stair. Sure, I'm crippled. I don't care if the crutch is made out of wood or fucking alabaster or solid platinum. And the person who's the real fallout is somebody who just refuses, these Frankls believed, just as Ayn Rand did, they become unpsychological, anti-philosophical. Absolutely, as we saw last week, welded to the mitt-weld. I do as everybody else does. And that's not trivial. That's a pact I've made with this. I'd fall apart if I don't. Get out of my way. I'm a subject, not a self. Go to the next slide. Just look at one or two more before we take a break. So Heidegger wrote Being in Time, 1927, revamping the whole of philosophy. It's like the supreme book amongst the books. Changed the face of thinking forever. Changed the face of thinking forever, really. And strangely, it's probably the one, existential books, right? Like, most of the books written by the people we've mentioned have been quite thin. Existential books are generally, his is a bit thicker, so it was a little bit odd right there. Because if you compare all the books on existentialism beside all the great Platonic works of all history, you'll notice one thing about all that. They're all huge compared to the existential books, which are like, read in a day. But Heidegger's Being in Time is a little bit different. not just with its thickness, of course, I'm just saying that humorously, its content, obviously, right, its content. And he did what we're talking about. He redefined human being again as being in the world. It's a very odd, concept. But go to the next slide. Being in time, Heidegger's work, like Merleau-Ponty, it's a critique of metaphysics. We haven't said this word before. But really, existentialism is also this. A critique of metaphysics, right? One could even say it's more of an obliteration of metaphysics, but we're not going to get into it there. We're not going to get into it in this program in any kind of depth. Because to do so actually would mean that we'd have to start with Heraclitus and Parmenides, get through Plato and Aristotle, and all the way up to the modern time, to Heidegger's own time. That's how long it would take to show, that, and that's obviously a monumental task. So there's no way we could ever do that in a single show. Go to the next slide. So the redefinition was being in the world, and those hyphens need to be there. Because remember, the original would have been in German, and words and language were very important to Heidegger in his Look, so the critique we're talking about actually involved even how we say things, how we write things, and how we think of things, and how we do language. So they're not spurious. So Dasein, meaning human, the new human, he didn't even want to use terms like human and consciousness and things like that, because he was revamping everything we know. And those overloaded words, he believed actually came out of this metaphysical tradition he was critiquing. So all the people who critiqued Heidegger saying, what are you doing mucking around with words, you're a fool. No, it was clearly written why he's doing it, the physical tradition. And the baggage of that tradition hangs over all our language. Go to the next slide. Next one. Right. So, in brief, he was going, two men in the tradition that matter very much, just to have something to say on it, was Descartes and Immanuel Kant. They're basically doing the same project. Kant doing it in a far more elaborate way. Talk about thick books. Oh my God. These things could, kill a whale. So, cogito just as man as thinker. Although a lot more smuggled in. It's not just man as thinker. As we said earlier, it's man as commander over reality, right? So, dubious stuff, right? But elaborate stuff in which man is really the replacement for God. And all of their work sounds great on the surface, right? But it's positing, let's keep it real simple. Why an existentialist doesn't like it? It's because it's positing man as thinker, but it's putting reason, intellect, and will above all. Excuse me. That's what their whole project is really a name of. To do that means you also have to objectify the world and its objects. It just comes with the territory. New glasses, new filters are put on the way we think and see, right? Basically. Bad ones that are not ultimately giving you reality. They're not opening an aperture. They're not opening a proper portal. In fact, what they're doing is, according to Heidegger, they're giving you a completely erroneous view of nature, one that's going to hurt us, an erroneous view of reality, right? One that's going to really hurt the world. So instead of saying, I think, therefore I am, and that became the backbone of all science and culture and religion and everything. This is what made the world go round after the time of Descartes. Heidegger's just saying, no, maybe I am, therefore I think. But what is it to be? Being in Time is the name of the book, right? So what is it to be? Linguistically, existentially, structurally, right? Physically. As I said, Merleau-Ponty even wanted to know about the physicality of it. So these men are not idealists and they're not realists. They're not positivists. They're not materialists. Right? They're phenomenologists. And their critique goes to the heart of all the flaws in empiricism, in rationalism, and so on, right? It goes to the heart of those. It also goes to the heart of the fallacies of science and technology. So now do you see that when we're trying to confront these materialists, for instance, like a Dawkins, how bankrupted we are by not coming in as phenomenologists? I've said so many times before that their whole gig is set up. before we go to the break, let's just look at this. If you value this philosophy and you realize its strong points, why is this not taught at MIT? Why is this not being taught at Berkeley? Why is this not being taught in Princeton and Harvard? And that bloody, what's that one? Stanford. Oh my God, I nearly threw up the set. Why is this not being taught? What's wrong with Merleau-Ponty's philosophy and Heidegger's? You have Hubert Dreyfus, was able to throw a class or two. Well, he's dead. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen to all of this. Why haven't the world's leading neuroscientists? Look at the other guys they take up on board. Do you know that I think it's upwards of 80%, I think. I may be wrong there, but it's a very high number of neuroscientist types who are actually Buddhists. So they don't fit into this category? Right. Why have they not then brought up these existentialists? And of course, as we finish today, we'll see why that is, because it is disingenuous. They may be Buddhists on the paper, California style. It doesn't really convince me that very much, but okay, give them a star. But then I want to know, well, I know the atheist guys won't bring it up because of what we've said. It's redefining man in ways they do not want. That's why they backed off from it. But if you're a Buddhist and a bit more open-minded, then I would expect you to bring back the Merleau-Ponty's and the Heideggers. What's wrong with their philosophy? And why are the so-called spiritualized ones in American academia? Has nothing to do with it. So again, there's a lot of questions, a lot of disingenuous stuff there. But you mind if I take a short break?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Go ahead.
How's the signal been?
Signal's actually been pretty solid. Yeah, there's only really been like one spot. Yeah, so it's been good. Wow, very good. There's so much to unpack here. And just so you guys know, I'm sure many of you do, but if you've just been coming into Unslaved, there are already numerous, there's other podcasts that we've done on it. We'll link those in afterwards that you can follow up on a lot of what Michael's covering here. And then also there's premium episodes that Michael's done. There's going to be more of those coming out soon. We're just in the process of reformatting a lot of stuff and shifting some things into a new platform set up with the website, etc. So look forward to more of those premiums coming out. But you can, like Michael's done a whole series just on auto rank and many of these other subjects. So we'll link some of those. We're trying to make this so that as we do these presentations, there's also a lot of follow-up research and material that you can go and study. So make sure you always go and check out the description because after we post it, Michael goes in and starts adding all the follow-up links so you can keep researching. Because that's what this is. This is for you to research, to put it all together, to get your arms around all of the information, and then think about it, and then make this your own study instead of just listening to say what we're saying. We're just trying to introduce this to you. We have a few good shows coming up. I've just booked a few guests. Next week, I think we're doing a part 2 on this, or another presentation that Michael has planned. And then kicking off February, we're going to bring back Gary Wayne. We got some important questions for him. We want to kind of get his summary of 2020, early 21, where we're at. And there's a lot of questions that I have for him, and I know Michael does as well. Gary's been on the show many times, and we always appreciate his perspective. He's a very unique mind, done some very, very unique research as well, so it's very valuable. And then we have another guest. His name is Jamie. We're going to be bringing him on the following week. We're going to be bringing on some guests about the legal aspect, how to, the know your rights types groups, people that are very familiar with how to use the law, how to understand the law, how to understand the constitutional rights that you have, regardless of where you are in the world, where to go research that, and how you can use that, to just empower yourself. If you have that knowledge, a lot of people don't study law because, including myself, it took me a long time to really want to get into it because it's so complex, I think for a reason that a lot of people feel like they have to only go to hire some lawyer and pay them God knows how much. I mean, you definitely should, but it's important that you also learn as much as you possibly can, especially while all these rights and things are getting taken away. And as we're seeing open frauds happen, it's important to learn about that subject. So we'll be bringing some more guests on Unslaved to talk about that. And what else do I have for announcements? We're still polishing up this new site I've been talking about for far too long. It's been quite the roller coaster, let me tell you. it's interesting when Unslaved started. We started in 2016, and that's where it really started to kick up this whole censorship thing. I mean, censorship's been going on for a while, but and the fact that all these companies centrally control and own all this infrastructure, the WordPresses, all the sites you use to build a website. And it's so good to see now that there's many, many other independent businesses and entrepreneurs that are trying to open up competing websites and competing social media platforms where there's an alternative that isn't going to be pursuing this campaign of just pushing this one narrative and opening up so that people can actually continue to produce their work and write their books, because we live in the age of modern day book burning. So I've been sort of watching this unfold, and as that has also been happening, so has the change in the way everything works on the internet. Everything's upgrading and changing, and the platforms, and learning how to seam it all together. It's a pretty big task. Learning how to build a website that's not going to crash on you. The expenditures to having the servers that you can use, and then you look and you see, oh, who owns the servers? Are they ever going to take us out? So it's been quite the minefield. So I apologize that it's been delayed so long. But we're looking really good. I'm going to be having a few meetings coming up with our team that's helping to put this together, and we should be able to get something going really soon. So stay tuned for that. The other big issue that we sometimes deal with just on a membership level is PayPal. I don't know, like PayPal is very useful because it's one of the services that allows you to pay for online services without having to use a credit card. And I know a lot of you guys out there don't really use that. However, PayPal is unique in the fact that they'll shut someone down, they'll shut off access to your account, they'll freeze your account, they'll freeze money transfers. They won't give out the proper information so that you could say just port all your, like for us, porting the members from our old system over to the new system. It doesn't give you the information to do that. So the question was, how do we do this without blowing up the whole thing? So there's just been a lot going on with that, but it's looking good. We got a really solid plan, and I think we're going to see the need for us to transition even from this new one into even better ones as they go. It's just so much is up in the air, and we're testing out different services to see if they're actually competent, because sometimes some of these services are amazing because they're started by people that are trying to counter this and come up with an alternative, but then of course they're kind of behind the times and they need to upgrade, and it takes time. And so this is where we're at, but it's exciting if you think about it. This is really the underground. This is us finding ways around these obstacles that keep getting put in front of us that are trying to prevent us from getting this information out. This is literally an information war. And I honestly think we're winning in the end, because if you look at just a quick example of the alternative platform known as Gab, I'm sure you guys are on Gab. You can follow me on Gab. You should get on it. Try to get away from these Facebooks and whatnot if you can, and go and support those sites, because they are building their infrastructure from the ground up. Every little element of that site is building it from the ground up. They're building it on the platform of countering this censorship narrative that's been going around and the push by big tech. And that's always good to see. So be patient with those sites. I remember when Twitter first started, it was just a shit show. It was glitchy and weird. And now, yes, it has a good system, but they're run by these tech monopolies that are just, acting like the draconians that they are. So give those sites time, support them, and definitely go and look at those. And I see that getting more. As we move forward, you're going to see more of that. I feel like Unslaved is going to be a part of that, this movement to squish that mainstream system that has been strangling free speech and the ability to produce your own work. So there's a lot of exciting times ahead, even though it seems bleak. And you supporting us here on Unslaved is a major part of that effort. So keep supporting this alternative media, and the ones that you love. They need it now more than ever, and I think things are going to improve over time. So that's all the announcements I had, Michael. Welcome back.
Well said, David. It's all true. Our members know it because they wouldn't be here otherwise. It's so damn obvious. And it's sort of frightening, but again, you have to just, it gives us, like I said earlier, it's a snapshot. verifying everything I've been talking about for decades.
Mm.
Mass, feminization, collective. We don't even have to explain it. It's like so obvious. And I think there are people though who react against it. Right? They heard the words, but they didn't really believe it. Right? And they always had the recourse of saying, you're just a nutter, you're just a conspiracy theorist. But now that argument is itself absurd if you tried to bring it up, and we won the day, don't you see how difficult it is then for those people to find that bolt hole? Mm. Right? It's one bolt hole that they use, just call them a bunch of nutters. But they can't do that now. So yeah, that can raise the temperature in a lot of people who now are forced. They don't have that cover, they don't have that camouflage of just blaming you as being a paranoiac or whatever it might be. You see, so yeah, there's going to be a lot of meltdown.
Well, and Habit, you also pointed out, and we're talking about it in these shows, like you've pointed out, the reason why people have those knee-jerk reactions is not because they understand the debate and they've seen both sides of the evidence about all these different subjects we discuss. It's a psychological reaction because really anything that's different, like what we're presenting, a totally different narrative of human history and human origins, a totally different narrative of religion and politics and psychology and what it is and what's going on. So there's a fear of change, right? Like that's how I see it. So people sometimes just react because they're like, oh, well, you're making me feel uncomfortable because if even a fraction of what you're saying is true, I have to reorientate all my entire settings, right? And so that's why this work is so important, to get to the psychological roots of how these viruses got into everybody, and now this is a deprogramming process, and everybody's at different levels. And now that the truth is so blatantly obvious, and people are still like, no, it's not happening, it's not happening. That's getting harder and harder. So that's why this is so valuable, to have people learn, hey, come, we'll show you how they colonized your mind, how they taught you these lies, the mechanisms at the root of it. And that does help with the awakening, and it helps to ease that anxiety that people have of like, oh my God, this is new, things are changing, I've never heard of this before. And in the end, the truth wins out, right?
Yeah, you're right. It is deprogramming, and that is difficult. It's the system that they built imploding. So of course there's going to be anxiety. Their system that they sent their children to, and that they themselves were part of without thinking, looking for just simple, easy rewards and shrink-wrap reality, right? No, that's imploding, not exploding. That's what it looks like, maybe, as part of the first appearances. Actually, what's really happening is something actually quite good. It's difficult to see, because you're going to stab you with vaccinations, you're going to do this. You'll get all by that if you get into your rights, like you said just a minute ago. If you know your constitutional and civic rights, and they are actually, there's even UN, we're not going to get into it now, United Nations and UNESCO statutes totally guaranteeing your sovereignty when it comes to medical issues. And all the countries of Europe have signed on for it, including Canada, no doubt, right? So why the hell don't you know anything about it? And why are 3/4, if not more, of the all this, well-meaning podcasts out there don't ever speak about rights? That's a huge omission. I've been counting them in their thousands, and they talk a lot, but they're never actually talking about civic rights. It's because the person doesn't know about it at all. We do. We're talking about it all the time. But you wait till the cars come home for somebody else. So yeah, there are weaknesses on the part of the conservatives or the right or whatever. But I don't then beat the conservatives over the head. I said, we'll learn, like I said, every day. It's a learning curve. We would even have fixed a lot of aristocracy had we just persisted. You don't need anarchism. You don't need meltdowns. And as a matter of fact, if you really do your history, you'll find that those came in to prevent the reforms of monarchs, benign despots. Despots, certainly, but compared to what there had been before, this was like night and day. Why did we have all this incendiary reaction from Sweden to Austro-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire and into the Middle East? Why aren't even people asking those questions? So the insurgence we've got today, right, is different because this is an implosion of rotten systems. It is the empire coming down. Well, we were told by many, many great scholars. What's that book called, Clash of Civilizations? Can't remember who wrote it. But the idea is that even your Oswald Spenglers and your Arnold Toynbees have said civilizations don't last very long. Nietzsche said it. But when they destroy, it immediately polarizes people into those who fall apart because it's obviously deconstructionist, right? It's decay. And those who go good, I'm waiting for the next thing. So as I said previously, if people ask me, Shine, are you a pessimist? Are you an optimist? I say it all depends on you. I'm watching your reaction. I'm watching the world's reaction. And if you fall into despair and decay because something rotten that you relied on died, well, then I'm a pessimist. If I see you saying, in with the new, ring, like Tennyson's Wild Bells, ring out the old, ring in the new, then I'm an optimist with you. I stand side by side. But either way, I'm going to act. Either way, I'm going to adjust to what reality is telling me. So I'm not an optimist, that's that static thing we just spoke about in the first hour. Well, I got my reality. I'm a beaming optimist even when the world is coming down. Or I'm a pessimist when, there's no reason to be. That's that fixity that is not good, in terms of a philosophical ground either. But let's go back to the thing, because I don't know how long the signal is going to last.
Sure.
I'd love to get into this more, though. And we will.
Sure.
Well, let's talk about it at the end
Sounds good.
If the signal is good. Yeah, go to that next slide. There have been, the next one, there have been dissenters. What I said before the break, is true to a point, but there have been dissenters. Their names are, enormous. And they have given up on this materialistic, deterministic, nominalistic, physicalist. Ian McGilchrist is just one. Go to the next slide. So, in existentialism, an enormous part of the heart of existentialism is this dichotomy. Subject versus self. We couldn't possibly, go into it in any depth here, but I just wanted to bring it up as a theme. That it is a theme that you should know. And that is the premise of this, is that when you meet a person, the existentialist is going to ask, especially an existential psychologist, are you even operating as a subject when you come here, or as a self? How many people see existentialism? We want nothing to do with that. Sure, that's all that futility stuff. We're here to show you that that's completely wrong thinking. Okay. And also, there's a moral component involved in here as well, right? Because either one of those things is going to give you a different, right? The subject is going to give you a different analysis of what it is to be right and wrong, or a value. And the self is going to say, no, my idea of what is right and wrong and what is a value, they're all different, right? We've already touched on, that for the subject, for das Mann in German, right? Anyone, everyone, no one. That character, that amorphous, anonymous, gray being, as authority, sure, I'd have to give that any thought, really, because, Big Daddy, the big authority, it tells my superego, right? Those people are always going to be pitted against the outsider. What the hell has that got to do with politics? Look into what political system is out there, necessarily. It's asking, look, no matter what political system you've installed, we could go back to the emperors of China, right? It wouldn't matter. You can go back to the Hottentots. The outsider is going to be the outsider with his values, and the tribesman, right, who's popular with the ladies or whatever, is going to have his own values, no matter where you are. Go to the next one. Now, again, consistent with existential thought is the humanistic psychologist, of which Erich Fromm is a notable, and he was a boyfriend of Karen Horney, who was probably one of the greatest psychologists who ever lived. And they were humanistic. But humanistic psychology is akin to existential thought, right? Very, very important school here. And they were absolutely fixated on this subject, creature, and his reliance on authority. Erich Fromm even talks about a thing called the authoritarian conscience. He really means the superego, right? Sometimes the words conscience and superego are exchanged. Well, of course, the hard truth is conscience is of the self and superego is of the subject, or the pseudo-self, or the counterfeit social self, right? But it's okay. It's all right. He's talking about the authoritarian consciousness. Now, last week in Feminist Fraud, we saw how that even thing gets to be what it is, right? But what Fromm is worried about in his works, and certainly Horney was as well is that, look, if this authoritarian conscience takes over the whole of consciousness, which it has, we're talking superego control, it will demand that you reject the self. It demands that you reject the conscience and the voice of the conscience. It sweetens that up by giving you the approval of the crowd should you comply. Well, guess what choice most people make? I think it should be patently obvious to everyone listening to us. However, Fromm is also noticing the thing of absolute freedom that Sartre talked about. Because even to make the choice of I'm going to submit myself to the shadow of the authoritarian conscience or to the real conscience of the imperial self, I'm still free to make that choice. So this is what they're based in. As I said, it's a branch of existentialism. Then, if I obey the authoritarian conscience, then you have this Kantian thing where I just do my duty. But Fromm is saying, you don't just say, I was just doing my duty. You say, I'm doing it in the name of morality. Right? So the whole thing has become twisted. What you do is dutiful, but it's in the name of morality. So self-deception, remember we saw self-deceptiveness on the list. That's why I put it there, because, my God, I think it's overwhelmingly important. And this was basically Kant's trend, and then the Neo-Kantians' trend, a word most people haven't heard of. Neo-Kantians controlled the world. Right? They were kicked hard in the shins when the postmodernists came along. Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Heidegger. But up until that point, where these three men were able to take on this nonsense, the Neo-Kantians ruled the world, and they're very big into duty and society and collectivism. Ayn Rand, I don't think of it as the main thing in her philosophy, but it's a huge part of her philosophy is refutations to Kant. And we'll put the Rand podcasts that we've done. You rightly said there's others connecting to this. We'll put links below to that because we're not going to unpack that now. But she was very anti-Kantian, and we did a good job. Who was it we had on? Gary Winslow, and we did I think at least two of on our own on that subject. So we don't need to rehash it here. But Kant's limitation is highlighted by Rand. That for Kant, absolute freedom was delimited by your responsibility to other people. All good on paper, like it all does, all metaphysics, right? All these other traditions sound good on paper, but when you dig down, you go, if it's duty, and if it's in the name of the community, in the name of society, in the name of the Zuckerberg and his guidelines, where's my selfhood in all of that? As we just said, if you obey the authoritarian conscience, it will demand the suppression of your true self. Go to the next slide. So subject versus object becomes quite important because it might include, at least for the subject, self-deceptiveness. That's where it starts. We think we are selves. Doesn't work without the self-deception. This is a huge problem. Not taught in MIT. Did I mention that? Let's find out what they do think is important. Robots, multi-universes, string theory, nanotechnology. The subject is not a self, say the existentially minded thinkers, so realize that. Therefore, those people can have no interest in any philosophy of personalism, right? Because the self, unlike the subject, can never submit to authoritarian conscience, can never become a robot or a slave. The self has to hold on to the meaning that it generates from within, has to hold on to its selfhood. That's the outsider. So existentialism, yes, the existentialists do posit a self, and they posit the anti-self, which is the culture, which is the Mitwelt, that doesn't want really anything to do with the Dostoevsky, Thomas Hardy outsider, Colin Wilson outsider, in fact wants to obliterate it, and is in the very process right now of doing so. Do you really think it's about vaccinations? Do you really think it's about choosing which leader is going to, control a fucking herd of subjects? If you do, then you know nothing. Right? The assault is on individuality, as Ayn Rand said over and over again. The fact that she said it, she's excised from all the official philosophy books and any kind of classification. So, as we've said many times, there's a picture starting to form here. And the professors of philosophy, especially in America, they're not true selves either. They are subjects, completely conforming to an authoritarian structure. What kind of education do you think you're going to get from those people? They're guardians of the fucking lie mechanism, right? But I get approved with their stamp. And I get the publicity. I get a very good stipend. I get a nice house. I get lectures all over the world at other universities, talking to morons just like myself. Right? People hang on my every word. They buy my books. Right? For them, the word institutionalization doesn't exist. Well, that's it. That's what institutionalization means. You're so much part of the institution, you don't even know it. But that word is a very real word, institutionalization. It means something. Go ask Solzhenitsyn. Did he need academic approval? Did he have his Gulag experience fact-checked by some pisspot called Mark Zuckerberg? Did Miguel Cervantes or Reina Maria Rilke need to be authenticated, fact-checked, their poetry and their work and their experience? Guess so. If they lived today, they would have been. They'd be in the, Facebook prison. So the existentialist is asking, how do subjects come about and how do selves come about? Did I say it's not taught at MIT? How does subjecthood, which these are the two things you can only be in the world, who's analyzing how both those came about? And if there's a conflict between them, what is it? What are they grounded in philosophical terms, right? Grund. What are they grounded in? And what happens in a person or to a person, Horney, Fromm, they were seeing these people lying on their couches. What happens to a person who allows themselves to be so reduced? Because as I keep on, the government's asking you to do, the government asks you to do things, but doesn't actually enforce you. You jump over the edge of the cliff. You put on the chains of gold. You fucking sign on for it all. You give up what they ask you to give up. Right? The self doesn't, he's not losing himself in any everyday roles. If he did, he's not contented for very long. And one must ask then, this is very, very important to our times right now. If everything else I have said is important to 2020 and 21, this next part is, if you're discontented living in shame as the subject, how long can you live with that discomfort and that discontent before it explodes? Go next slide. How long are we to sit and wait for you before I can't do it anymore? And if you think that I think that they're convinced by some cause, these nitwits really give a fuck about the cause, think again. These are weekend warriors. They have no interest in the cause except it gets them out, animates them as they scream for more stuff from Big Daddy. The only anxiety these people have is not to create freedom. What a horrible world where gulags and poverty exists. They just want more stuff. I was a subject. I signed on as an inauthentic soul, and it's all over. Don't you have any slot machines anymore? Where's the champagne? Where's more car chases and pyrotechnics and love scenes? How dare you? Isn't the weather my enemy? Herbert Marcuse told us that if we sign on, we'll never have a moment of existential anxiety. We'll be satiated from morning till night with more stuff, and that we never have to think. So I'm putting on my pink hat and raging in the streets. How dare you tell me that there's not more distraction? Go to the next one. So don't think that this is politically motivated. Think again. This is a highly affluent class of plonkers and flunkies and fucking nitwits screaming for more playthings, trying to exercise their emotional plague. Top heavy with women, yeah, because they don't want to fucking face their dragon fight. The after effects of. And go back to the infantile situation, like we said, is the great heal, the great shadow work. And by not doing so, they become actually more infantile. Here's the weird thing. By not confronting the original infantilism, of which you had no responsibility, you are now actually are responsible. You make the problem even worse. So screaming about something called the patriarchy, which women already created in its foulest mode, screaming about defund the police and down with Donald Trump. Oh, come on. Please tell me you understand the psychology of it. Go to the next one. And if you don't understand it, let's make it real clear in one fucking breath. It's inauthenticity. It is Das Mann. It is you acting as a subject, not to change or reform anything, but to fill your life with more junk so you don't have to face the inner stress and the inner anxiety and the inner emotional plague. Fact check that. Go to the next one. Now, as part of the critique that Heidegger gave on metaphysics, as I said, I hinted earlier, he changed the name of man to the German word Dasein. It's made of two words, da and sein. Da is there, strange term, and sein is just being there. Now, what the fuck does that mean? Being there, being here? You could say being here as well, it works. But that's a really kind of odd description of man, right? And we're certainly not going to unpack it here. And to do so, he didn't just change that word, he came up with a whole lexicon. Drawing upon many old ancient German and Greek words. Not Roman. He thought that by the time things got to the Latin, things were corrupted. Philosophically, mentally, whatever. In fact, even the later Greeks were corrupted. By the time you even get to Plato and Aristotle, things are going wildly wrong with philosophy. And they don't stop, he says, until up to his time. But the early Greeks, the high Greeks, he took words from them. He took words from ancient High German, a language called Old High German. And I very much admire that, because back in the 80s, before I knew dick about philosophy, I was studying etymology, philology, in a very basic way. And never forget that Nietzsche himself was actually a professor of philology before he was a professor of philosophy. This is quite interesting when you get into this stuff, right? But anyway, the point is that he went to town on language itself to get to where he wanted to go. Go to the next slide again. You've seen this one before. So being in the world, right, is one of these terms to be aware of. And it's one of the terms that he used. What is being and what is world anyway, right? But he used the terms to try and reconfigure our perspective, change our perspective so that we really see the true existential underpinnings and structure of life. In doing so, he's trying to atomize and destroy the whole metaphysical concept of dualism. It's not that dualism doesn't exist. It does. But it exists in other ways that are not the ones presented by the metaphysicians. There's always going to remain the dualism of you and another. There's always going to be the dualism of past and future. There's always going to be the dualism of something and nothing. So it's not that existentialism is free of dualism. It's got plenty of dualism of its own, but it's of a phenomenological, right? It's of an existential and phenomenological, right, complexion. More interesting, actually. So they're moving further away from traditional outlooks. Not so much this Cartesian sort of subject-object dualism. You could put it that way, right? Go to the next one. So one of the dualisms that exist, and arguably this is Heidegger's most important one, is time and temporality. Right? He's splitting time. He's saying there's a thing called time, but we get time. The only easy way to say this is any consciousness of time that we have is only possible through the horizon or aperture of temporality. So for Heidegger, temporality is the kind of time experienced by Dasein. Don't worry, we're not going to go on with this kind of palaver, right? Just giving you some basics here, right? It's because, as I say, he was moving away from the paradigms established by metaphysics, established by Descartes and Kant. The way the world is seen, the way time is seen. This is not even to do with Einsteinian time or scientific time at all. Right? You're coming at time through a more originary, primal experience of time, best known as temporality, original time. And then that original time corridor leads you down into clock time, which he also called vulgar time, world time, right? You see? And current time, all these sorts of times. There's not just one kind of time. And then there's no time, like I said, the nothingness, right? Go to the next one. So this path, right, of temporality is also rephrased by him as called being toward death. Not the kind of death we're familiar with. Well, it is, but definitely changed. Definitely changed. Because you are only a being when you have properly contemplated your death, or the fact of finitude. Let's just keep it like that. That life ends. Life doesn't go on forever. What have I said in another work? One life to live and infinite things to know. Oh dear, why are we faced with that? Why don't we live forever then? Right. Go to the next one. So when a being contemplates temporal finitude, he becomes a being. He becomes a self. So this is Heidegger's route to self. If you don't contemplate it, or you contemplate it and run away in horror and fear, you're a subject. You're a social entity, right? And you cling to the many, you cling to projects that you do in society, because those projects, you lose yourself in those projects, you don't have to think about death. Right? So it's just to say simply, a shift takes place. Dasein is forced to change. He becomes authentic and inauthentic, like the list we saw. Go to the next one. Right. So part of this journey, because now we're expressing it from Heidegger's side, not Sartre's side, part of this journey brings you to nothingness. Because the moment that you contemplate death, what is it that you are actually contemplating? Is the nothingness that underlies your existence. So although no other philosophy in history cares about nothingness, and it almost sounds to people on the first line, nothingness? No, look, how can you have a something? How can you be a thing without a nothing to countermand it, to offset it, to be its polarity? Like we said, there is duality, but it's a much more fascinating duality. If I contemplate that I will not be here at any given point, that all my projects, everything I live for, is eaten up by time, it's all gone, like the end of Blade Runner, all my experiences, everything I've seen just wash away, I am now in the presence of nothingness, in one comportment. Next week we'll see there's many comportments, and even in that program we're not going to get to them all. But it's important to tease out some of these ideas. So nothingness becomes a reality for something, being, that is, for man, as a natural process of our contemplation of finitude. Right? We've already said that from the Sartrean point of view, nothingness is led to when we contemplate absurdity, that there's no meaning in anything except the meaning I give it. Then I'm sitting above the none of my meanings are very important, but I recognize that they're born hard out of me standing in a Nietzschean way at the precipice of the abyss. And I have to create these rope bridges across it. And that's what meaning for me is. As I'm braiding this rope, right? As I'm cementing this wall, I've lived every part of it. Because the abyss is staring me in the face. I don't like to hear that there's one short life and infinite things to know. That rankles me. It makes me philosophical. I can't do anything about it, and there's my nothingness. Why can't I do anything about it? I can be lured into science and cybernetics. Of course I can think I'm doing something about it, but I'm even doing those things because I'm in fear of the nothingness. So what Heidegger wants you to think about is, what do you do in the face of nothingness, and what do you become? Now we're going to leave it there. What do you do when you confront what is happening to you phenomenologically by contemplating the nothingness? And what do you create out of it? And could it not be the wellspring of all creativity? Right? So he goes much further than the other guys. Why is he not taught in school? Why are the highest brows who fund the highest Jesuit colleges, these MITs and whatever else you've got, and you don't really get this? And the one man who actually threw a few classes in a non-seminary, Heidegger is taught in some seminaries, but in official classes, I think Hubert Dreyfus was the only one who did. He passed away a few years ago. I'm waiting to see what the hell's going to happen. And my guess is it's all over. That even the little tiny bit, the blip that we had, teaching this man his work in any kind of depth, that is probably already gone extinct. Go to the next one. Oh, pass by this one, please. That was extra. Go to the next one. Yeah. So through phenomenology, which has a tremendous negative effect on modern academia, the terribly ugly word, but it's one worth remembering, is a movement that brackets all metaphysics, all religion, all dogmatic statements, right? And it returns you to the world that is, the phenomena of the world, back to the phenomena, back to the things themselves. With an idea to see what are the underlying structures that give rise to anything in the world, without any metaphysical source to it. Oh, and by the way, not even your own will, not even your own. See, Descartes, that's all thrown out. No, we don't want to know what you think about it. We don't want to know about categories of the understanding and blank minds and blank slates and tabula rasa. All these things that, pollute, whether it's Rousseau or Hume, all of this is being thrown out in the search for a much more primordial connectivity, commune between world and mind. It's not denying that mind doesn't exist. Of course it does. And being exists. What is the actual description, right, of that experience when things appear in front of me and so on, right? And if the mind is conceiving things in error, we must understand why. We must understand why. What are their errors? What errors crop up mentally? And on the deeper level, more of the Heideggerian level, what is it that allows things to appear before me? There they are in front of me. How do they come in front of me? Things we never ask. And then the question of, is it nothingness that makes them appear before me? Because if it's a something, I have no access to that something. Matter doesn't, he didn't want to listen to the quantum scientist. Because the question still remains, what makes if you even find the particle of all particles, where the hell did it came from? So there's no answer there. But Heidegger was far more sophisticated than what I'm saying. He said that in the questioning of these questions, just sit with the question. In this dialogue, let it be a conversation with yourself. Let it not seek for answers in the hard way. This also has to be removed. That's part of the metaphysical tradition. Quick, shrink-wrapped, one-size-fits-all Kantian answers. There's a whole different relationship and comportment with reality than getting to an answer. And we have to watch what becomes of ourselves, he thought, if we stay within that model. That's a kind of a dogma. It's scientism, really, right? And he was very, very objective to this. And that's why he changed the whole of language. Even the language he describes the philosophical journey is the language of aesthetics. It's the language of walking through the woods, following crooked paths and all the rest of it. Launching without any kind of, expectation. Sort of it makes the crux. And then, of course, it goes without saying that if you have this wonder toward the stuff of the world and how it appears in front of you, you are one of those objects. You appear in front of yourself. So any question about any object relations is a question about the subject relations. You're the subject that is also the object. But it seems also, he said, that in this process of engagement with things, and we'll see this more next week, a great deal of what you encounter and experience, you're not even consciously aware of. And so he discovered something that had never really been discovered outside, say, of art. But it really fascinated Merleau-Ponty and these existentialists, and that is, you don't see a great deal of what's happening in life. Right? The eye does not see itself. And if it does, it has to be in a mirror where it becomes an object. So the subjective, that which is the subject seeing, does not have the ability to see itself as a subject of seeing. It only can see itself as an object. What? Right? In short, many things are so close to us, it's called being invisible by proximity, is the term I use. That the thing is so obvious to you, so close to you, that you look through it. And this became then the heart and soul of phenomenology. It's not about unconscious minds. They didn't go that far. And they didn't go, to say that the world, like a Gnostic or a Christian would, that it's also insignificant and it's lower anyway, so even if I'm not noticing, it doesn't really matter because my focus is God. They didn't go there either. They just simply pointed out that your flicking of the ash into the ashtray is not an act of will. You scratching an itch. How did you know even where to go to scratch that itch? And are you aware of it? You're looking for the glasses that you wear and you can't find them because they're already on your face. This is being in the world's fluid movement through the world makes the world invisible by proximity. What are the positives and negatives of that? Go to the next slide. So this effortless, as Dasein, we move in the world, right? Very effortlessly. Again, is that something that Sartre was talking about the absolute freedom? Oh, it certainly means that we're not analytical beings. We're not really the willful beings that we imagine. Right? So Heidegger's work, in the early days especially, was all an analysis and interpretation of that fluid movement. What he called through the web of significance, through the equipment that's at our hands here, and how we lift up tools and work with the things that are at hand. And how we are very much beings of action. People go back to Cards of Darkness, the podcast we did. I hinted at it there that we are action beings, not thinking beings, and that thinking follows action. Go to the next one. So, invisibility by proximity, it makes up our life. So where did these Descartes, Kant's, and other philosophers of the will, and philosophers like Nietzsche, and philosophers of reason, the rationalists, the positivists, the scientists, where do they get off? Half the shit that we do, more than it, half that shit, is done with such a fluidity, like playing an instrument, like, the ones that if you stop and say, let me show you how to play this, it all botches, you're caught up and lost in the strings. You watch Steve Vai, right? Show us how to do that. And it's all a fucking mess. Hold on, I have to think about it. Right? No, everything is fluid and effortless in this web of significance. So for that fluidity to exist, Heidegger's asking, how did you get there? That level of sophistication cannot be analyzed by any philosophical school. It's a travesty. It's a joke when you talk to these cybernetic guys and this guy and this guy. Hobbes, Thomas Hobbes with his wheels and pulleys, which we had just 100 years ago, and everything since is about as hopeless an explanation of that fluidity, which is so immensely sophisticated that the reason and the will and the intellect has no part of it. It's huge ramifications for ordinary thought, what we're talking, and all the institutes of instruction. It's not happening that way. So these are ignoramuses teaching is what it means when taken to you're being falsely taught. You're being trained to be a cog in the wheel, not a being, not a self. Go to the next one. So now we get to what we saw on the list. It's a very abused term, often lampooned, but very, very relevant, especially on a personal level. It's really only relevant to the one who's authentic. But it's critical to existentialism and critical to a philosophy of personalism. Because authenticity really breaks down as more to do with a way of seeing and a way of being. But it's one that cannot be judged by anybody else. You see why the word personalism makes sense now? There is something in your life that the opinions of other people have no meaning. It's a nothingness. So earlier we talked about Erich Fromm and Viktor Frankl, will the meaning. Look, that's very valid. And they developed their psychologies because they were aware of this. It's all based on this theory of authenticity. Only you can decide whether you're authentic. But as we said earlier, the problem is if you're riddled with self-deception, how the hell can you tell me you're authentic? You could be inauthentic, or you could be the trendy version, the Deepak Chopra version, the fucking Oprah Winfrey version. You've got a Dalai Lama t-shirt, you're authentic. So we got problems. We got problems in who's judging who. Whether you really even are a judge. And see, there's the limit then of rationalism. So even if you start here with existentialism, you've got your critiques of metaphysics, religion, science, all the rest of it. Because who sets you up as judge? And if you're incapable of judging, which I've proven that only you can say if you're authentic. Right, but doesn't that presuppose that you are then a judge to know? But there's a good chance that you're not a judge to know. So who's going to judge that? Your inauthenticity could be that you're not aware that you're not capable of knowing that you're authentic. So a lot of statements now become meaningless with this. That's why it's very, very important. Go to the next one. Now we should touch on, just before we end, on something about existential psychology. And we can do that by returning to something that we did touch on earlier, right? Go to the next one. Yeah. And we've spoken about it endlessly before, that there are two forms of angst. These now become important because why would you, if you weren't anxious, you wouldn't go to see a psychologist and there wouldn't be any existential psychology. But the existential psychologists want to draw your attention to something, and that is there are two forms of this. Now, we touched on this even in the work on female psychology. It has a huge bearing on every aspect of psychology, man or woman. And that is, what is the difference between the two? Right? One is coming from heeding the voice of the conscience. Legitimate anxiety. How can I resurrect my selfhood, my self-expression in a world that doesn't want it and might kill me for it? How do I negate the jackboots of the superego to bring conscience online, cause me a form of anxiety? It's not shame. It's legitimate anxiety. The other is the shame when you know that you've not done that and you're conforming, when you've betrayed the imperial self. Two different kinds of anxiety. The second one is when you know you're a conformist, when you know you've sacrificed selfhood to go along with the gig. When you're anxious, it's like the first one is anxiety over being a being. Because it's tough. To be authentic means to go your own way and carve out your own world. The other person hasn't a worry about that. He is anxious over being a being too, because he doesn't want to be one. Because that will bring him up against reality, nothingness, death. Right? Since most people don't want to be free, to confront their absolute freedom and be a self, well then they're recoiling from nothingness, right? And the dynamic we spoke of, they don't want freedom. So that kind of person might enter therapy because of the stress that he's feeling over the presence of absolute freedom. Sartrean, Marcel, all of this makes sense to them. Sartre particularly. You are entering therapy, and R.D. Laing believed the same, and Thomas Szasz. You are entering therapy not to find your selfhood, but because you're anxious over the presence of absolute freedom, which demands a responsibility. What you really want is authority. And you look one up in the phone book. It's called a therapist. And as all therapists know, transference takes place. Well, transference wouldn't take place, and those people who talk about projection in the Jungian sense, look, I've tried to say it so many times in the past. Projection wouldn't even exist as a psychic phenomena, and neither would transference if you didn't need Big Daddy or Big Mommy. Go to the next one. So no way, says Sartre, no way am I falling for this. And Heidegger believed the same thing. They all did. Karen Horney also, the people on the fringes of existentialism, very suspicious of the whole thing. Might not it be the perfect solve for the inauthentic personality type, living a lie, feeling unwell at given points because he's living a lie? This was, Sartre's bad faith. You're living a lie. I expect you any minute to feel bad. And then out of feeling bad, what are you going to do? Well, we've created the new priesthood. You dial up the mechanic. You go for confession. You talk about your past. Although I must say, existential psychologists, the past is not as important as it is for other kinds of therapists. Should throw that in, right? But if the therapist is inauthentic himself, which Horney and Fromm are insisting, and Nietzsche are insisting that they are, whoa. What the fuck do we have now? We have bad faith on both parts. As time went by through the 70s and 80s, the last of the authentic psychology faded away, and we got the California IA spring clean, this car wash version, this spinner rack version, finally leading to the New Age movement and all of its cocktail of nonsense, where all the sob stories and hugging and crying like they show in Fight Club, and all of it just quick, superficial, and the more sickly, convenient they are, the more successful they are, and the more existential they are, the less they're interested in. As Arno Gruen, Krishnamurti, R.D. Laing have all said, you're just being adjusted to an abnormal society, one you've created and one you fit in with. People scared of their absolute freedom. We're seeing it in the streets right now. Their fear of responsibility, bad faith in themselves, existential shame. The toxic society that allows the whole thing to be possible. Go to the next one. So the founder, one of the key founder, Ludwig Binswanger, with his colleagues, fused the existential thought of Martin Heidegger and Otto Rank, right? People like we've seen in this program, fused it together to say, God, we still can have a psychology, but it cannot be the maintenance of abnormal souls trying to get adjusted to the world. And they weren't willing also to dive back into your infancy to find out, that dynamic. Right? Which is good and bad, but they were looking at the self-deceptiveness, you see. I can understand it. I think infancy is hugely important, and look, so did they. But the thing is, they're also very aware that all you're talking about is not your past, it's your memory of your past. And you're the client. You're the self-deceptive person number one. And I'm going to sit here and think, oh, yeah, I'm going to believe it. I have no way of checking. I can't call up your mom and your dad and ask, did this really happen? Hi, I'm a therapist. I'm working for your son or your daughter. I just want to check a couple of things. Did you really tie his shoelaces or not? What? You're going to call up some Christian scientists, address yourself as an existentialist, address yourself as a psychologist, and then ask about the potty training process? So knowing this, a duplicitous client can run you ragged, chase you around the room. So the existential psychologist said, you're not going to do that with me, mate. We're going to ask you, what are your plans for the future? What is it you want to create tomorrow? What do you aspire to? What still holds meaning and value for you? How are your relationships currently? Are you working? What's the last thing you created? And was it an authentic creation? Or just something you scribbled copying Damien Hirst? So this is far superior to other therapies by far, right? Very, very cognizant of self-deceptive mechanisms. I'll put books below. If people really want to dive in there, I'll put the books below. They were also very, very cognizant, these psychologists, of society's role, picking up where Anna Freud was going, where the neo-Freudians were going, not looking so much at unconscious processes anymore. That kind of didn't work. There's an element of that. But they were infinitely more concerned with society's necrophilous role, meaning the superego. So what you're trying to do in existential psychology when you're sitting with a client is you're subtly asking in many ways to yourself and to the client, why are you self-deceptive? Why have you not chosen to be honest with yourself? Let's expose your self-deceptiveness. It's not very popular. I may have mentioned that. Dr. Phil is not doing this process. He does it topically, window dressing. But even the aim of his reason to do it is not to cultivate a self, is to make you more obedient to authority, which everybody wants anyway, so that's why it's a success. That's why it's $1 billion program. Why are you preferring to be dishonest with yourself? Then don't you see, mate, that you're here because that process doesn't work and you have some anxiety or insomnia or an eating disorder or just general malaise and depression, and now you're here. We can't fix you without you being willing to look at your own self-deception and the mechanism of it and why you do it. That can involve going back to your parents, but it also involves the life you live now and whether you've got any will to meaning, whether you have any projects that you want to still attain. And if they are, I want to talk about that. Our therapy sessions will be about how you doing. Did you paint that picture? Did you create that thing? Did you get those tools? It's like with the lockdown. Remember, you and I had a podcast about, hey, get out the bow and arrow, get out something, that you want to do.
Right.
Build a shed, get a pot, start doing pottery or calligraphy. That's what they would do. And they want to see results. Otto Rank is saying, when I sit down with my client, I see him as man as artist, who, because of his parents and because of his society, has stopped being artist. Well, I'm going to get him back to being an artist. You want to write that novel? Start with chapter 1. What do you want to say? What is it you want to say? And slowly, 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 the being becomes heroic. Right? Slowly, slowly, slowly. So as I said, in people that say an Ayn Rand and Otto Rank, nobody on earth could fuse those two people. I can. Go to the next slide. Then key to existential psychology is something that, we've touched on so many times, right back to posthumanism, that presentation and many others even before and after. And that is that the existential psychologist sees man as a trinity. I call it the existential trinity. And that you're not a true self, you're not a being in the world unless these three are in harmony. And they're not in harmony, so the existential psychologist's job is to get them into harmony. But first you've got to find out which one is wonky. So this was adapted by Ludwig Binswanger directly from Heidegger, who spoke about these three worlds. Welt in German, Welt in Dutch. Umwelt, right? Eigenwelt, Mitwelt. Three worlds. Very, very akin is this to your Gestalt principles, right? Because remember we said Merleau-Ponty and others. Merleau-Ponty was also a Gestalt psychologist. They love this. This worked perfectly well. Some later on, existential psychologists even added a fourth dimension, sort of following Heidegger again. At the end of his life, he had these 4 dimensions. So they add what's called Überwelt or Überwelt, the overworld above them all, which is sort of spiritual. Not really above them all. It plugs into them. And that's fine. That's fine too. That's fine too, right? In fact, it's fine because it very much brings in the sort of personalistic element as well. A little bit more, right? But all of this impacts the theory of nothingness. Because don't you see that, say you have Überwelt involved here. To me, what that means is that you're now plugging in the self. And minus any one of those four, that's when nothingness appears. See, if you don't activate the soul level, but it really goes for even the three. If you don't activate those other levels, then there's nothingness replaces it. Say you just take the three. Eigenweld you have to have because that's yourself. But say you didn't properly, if you didn't factor in Umwelt, which is the natural world, something has to be there. And that something can be nothingness if you don't. If you become some hermit that lives on the Ganges, that was your attitude, mat your hair out, live amongst the rats, eat a bowl of rice every day, right? Renounce the world. Then there's no Mitwelt. It's just a ghostly thing. Well, then nothingness is going to take its place. That's why people go mad along these paths. They often go psychotic. There's a reason why that is. Go to the next one. So basically, existentialism, the fact that it's not taught, none of this is taught. Everything we just said in this introduction is not taught. Is a travesty. Absolute travesty. The old paradigms that these subjects overthrew are actually still being rehashed and brought back right into academia. The whole rotten edifice of it just trundles along, carries on, especially in the US. They favor frauds like Derrida and others. They've re-brought back the positivistic tradition with absolutely no credibility. Hubert Dreyfus, when he was alive, used to go down there to MIT and make monkeys out of the whole lot of them. He used to actually consult with the top AI guys, and he made an absolute monkey of them until they had to realize from his work and from others that there's no way that a computer can ever replicate a mind. They did it quietly so everybody else wouldn't find that out. Right? But read Dreyfus's books, it's all in there. Raymond Tallis, others have written on why the computer can never be a mind, never be even a brain. Sheldrake, Tarnas, Gazaniga, McGilchrist, right? The list is endless. I have the list of the whole of them in my mysticism article, and I'll put the links below. Light Magic Masonry, scroll down to the bottom of that article, right? So in short, right, materialism is bankrupt, has been bankrupt for a long time, as is religion, as is metaphysics. But nobody's replacing it with the right thing. They'd rather give you over to nihilism than they would to new thought. They'd rather give you over to the supernaturalism of the New Age movement, which is really a closeted, cloaked Gnosticism, as we've proven. They give you the Walt Disney version of philosophy. They give you Steven Pinker with his absurd ideas. And Sam Harris and Dawkins and Dennett and the whole lot of them. And these people's thinking is influencing whole generations. This is the danger. This is the absolute danger. So next week we'll dive a bit more into another angle of this, but we can leave that here for now. I think it's been a good introduction.
Oh, fantastic. Really good. And again, still very relevant to understanding the times we're finding ourselves in. And also, right, it's a silver lining for people because it gives them something to work on. Because there is only so much we have control over in the way things are going in the world. And as good as it is to learn about those things, I cover those things, we talk about them, you're going to feel helpless unless you have something to do. And I think this is what it is. We've got plenty enough to do in dealing with our own deprogramming process, our psychology, understanding all these factors. We've got plenty enough to work on, and that's what you can do. So that's what this is all about. So that is the solution at this point. And so I think that was really good. And as you said, we'll have much more coming up very soon. So I guess we'll do part 2 of this one next week. And then we got Gary Wayne. We've got some other guests coming in. So I think it's going to be a really good month here on Unslaved. So thank you for that, Michael. And thanks for everybody tuning in. Do you have any closing statements there?
Well, just that, it's taken time to do these. Why I didn't hurry it in the past, why we're doing it now, is because these are things that need to be savored. Not just over a week, but over a longer period. And so this could have been done at any given point in the past, even at the beginning of Unslaved, right? But some of the psychologies, some of the philosophies had to have a sort of a background put in, gradually built up to, so that, now a lot of people listening to this can get it in, I think, an easier way. isn't it important to have like a Walter Russell thing put in before this so that we have a different view of the cosmos than just quantum science, right? You see, Heisenberg himself went and visited Heidegger, and I'll guarantee you he went in a pickle. One of the greatest intellects behind quantum science, I think he went to visit Heidegger because he had problems. And he wanted the great sages, what is this nothingness? We keep confronting it in our science, right? And all of that. So many things we've done on this podcast here have been done strategically so that, appetizers can be laid out, and then you move forward, to something that does need a bit more savoring and a bit more, consolidation in the mind. But when I say that these are subjects that should be taught academically, I really, really mean it. And it is a travesty that they haven't. And there's lots of different ruses that have been used. Oh, Heidegger's too difficult, he's too obscure. See, they'll do anything. Oh, he was a Nazi. Yeah, well, Stalin was a communist. And so is half the teachers in America right now, but you're not. Derrida, right? And Foucault was Marxists. Okay. Zizek was a card-carrying Marxist. He was even arrested for being a stone-throwing hooligan, right? He's one of the most eminent philosophers today. And there's many, many others. Most of them are pinkos or whatever. Never is that mentioned. Never is that mentioned as something that now has to penalize you, that no one wants to listen. They never mention what's on the left when it's a thinker. And there's many of them, Lukács and so many others who are out in a communist, Marcuse, what are we talking about? And that whole Frankfurt school. When did you ever hear anybody saying, we're not teaching them in an American class because they were communists and socialists? But a man had a few months flirtation with the Nazi party, for reasons best known to himself, genuinely thinking this would be a good step forward to cleansing and healing his country. And they use that disingenuously, you see. So it's not even worth talking about. It's so pathetic. But what it's done is it's overshadowed the monumentalness of his work. Nobody ever told Camus and Sartre that we're not listening to a word you say because you're bloody communists. It's only when there was a guy who was a pro-German that suddenly it became a problem. So the disingenuousness is because the heart of his teachings is what they didn't want. And unfortunately, as I said, in the West today, there are many solutions. And they can be, you don't even need to go east. They're right here in the Western tradition, both historically and philosophically and psychologically. So the people that we speak about here, including the Ayn Rands and Nathaniel Brandons and all, these are the thinkers who, if you don't want to install, and this goes out, we've had educators on here, haven't we? John Coleman, Mark Iwnicki. We have people of that ilk who can affect change in the world of the classroom. And you have to be proactive about it. But too many people in this movement, even the alt movements, your Paul Joseph Watsons, God love them, the Alex Jones, there's a deficit. There's a deficit, right? They're not psychologically motivated and they're not philosophically motivated. And to me, that's sad, because they have access to absolutely gazillions of people, over the preponderance of the years and so on. So yeah, our work has to be done. That's why we're doing it here. I'll go on. My book is coming out this year. I'll go on to heavily promote that. I'm not stopping. I'm not giving in, right? And so whether the world burns itself to see, because remember, this kind of work is already only going to be palpable to a few anyway. So I'm not really I've never been pessimistic, because I already know that the retards and the thickos and these twits and all the people who run for the politics, they're impervious to this anyway. Because, like I said, they're inauthentic, but they can't see that they're inauthentic. And they won't even tell you that they are authentic. Look at this Cortez. How does she even sleep at night? They commit so many crimes because in their mind they've told you that they are the authentic ones. But they only do it, right? There is a thing to say about that. They only do it because society allows them to do it. They're not locked up. Nobody jumps up and says, but you're not. Right? And also, don't you see the problem? If everybody jumped up and said you're not, that's not authentic either, because the whole point is that what the crowd says doesn't matter. So look at this. This is why it's so valid, these questions. And as Heidegger rightly said, don't keep seeking answers like they're going to just come, out of a dispensing machine. The whole process of changing consciousness is to get back to asking questions for the sake of it. Love of philosophy, love of the man of philosophy, and love of the wisdom that comes to you by posing the great questions. Our educational systems right now are utterly about dispensed answers. Then the student and the teacher get used to that. They become institutionalized, and my dad is paying big money for my degree. And the school teacher is going, and we're not going to give those degrees out to people who disagree with us. We're going to give you those degrees, but you've got to be a fucking snowflake before we'll give you one. So there's this, one by one, as we know, we've, heard guests, seen people talk about the overtaking of the universities throughout the whole world. University of Leicester this week just crumbled and fell. A very, very independent place, actually. One of the last institutions where they really did teach Chaucer, Shakespeare, ancient Anglo, Beowulf. Fuck it. Beowulf? In a multicultural society? Remember, they're all the forgiving ones, the tolerant ones, right? They're the ones who respect everybody's culture. Except one. They're the ones telling you, we're going to fight white supremacy. Translated, white race. Who sits there ready for the slaughter anyway. Haven't you realized that the fuse of race war has just been lit 48 hours ago, people? There's no war against white supremacy and white superiority. There's no unity in you. What are you? The greatest communist word that could ever be mentioned in the history of the planet, unity. Unity in what? Unity in misery? Unity in the idea like Islam and Islamo-communism and communism to wipe out the Western culture? That you can fucking do quick enough. A race war has just been declared. Go and listen to Brian Gerrish, right? War is on the horizon. You think COVID was bad? That's just to keep you busy while they work out. The generals are at the table. Generals gathered in their fucking masses. No truer word has been said. They're still going, hold it. I still haven't worked out this maneuver yet. So hold it. Bill Gates go, right. Oi, get out the balcony and tell them 6 more days, 6 more months. This confusion, that confusion. Right. Everybody stay quiet while the brains work out, these guys even above. You think Klaus Schwab, the fact that you've seen Klaus Schwab's face means he's fucking nothing. He's low. You think you saw Soros? The fact that you've seen their faces means that they are still lower lieutenants of something fucking way dark. You saw, I imagine you saw Kamala Harris put her right hand on a Bible. That's what you thought, right? You didn't see that her hand was on, what the fuck is it? A pad. Right in front of your eyes. Right in front of your eyes. The dates, the astrological timings, the colors. QAnon being exposed as a bunch of fakes to lead people away from legitimate researchers like ourselves and Alex. People who are trustworthy and have done their work through generations of time, study, working hard as entrepreneurs to bring themselves to the world. Paul Joseph Watson, right? Yeah. Do you know, have you any idea how smart your fucking enemy is? You get you all fucking histrionically running after some trending millennial rubbish just because it's modern and knows how to use the latest technology, and that you think is the truth source? How many times have I said the wolf in sheep's clothing? They're the Fabians. They're smarter than you. And that's only a sideshow. Even that's a sideshow. QAnon will suddenly disappear in the shade. Well, where are you guys? Well, job done. COVID is about to disappear. Well, we've raised up to about 500,000 vaccinations in England right now, so the government's tired of this. It's no longer a government issue. The hospitals and the local clinics will take care of it, guys. Government is now moving on to another thing, okay? COVID suddenly vanishes. Abracadabra. Everybody's back to normal again. Businesses are opening. What happened? And by 9 months into it, the millennial generation doesn't even remember to calibrate to remember what happened. And so if somebody like yourself or anybody else actually found even categorical facts to prove it was a major, like these guys at Brian Gerrish UK column, say somebody like that from inside even discovers the evidence to categorically prove, actually for us it's already been proved, but imagine you could really take something now, a great researcher, a great journalist goes to the world and says, here are the facts, guys. They go, over what? COVID? What's that? The enemy is working with the time, By the time anybody even finds the head to bring in and go, oh, it was a covert operation, Black Ops, go, I don't even remember what you're talking about. Because media, Facebook, social media has made you so fucking meteoric and episodic that I doubt. It's like if you went Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, they're going, what? Who? You're not up against government. You're up against the masses and their fucking cognitive dissonance. Crimes are done of semi-Holocaust level. Democide is actually occurring. Right? The shutdowns, all the rest of it. Either it's the flooding of a consciousness with too much information, and that happens. That's the technique they use. Other kinds of fear, the whole thing about a vaccination, right? And the psychosomatic fear that also gets generated from that. And losing your job, if you're not taking the vaccine, all the rest of it. But let's see how quickly, now that Trump is in fact gone, how it all rolls, the clouds roll by, and everything goes back to, well, it's never going to go back to normal. And I'd like to say also, don't be traumatized by the fact that it doesn't go back to normal. You mean you want to go back to McCain and Romney and GOP? Half the people think, I want things to go back to normal. What normal? It was as corrupt as it could be. There's no going back to that anyway. You see, so there'll be something new. Will that be race war in America? Will it be some other kind of war in Europe? Factoring in China or we've had Fiona Edgar on. She talked about a Jupiter return in China's own chart. Not good. They think they're rulers of the world. Emperor Ming is coming at you with his chariots of fire. But even in terms of race war in white America, I've never seen a bigger bunch of fucking sheep in my life. I am pessimistic about that. Race war has been declared 48 hours ago. Not by whites, but by every democratic and liberal-minded, and that's even too good a word, these fanatics. Absolutely declared. Right from the mic, without any, prevarication. So, it can be difficult to see. You see how that can work out positively. And therefore, people are now challenged with a radical change in their lives. They should never act histrionically and never act by fear. But at the same time, the world that we know, right, the familiar world that we know of our children going to school and our medical this and all of that is changing. So unless you've gone and contacted a civil rights lawyer and you know what the statutes are, and many of them are UN, they're guaranteed sovereign rights over your body and your health. And up to now, they have not been turned around. There's, like you said before, succession. There's neutrality laws. You must find out about it. And you must get tired listening to the rhetoric where people are not showing they don't have guests on and they're not looking in. We're going to have guests on who do it. I've posted many things on it. We have to focus down, even if it means you going and contacting a, eminent civil liberties lawyer. The same ones who go out of their way to protect, right, the Nigerians and the Somalians and anybody else. Why don't you use the same technique? Now, of course, you've got certain things against you, like the judges. You and I have talked about that before. But so now you cower and don't do anything? Right? No, there's still a chance. There's still favorable things. And also never forget that when you go down this route that I've been saying from day one, people listening to me who've been following me through the years know I've been talking since Origins and Oracles and before about legalese over politics. Explicitly saying it. And I get this from Eustace Mullins and others. If you go down this road, chances are you'll win because the enemy that you're up against doesn't want you making a noise in the media. So just throwing a lot of lawyers' letters, just even if you couldn't, if you, in the long run, in the meantime, before you've even got a denouement, just the fact that you are contacting attorneys, civil rights attorneys, is the perfect way to get these people to back down on you and let you become exempt, for travel. Everybody else is clueless. So you can't travel without the document. Where's your passport? Do you realize that you get exemption because they want to go after low-hanging fruit? They don't want to go after the one who's waving lawyers' letters in people's face and might go to the media and turn the whole world onto that aspect. So, yeah, there's optimism there as well. So, legalese, legalese, legalese. It's psychologically empowering, and it even works on a physical level. There are right now UN statutes that guarantee you categorically absolute sovereignty over your own being. If you have a very bad disease and the doctor says, well, here's the medicine to take it, and you go, I don't want to take it. Nobody says a word. It's all suggestion. If you have a busted leg and you say, for some bizarre reason, I'm not going to go and get it set, the doctors don't come and haul you out of your house and drag you down and go, you're going to have that set. We're going to put a plaster on you. Start coming back to rationality. When you have a child, right? If that child is stabbed 1 million times by vaccination, mama signed it. Mama signed the form. If you have surgery, husband and wife have to sign the form. You sign it. You half dead to get you to sign that form. Why is that? That's consent. Do you know anything about it? Right? And then we're not going to talk about it now, but there's a whole occult ritual aspect. Ever heard of the thing called Bacchanalia? Right? Bacchanalia ran ancient civilizations. In Rome, it was called Saturnalia. Shrink down to 6 days. But it's part of a larger Bacchanalia in which the people, the leaders of the Caesars, know you're frustrated. They know all about, sexual energy, libido, and all that. So they give you a pass to go fucking ape shit for 6 days. And then you're so exhausted by what's it called? Debauchery, that you go, where's my job? Where's my familiar whatever? And you become the obedient slave. Not by oppression, David. You're the smiling Aldous Huxley depressive who goes, I need some normality because I've been pissed for 6 days. Who did I kill? Oh, it doesn't matter. Forget about it. Who did I rape? Will have their life, year-long Bacchanalia, but they also sometimes do what we've seen in 2020, the ritual aspect. 1 in a million people sign out from just hearing things like, what are you talking about? Even Christians don't know anything about it. This is the ritual aspect that has been central to my work from day one, and it's going on right now. Right? And look who presides over it. Right? Under politics that everyone else is fixated on is something so more immense going on that has a great cathartic effect. Look up these words, prove it, fact check it, ask Zuckerberg, right? He'll tell you all about it. Bacchanalia, revelry, right? Losing your mind, the grape. Find out in history, you think these are ancient rituals? The whole of America is a ritual. Soon we're going to do something on this. The whole of America, from the signing of the Constitution and even before that, is all ritualistic based. Do you think it stopped at some given date? The G7 summit that's coming up in Cornwall, England, which Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, if he can make it, will be there. That's a ritual coming. Do you know what a vortex that is? And that's the one where they're going to be looking at war. That's the one where that will be a council of war. The G7 summit in England this year, in Cornwall, England, will be a summit dealing with who we're going to kill next. What war are we going to have? Syria? It doesn't really matter, does it? Iran, Russia, Putin goes berserk. The Islamic terrorists killed a few more people in America. So we're now going to declare war. See, they have to, now that Donald Trump is gone, the media has nothing to get its teeth into. The wolves took down the big whale and stuffed their bellies with all the headlines. It was all Trump, Trump, Trump. Trump picked his nose. Trump did this. Trump did that. Trump wore a MAGA hat. Now that you've taken Trump away, what's the media going to do? Their ratings are going to plummet, number one, as they already are, and they have no sources. Well, we always know the media. It always finds sources. So more of the same that you had with Obama. More killings, more nonsense, more of the crap, right? The muck headlines that they usually need now to fill up because they haven't got the man that they want to tear down. So they have to manufacture And so from the moment I'm saying this, now watch your media to find out how many inane stories, right? All that spew comes back. I'm hoping people can see it, because we've had 5 years, right, of the Trump thing where they can attack him. Right. See that now that that's gone? You're going to find this lacuna. I'm glad. Because hopefully now even faith in the media will even decline even more. So there are silver linings. And people might be, as you said, want to look into alternative media. But more seriously, there's a lot of lampooning going on. Look at Facebook and see how jocular and stupidly lampooning. Even some of the most grossest headlines are sort of made into cartoon. I'm against that. Right? I'm against that. When you need to be serious, be serious. Don't lampoon, don't make cartoons, because that's America laughing it off. What the fuck are you laughing off? You're leaving a world of ruins to your children, and you're making cartoons every 5 minutes down the fucking page. You see nothing but... And some of them are well-meaning people, but they've lost this meme. You don't know how to be serious. It's partly to do with your astrology, your Jupiterian country, Cancerian country. But fuck that. There is absolutely no reason for you to be, making light of the things that are happening now. I hate to be a patron there, I don't mean that, but I'm trying to instill this point. There's a time for humor and there's a time for not. And when I see you ducking into humor, that's a defense mechanism. I understand it. Freud said, if you don't cry, you laugh. He asked, when you're deeply... Why is it when you're laughing really, really hard, tears come out of your eyes? Because really, laughter kills tragedy. They're very connected. So I understand why people are overly going into making fun of things, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and it's fucking Bernie Sanders and they're. But see, look, I want you to confront the sadness, the sorrow, and the anger. Be mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. And sometimes your sublimation and your displacement into humor is not a good thing. It's not helping. Where's your William Wallace wasn't laughing his fucking brains off when he went to the fucking enemy, was he? So that's a trend in American milieu that I understand. Remember, I'm not talking about the black humor of England, right? Sort of the black humor. No, that's perfectly okay. It's this infantile humor of taking things that are happening on the mega level and just constantly fucking lampooning it. So anyway, don't get me started on that. But yeah, there's silver linings, there's good things that can happen, but it will take action. And the number one action is not political, but legal. And hopefully we'll have some guests on, down the line that can, again, prove that point. But anyway, members, David, thanks very much. Glad we got to share this particular thesis, and we'll pick it up again next week.
Absolutely. Very good. Well, thanks for everybody for tuning in. We'll catch you next time on Unslaved. Have a good one. Take care, everyone. Cheers. And welcome back, everybody. Welcome to Unslaved. Happy to be here with you. We are going to be doing a part 2 carrying on from last week, continuing the discussion on existentialism, getting into being and nothingness. So good to see you as always, Michael. Let's give a little introduction here and get right into it.
Right. Thanks. It is part 2, but because we had that list, and didn't really dive too deeply. And even in this program, you can't dive too deeply. This takes years. The subject of nothingness. What the hell is that when it's at home, right? I mean, how many people give that thought, right? Everybody gives something thought because all around you is something. But nothingness, come on. But then, wait a minute, didn't even these Descartes and others presume a hard dualism, right? So even from their point of view, I mean, actually, even from religion, there is a concept of nothingness, which is what was before God. Even the Christian has to contemplate that. He wouldn't be doing his job if he didn't, because that's a fundamental question. And it was for early mystics of all colors, Meister Eckhart, what was his name, Erasmus, Of course, most just delve into it slightly as, again, one of these opposites. If there's this, then there must be that. If there's God, there must be the devil. If there's good, there must be evil, right? If there's heaven, there must be earth. So that doesn't take us really far. And believe me, we're not even going to go that far in this program because, as I say, it takes years to get to really think about this and to make sense of it and get your mind wrapped around nothingness outside of just a bare dictionary sort of definition, right? We will only be able to go a certain amount of the way down the track even today, just to bring out some of the, just to get pointed in the right sort of direction, right? Is all we could hope for. Let's go to the next slide. There is actually that slide. It's slightly amended, right, from last week because I've added subject versus self, and we will touch on that again. It's a key aspect here, but the rest of the list is fairly the same, right? That we had the question of meaning alongside this existential concept of absurdity. It's not to be used as foolery or anything like that, or stupid or something that you just don't pay attention to. Absurdity is what we do every day. And they wanted to address this thing. What is meaning? Where does it come from? And if, like Nietzsche said, there's no ultimate meaning in science and certainly none in religion, how do you stand? Where do you then locate meaning? And if you can't stand, right, then why do you continue seeking it, right? And that question then comes under the philosophy of absurdity. While you're looking for meaning, and then the existentialist, the high existentialist concedes, look, there is a place of meaning, sort of Viktor Frankl-like, it's coming from within, Heidegger-like, it's something you bring to the world. And most of the existentialists and all the humanist psychologists went for that. So the absurdity is sort of answered by that you find it within. All right, we looked at the others, authenticity. We'll touch on some of these again. One against the many. How many podcasts have we done on that alone? But this one we're going to look at nothingness a little bit more and tease that out, see where that sort of takes us, right? Go to the next slide. And the best place to really start is with Heidegger, being in time, extraordinary insights, far above the normal existential level. There's definitely existentialism running through his work, but he certainly took it up several grades. Let's take one example, for instance, right? Perception. We'll be talking about that later. Last week we saw, Merleau-Ponty, the idea of the phenomenology of perception, and we'll touch on that today as well. But just using perception in the context of nothingness. First of all, we see with all of the body, but here's a nice introduction to nothingness. Every object seen, right, conceals something else we want to see. And every object we see has something about itself that's concealed, even if it's only the reverse side of it, the back side of it we can't see. Or if you turn a cube around, you only see the three sides. There's always one in concealment. And if you turn the cube around to see that concealed side, something else is thrown in the concealment. Now, this is the case with every object that exists. And existentialists don't just take it as a foible of, well, it's your perspective. Of course, it's going to be like that. No, actually, they take it much deeper than the trivial answer, right? And they say that there's a funny thing, that there's a paradox involved there. And it's actually a very simple one that a child might notice. And that is everything you look at has a concealed side. So concealment is part of perception, because perception is noticing, or not noticing, but you get my point, concealed phenomena. So any act of observing anything to see it as an object, does something that Descartes missed entirely. He's talking about pieces of wax and, the whole thing in his first meditations that changed the world and all. And there's an obvious flaw there. Or Plato's cave, Plato's cave, fuck the cave. There's every act of perception is the cave, is shadows on the wall. But have you ever contemplated that nothingness then is part of perception? Because in order to see the unconcealed, it implies that something is seen, but it's through seeing that you know that something is concealed. What? Perception in our normal waking life, in our normal understanding, is seeing things as they stand in the light, right? Unconcealed to us. No, says Merleau-Ponty and Heidegger. No. We know about shadow, we know about hiddenness, we know about concealment by perception also, but for some reason we never focus on it. Even when questions about the nature of perception are asked, the mysterious does not come up. We know a thing called mystery by the act of perception, yet we don't openly perceive it. It's implicit. And they were basing whole philosophies on this, right? So in other words, in short, you not only see what presents itself to us to see, you're also seeing, and this is where it becomes very, very complicated to get your mind around, you also see what isn't made present to your sight. And it's as important a phenomena, because that's what it is. We're not talking mysticism, we're not talking metaphysics, we're talking the hard empirical phenomenological fact. You see the unconcealed. Well, if we were to think about that instead of always blocking it, what would that do to thinking? We posed that question. If we have to acknowledge that perception already leads us to the mysterious, and therefore one thing you can do is throw out all religion, all other encounters with the mysterious have just been bracketed, because the very act of perception is your avenue, your portal to the mysterious. And there's nothing mystical about it. And of course they did add that, look, nobody really cares about this except the poet or the artist at the end of the day, because they're the only ones in life that would ever bother with multi-perspectives and what is not seen, an artist like Magritte, an artist like Dali. But nevertheless, they're still going to say, look, it is an absolute part of the mind to not think mystery and to run off into other supernaturalisms, right, and other mysteria, I call it, to find the mystery. When in fact there's a mystery that is so perceptible to our own faculties. So actually what they're trying to say is this, and I mean even if you just get this, then the rest of this program is really meaningless. You're already thinking nothingness. Thinking is already rooted in nothingness, oriented toward it. There is a cognitive distance, like I said, but ultimately perception and thinking. None of the idealists got this. It took these little, Gestalt philosophers and all to grasp this. Thinking is already rooted in mystery, in nothingness. Thinking is already an iteration of nothingness, depends upon it, is out of it, grows out of nothingness. And the anecdote I just gave about perception proves that. But more, let's say that which is abyssal, this thing that we're calling the concealed, which is going to be permanently concealed. As we said, it's a concealed that is there, is empirically provable, but nothing can be known about it. It stands outside the given, right? It's not something that's given to our reason. But it is offering up the gift of the thing that is seen, right? So a way of looking at this is that what we do get to perceive in hard terms is kind of the gift, right, or the outgrowth or the emanation of the unseen. Not a single aspect of mysticism involved here, right? So what they try to do is track this mystery right there. What is going on then in terms of thought, in terms of senses, apprehension, perception, world and being, mind and world, mind and body? There's a different dynamic to be explored here now, just out of this alone. Something is being unconcealed to us, to our sight, and our sight is attuned to that. We're attuned to that, right? So it's almost like the world calls us so that we see its being. And by way of that reflection, then we have questions about human being. But Descartes and all got this all wrong. But of course, the main thing here is that we don't pay attention to that concealment or that mystery. We don't look at it that way at all. It's just hard, crystal clear objects in full fluorescence, as if there is no other perspectivism involved. And should anybody bring this up, it won't be accepted. However, you turn to metaphysical nothingness. Everybody's listening. All ears perked. Oh, that's right. God and the goblins. So at this point now, nothingness, yes, because we've been conditioned to that. We've been brought up with that, right? And any other iteration of it, it just sounds like gobbledygook, right? Go to the next slide, please. So this, and as I said in the early stages last week, it's all really a reaction, not just to Descartes, but to an entire philosophical tradition that goes back before Plato. Now we can use the word absurd in its conventional language. So hard subjects, hard objects. Right, what we just said there, no. It's not the case of a hard subject looking at a hard object. We just obliterated it. And that's like 101. We'll explore a few other aspects of this in a minute. But you see how the road, you thought, I'm not going down this cul-de-sac. Nothingness? Sorry, not a philosophical concept for me. Absurdity? No way. But the moment you go down the path a bit, you're going, oh, wow, this is interesting. You see, so it, like I said, they have answers. They put shit together. It's very interesting. And the Cartesian model is torn up. Now, last week we asked the question, then why is academia still hovering in that, or some of other ludicrous reaction? They do have their own reactions to Descartes, but those are also disingenuous because they didn't go down the line we're looking at right now. So something's wrong here. But in short, we'll not go there now. We'll just say, look, this phenomenology, this existentialism tore up a tradition lasting, almost 2,000 years, obliterated it. But for some reason, it was considered, a dangerous, anti-worldly philosophy, and so all the lie mechanisms against, existentialism came about, and people stuck to their Cartesian and very largely Kantian, and with Kant, all he did was he said, to himself, maybe there isn't a God, but he didn't say that loud enough for anybody to overhear. So what he did was he tried then sneakily to exalt the cogito, which is just the self, the mind, the thinking mind, the rational mind. Let's elevate that gradually, slowly. So, it's like a theater play. Doll the guy up with some silken slippers and a nice tiara. Maybe nobody will notice, right? So the ego then, to use the word generally, becomes entirely endowed, with Godhead, godlike abilities, the rational animal. And this is where the whole of rationalism comes from. Not throwing it all out, right? Saying there's certain aspects, but they're derivative. Intellect, emotion, and reason, those exist as part of our whole beingness. Right? And again, as we touched on last week, it's not that the existentialists don't have dualism. Time and temporality, past and future, right? Focus and non-focus. We just talked about perception. Well, and then we just talked about the big dualism right there, the concealed and the unconcealed. Without one of those, perception doesn't exist. That's how fundamental it is. And yet we're not taught this in school. And of course, the big one for today, something versus nothing, another dualism. So it's not that it's wrong when you get people who don't know what they're saying, when they talk about these things, when they say that they throw out Cartesian dualism. It's correct that that is true, but if you listen to that, you might get chased down the wrong road. No, dualisms were still in existence, but soft dualisms, beautiful dualisms, proof ultimately of a contrarian, but we're certainly not going to go there, right? Go to the next slide. Now, Martin Heidegger himself, like I said, thinking far above normal existentialism, but he essentially was a phenomenologist, right? Some writers make too much of that in order to try and distract you from the other work that he did. But yes, to all intents and purposes, he was a phenomenologist. And phenomenology is not only the tearing up of the whole rational Descartian cogito concepts, or at least let's generously say putting them in their right context. In daily life, we seem to operate as subjects in objects. But we already analyze what the subject is anyway. A freaking construction of the superego, so let's not push that too far. That thing is by no means a whole self. But phenomenology returns us to the world, right, to the things themselves, and examines and describes would be a better word, because it's not like a lot of other science. It's mostly a description and a redescribing of our engagement with things of the world. Now, one of the other words, it's kind of an ugly word, adumbration. You thought phenomenology was bad. An adumbration is the concession by a phenomenologist that in an encounter with anything at all, anything and everything, including the world of which is full of things, is never to be thought as eternal, never to be thought of as I've got it on the first look. Each time you look at something, you have to redescribe it to yourself and look at it again, right? And don't think this is a contradiction to where we're going in a minute when we talk about totems or wholes. Try to follow this. Everything that you look at, he used a metaphor, for instance, of the rising moon. The moon that you see on the eastern horizon as it moves to its zenith is never the same moon at any one of those stations as it gets to the zenith, right? Although something in your brain takes a snapshot and says, there's the moon. But the real phenomenological fact is that things are changing constantly, right? An artist like Cézanne, who painted the same landscape 100 times. Monet actually did it as well, painted a tree or something, I can't remember exactly. But there were several artists who did this. They got up every morning and they went out and they painted the same landscape. And every one of them was different. That's what I'm talking about. So Heidegger was fascinated about this, right? And tried to get us to have that level of spontaneity, that don't just take conceptions and snapshot-like and then they're installed forever. The real engagement with things is something infinitely more sophisticated. And when it comes, go to the next slide. When it comes to objects, all philosophy is a way of seeing. All philosophy is really a way of being, right? Even the bad ones. But the more you move toward phenomenology and existentialism, this becomes central. And even when you transmute over into the psychological, right, the existential psychology, this is exceptionally important. That perception and reality is a way of being and a way of seeing, one that ultimately has choice underneath it. Remember, we had that thing on determinism, right? And freedom. Well, this has freedom. You can change your perspective at any given time, but also be very aware, these men are saying, life will demand a new way of seeing. So it's not the cogito again. You see, it's not a hard will that decides I'm changing. It's you driving around the block and coming back a different person. There was a band I love, and they say one of their albums was called Script of the Bridge, and they said, and somebody asked them why did they name it that way. It goes, because we went one day and crossed a bridge and came back and we weren't the same people. And this can happen to everyone, right? So it's responding to life. It's exactly that thing. Your way of seeing is under your control. You have the freedom to control it, but something completely random and worldly, a headline, something that's going on, right, also has the ability to radically change you, right? But clearly, on one level, perception is a selective process. But the thing and we all know this, but the thing to understand is that the object, the so-called object, right, has concealed parts, concealed facets. They're part of its being. And so what we see is not so much a subject seeing an object, but the object determines what we see. And part of the object, the act of seeing, is concealment. Now, this may not sound like a lot to people, but this has a radical effect, of like, do I hear rumblings of diggers and, bulldozers? Yeah, you do. So, now, obviously, although you don't usually cogitate about what we've seen, about what we've said about the unconcealed, on some non-conscious level, it is recognized. When you encounter objects, it is recognized. Merleau-Ponty and these people say, if it wasn't recognized implicitly, you wouldn't actually see an object. You'd be blind. The concealment is so important, the shadow side of a thing is so important, that if on some implicit level you didn't register it, well, then the object wouldn't stand free for you, and you wouldn't see anything. So again, the object matters then in and of itself. It's not just your perception. The object determines your perception. So again, Descartes, these Cartesian theories are blasted, right? So what this really means is then we are not living in a world as removed Cartesian strangers, set off from the world like we're in it like some aliens, right? Moving amongst subjects. We're not transcendent in the way that Descartes and Kant and so many others had said. And also, the idealists. Remember the whole thing about everything I see? It became a very popular thing. Everything I see in the world is conjured by my mind, says the idealist. It's there because of my mental faculties, right? But the existentialists are denying this because they're going to a much more primordial level in which the world is involved in what you come to know. So it bypasses idealism. It doesn't throw out all the precepts of idealism, but it certainly shows that idealism itself comes on later. The idea that without my mind and the capacities of my mind or my brain and the neurological point of view, then I see a mind, I see colors, I see primary and secondary qualities and all the idealistic, precepts. Unfortunately, those are undermined. Those go down the tubes to a certain extent. They are giving you a false picture of reality. So Descartes said, I am, right? He posits the cogito, the I am that thinks. But Merleau-Ponty and others are saying, there's more to your I than you know. You said I am, you posited the I. But had you really understood the depth and the breadth of the thing that you're positing as the center of your philosophy? And the answer is no, you didn't. You actually posited something, but knew so little about it that was your handicap. There's a lot more going on mentally in that cogito. Right? So where you left it is inadequate. And of course he had to, because he would have been picked up by the Inquisition and all the rest of it. So I'm not surprised that he did leave it there, right? And then what this means, of course, is that the human being is by no means a normal entity walking in the world. He is by no means a perceiver like an animal. And what these men are saying is that, do you know, in philosophy, a full description of man as a being in this comportment hasn't been offered, hasn't been forthcoming. And so Being in Time, the book that you saw there, was like the introduction. So that this I hope frames a lot of people. If they get into existentialism, it'll stop you being, completely flummoxed. Go to the next slide. And as we saw before, I have to mention it again, that is that the whole thing of Being in Time and the phenomenology of perception is the obliteration of metaphysics, which had been casting its shadow over the whole of the world. Their version of man, their description, their outlook on being, mystery, it just was so much trash and nonsense to Heidegger. And his critique, why we could do very little on this, is because it was a critique of the whole of metaphysics. Therefore, to understand the critique, you'd have to know what metaphysics taught, from Plato, Aristotle, Plotinus, the Neoplatonists, all the way down through the scholastics. What a monumental job. It involves so many subjects and so many highways and byways. You wouldn't believe it. The old monks, for instance, the monastic, it's called the scholastic tradition. Then moving up through the Christian, St. Augustine and all these people, St. Thomas Aquinas, all the proofs for God, of which there are thousands. And they're still taught today in seminaries to kids, and they're worthless. They're just completely filling the mind with a lot of moldy old rubbish. So Heidegger's work opens the modern world. Nietzsche had sort of given a loud kick on the door to, knock it off its hinges. But who walks through? You needed this strong arm tactics of knocking this old door and ballasting it open. But really, Nietzsche didn't walk through it. He didn't. He was so, like I said, trepidate. He was so anxious about the death of God that his thinking was compromised by this, and all he could come up with was futility and nihilism. Right? But by no means did other existentialists. We saw that. So if a man then has gone to this length of opposing all schools of metaphysics and philosophy, I want to know then why there's so little attention paid to him. Well, my goodness, compare it to what we do have philosophers thrown up in the modern world. Hordes of them. Just incredible. Now, last week, last week we looked at one iteration of nothingness, right? Briefly as it was, we did look at one. Go to the next slide. And it wasn't acceptable to, it wasn't acceptable to Heidegger, as we saw, and that is nihilism. Right? If God is dead, there's several ways to look at that. The Christian is going to dive for cover. He's going to reject it because he is thinking that without God, there's nothing. The Christian, the believer, has nothingness if God doesn't exist. Right? Because you're going to tell him now to, worship Krishna? No way. Worship a river? Light a candle, to the sun and the moon? Taking away from the Christian, from the Shivite, from the Krishna worshipper, taking away all the precepts of religion from a religious mind, right? Whether it was in the West or the East or the Eskimos, or take away the gods from the Native American Indians, nothingness is left. Whoa, right? So nihilism is by no means limited to the Western mind. In fact, they damn well know that the rates of depression in even Mexicans and South Americans when they come to America and they lose their cultural roots and they get contaminated by atheism or commercialism or whatever it is, skyrockets, like 17 times higher or something like that in immigrants and all that. So if you take away the precepts of religion, a kind of nothingness is left there. And when Nietzsche felt that the Christian God served us no more, that all of the precepts of religion could be seen through, right? It didn't work. They're just about a bunch of starving losers, the Jews, in the Roman Empire, having to form, like in the Monty Python's Life of Brian, shit, they'll worship anything, but that God that they're worshiping and the precepts they have are always of the poor, the downtrodden, and the meek, in the face of tyranny, right? So all built out of that, and Nietzsche walks you through how that is. All the concepts of sin and hell and Yahweh and wrath and ends of the worlds and millennialism and catastrophism and apocalypse and all the things in between are all born out of reactions to being poor hosts in empires of extraordinary sophistication, military, commercial, sexually hedonistic, right, and all of that. That's Nietzsche's classic case for that Christianity grew out of the thinking of underlings, weaklings, people in the shadow. The most obvious one being the quasi-Gnostic idea that let's get out of this horrible world. The world is dark and the world is full of rancid things, sort of Shakespearean soliloquy stuff, right, about the world being dank and dreadful and horrid. This utter Christian idea, right? That's one of the most classic, and that you're just here to suffer. Right? So you take that suffering away. You take any aspect of it. You take the Roman gods away from the Romans. One thing is common to all: nihilism, nothingness. Right? Now, as we said, all these concepts of nihilism, Heidegger cast his eye on all of it and just couldn't accept it. Not any part of it. It just was not acceptable, and he would have said, look, it's merely a temporary phenomena at best. Say there is a sort of a jadedness, ennui, or I think ennui is personal. Anomie is when it would be like a malaise, right? And ennui when you have it inwardly, a feeling of malaise and jadedness, and when it's social, it's called anomie. But the best is just to call it, a feeling of malaise. Heidegger said, certainly that can happen. Probably is quite likely to happen. But by no means, when you say God is dead, does that mean that man is dead? Right? And that he said, in fact, what can happen is now a new man can arise. A new kind of being is ready to arise from these ashes. And again, Being in Time, right, and his other works was a kind of description of the direction that might go in. Go to the next slide. But if we come down more practically, then we have a very common understanding of nothingness, not a very good one, in front of us all the time, in the concept of zero, right? The numeral zero and the concept zero. Now, as I pointed out in The Path of the Fool and many other programs, actually it's nonsense because a zero is a something, right? So it's not really nothingness. But it does stand as a metaphor for the nothing, right? It's valid to that point of view. Although it's about as far as most minds are ever going to think on nothingness in a non-existential way. But it's insufficient. And the main thing to remember is that zero is not nothingness because it's a something. So it really doesn't work. But there might be a little bit of a metaphor if you stretch it and say, from the zero, from the womb, from the nothingness, from the one, the yoni, or the one, comes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and all the other numbers, right? So in one sense, it's the womb, which is still a something, but it's close enough as a metaphor. All other things are produced from this womb of zero. Yeah, we're within, binoculars distance of the concept that the existentialists were talking about, of a kind of nothingness that might, as we hinted earlier, produce that which is seen, that which is known. Meaning, in short, does all life come from nothingness? And if the answer is yes, then what do we know about that nothingness? And wait a minute, have we put a God in the way so that we can't answer the question? Go to the next slide. Then there's a Rankian dimension to this. There always is. Right? And that is that Rank took it very slowly. The nothingness is what you just don't know yet. See how existentialist this is, right? But it's also very simple on one level. Since knowing is so important to the Cartesians, to everybody, to every single person, knowing, right? Why do we send our children to these horrible schools for 15 years? Seems very important to parents that knowing things is important. Okay. But there's always going to be a dualism. For everything that I know, there's going to be that which I don't know. And for Rank, he said that is a form of nothingness. And there's always going to be more shit you don't know than the stuff you do know. So the knowing is limited, delimited by a vast abyss of nothingness. And though you try your best to, skateboard your way through this, to get faster and faster and faster, you're the Red Queen running as fast as you can with Alice. And no matter how fast you go, you're still on the same square. So nothingness wins. So in other words, while you're knowing things, you are aware of nothingness. Nothingness is also spurring you on like a shadow. Right? And then, of course, there are times in life when on this crazy journey, you do get a wind of the fact is, well, I thought I knew that person. Sure, I thought I knew what was coming next. You meet nothingness again, because even in the knowing, you'll soon find your knowing isn't very stable. So there's another version of it. Right? We've all gone through that experience. So always what we know is accompanied by what we don't know. And even as we push through into the mystery of the unknown, there's never an end to it. There will always be that which we don't know, or that which we haven't experienced yet. There'll always be that which other people know better than we, and some things that we know better than others, right? He would have said there's also a concept you forgot about, forgetfulness, right? Every experience that you've had and all the things you've done are not, in fact, remembered or recalled. So what is this memory hole? Isn't that an iteration of nothingness? It's swallowing up your own life? And I say, yes, it is, because even on the social level, we have it. In the form of historical amnesia. A very conspicuous predicament today, I might add in passing. Go to the next slide. Now, for Camus and for Sartre, they're not as sophisticated as Heidegger, as we said, and not sophisticated as Merleau-Ponty, but they do rightly also address the nothingness as it appears in moods. Now, we're cutting a lot short, right? But for Sartre, nothingness does appear very starkly, not in any of the ways we've just mentioned. It comes to a person more starkly in the existential context of a mood, which are pre-conscious moods and they're pre-objective. Right? So in other words, they're not really something we have as willed phenomena. They're just there as moods. And when everything's going well and dandy, right? Say you're a person that you can come back. Everything is going well in your life. You're feeling good, everything's lucky, and you're doing even well materially and everything. But sometimes everybody can experience that there's this underlying feeling of dejection, or that malaise we talked about, right? A kind of a listlessness, and you don't know where it comes from or why it's even there. Some people have described it as saying, I feel apart from others. Whereas, other times I feel part of what they're doing. I feel part of my society, part of what's going on. But then I can feel apart from. I don't feel well. Everything is working. Everything's going okay. But there's times when I just don't feel engaged. I don't feel part of the world. And this is there when the existentialists honed in on nothingness, making it more of a thing of A mood-based thing. Go to the next slide. And this opened up a lot of doors, right? Because Sartre isolated boredom as a huge nothingness in the existential sense. He also, like Heidegger, copying Heidegger, following Heidegger, he understood that anxiety, this mood of anxiety, not fear, but anxiety is also a kind of a conduit, right, through which a feeling of nothingness and emptiness hits us. And it can merely slightly trip up a few people, but it can completely destabilize others. It affects people differently, based on their makeup. And this is not to say that he's talking about anything philosophically deep. He wanted to show you that nothingness here is coming in on a very banal, everyday level. Poets like T.S. Eliot and others have written about this. Just going about. But you're going through the motions, you're going about, but there's no real sense of connectivity. Maybe Marcel Proust or whoever, Dostoevsky. This is a common theme in postmodern literature. So it's a mood of despair, a mood of anxiety that detaches you from sort of normal preoccupations. Why? What is it? Well, what it is these are the moments of the opening to nothingness. Because nothingness is a something, right? And it wants to draw your attention to itself. And on many levels, you're aware of it, but you're aware unconsciously of it. So loss, loneliness, right? Failure, rejection, all of the things that, look at Americans even going through, right? All of this is opening you to the abyss. It's like the law of implosion, right? What do you do about it? What do extroverts do about it? Well, nothing, right? They don't know what to do. We see it now. Mobs are running in the streets, a lot to do with what we're talking about. Whenever America, a very anti-psychological country, is going to get aware of any of this stuff, I'm not holding my breath. I never do. Right? About that, the answer could be probably never. But it doesn't change the fact that this is the fact. This is the truth. So out of that despair, don't you see then, something happens. Because you do something about it. Very few people want to sit in that despair. So that despair and that wind of nothingness spurs one to act in both authentic and inauthentic ways. And on some level, you act as a robot in which your true being isn't involved. Like, just to stay alive, you'll do what mom and dad are telling you to do. Hey, get up, let's go for a picnic, or let's play ball. And you go along with it, but you're kind of not engaged in all of that. Or other people, will react against it, by going to a class or actively trying to upgrade their life in some way so that they don't have this constant nagging feeling of emptiness, right? They might want to upgrade their life and be more active, which is a good thing, of course. That nothingness can press in on what you know so that the realm of what you know shrinks. And that's an uncanny and discombobulating feeling, because our whole will is to know more. And in those moments where the delimit, remember we said we were delimited by an endless eternity and infinity of nothingness. Yeah, but that can sometimes, like I said, the law of implosion, push in on your limit. And as that limit contracts, it's like somebody pushing your skin from all sides. It's not, it's like being in a wind tunnel or a G-force or being at the bottom of the ocean. What do they call that? The bends, right? And you're not aware of this pressure, because you're always looking for the thing that's causing it. It's Donald Trump, right? You're looking for whatever, is right at hand. Class struggle, right? The Russians. So, but obviously there's something we're trying to always look at the broader here, right? In Unslaved. Wait a minute, there's forces operating around you that you better know about, because then you'll have a better GPS system and a better compass than any of these nitwits running around. There are limits to reason, just like Hegel said. And there's an outside of that limit. And sometimes that outside is a living thing, right? And it can push you like a balloon until you feel very constrained. And so these actions then, the nothingness is not giving rise to conscious willful action. Yeah, but that's what we said what Heidegger's basic theory is, right? So you feel these moods and you act upon them. You try to get rid of them. You don't try to understand them. You just try to get rid of them. But you don't realize is that these moods are part of you and will always be part of you. And that these moments when you're not really gelling with the world, that's okay. Because it might be that these moments of nothingness are letting us know about our inauthenticity. And that our compulsive social engagement isn't authentic. Right? But go to the next slide. We'll read from the psychologist Alfred Adler. He has a brilliant quote on the very things we're talking about. Could you read that, David, please?
Sure, yeah. Alfred Adler, he says, "We are not determined by our experiences, but are self-determined by the meaning we give to them. And when we take particular experiences as the basis of our future life, we are almost certain to be misguided to some degree. Meanings are not determined by situations. We determine ourselves by the meanings we ascribe to situations."
Yeah, and you'd be amazed at how little people know this. Absurdity. Meaning comes from without. Yeah, but does it? Because the modern age saw the death of religion, and it saw that science is just mostly a con game. Works good on a practical level to measure things and build bridges and you know, fix limbs and diseases. But look, on a philosophical level, there's nothing there. So in the delirium and the disorientation of the modern world, there was a new alignment taking place, a new zeitgeist. But this is the key, he's saying, as a psychologist, right? Okay, say we accept for all time that that is in fact the equation, that meaning must come from within. Viktor Frankl, Erich Fromm, they've all said it. Otto Rank, as I said, his interest in the will to the future. What do you still have to achieve? Let me help you with that. Let's find some efficacious routes to what you want to achieve. And suddenly the person's like completely healed. Right? Suddenly there's a will to life. Because the will to living is innate. It'll overcome the despair, right? But it was the despair that accompanied you to that place before it said, "I'll leave you here, mate." Right? It's something really weird is going on, right? The nothingness, like in the Tao Te Ching, make use of the space, right? And you will have the use of the window. Make use of the nothingness and the space, and you'll have the use of the bowl. What? Right? So the thing is, though, that say we accept that equation is true, that meaning must come from within, then now we get to see why, you know, thanks to members, we get this far, because it had to be, we've been touching on it all the way through since the beginning, but now we get to it stated very explicitly. What is the result if that is impossible for people today? Any one person or any society? That it is impossible because of bad up parenting, the ultra-feminization, the screwy politics. Look, it doesn't matter. Let's not go there. Let's just find out whether because of the modern world that the predictions of somebody like a Heidegger, and even a Nietzsche for that matter, and a Sartre and a Marcel and all of these people, comes true. Where it actually is impossible. I mean, literally impossible for people to bring meaning from within. I'm just asking the question. I'm not saying it's going to happen. But the smart man the wise man needs to see what's around the corner beyond the horizon. Demi Moore's face job gets 30,000 hits in the first fucking second. You and me and people like us, yeah, we got 4 likes, 1 share. Yeah, let's ask a question. What happens if this is the omega point? Socially as well as personally. Then Nietzsche fucking wins. Go to the next slide. So Fromm, right? He believed this was a problem. So now we touch on the existential psychologist, the humanist psychologist, just again a little bit spend on that because tease out their general theme. They were worried of what I've just said. You could call them Nietzscheans without the futility, without the nihilism. But you know something? They took up the subject and they were worried that this could be a widespread problem. Now, he said, when you feel, he added another little caveat, when you feel these feelings of nothingness and boredom, because nothingness is appearing to you as boredom. It told you it takes years to work this out, right? But one of the epiphenomena, one of the manifestations of the nothing is boredom. Ennui, anomie, malaise, jadedness, feeling apart from, not a part of. What do you do, right? Well, he said as a psychologist, people repress it. And repression is just a fancy word for denial. So what you do is you deny these feelings of boredom. How do you do that? Take a look around. The fucking surfeit of stuff and distraction and entertainment and infotainment is how you do it. Hollywood and everything, all the extravaganzas, all the endless distractions. Proving the point, because it's such a surfeit of it that when you ask the question, where did it all come from breakdancing to skateboarding to disco and I don't know what is it all about? The Froms are saying, look, this is your escape from selfhood. This is your evasion of the boredom. Because boredom is a fact. We get the clients coming, and the moment that you hand them anything at all, they'll grab it. Not out of the love of the thing. Not out of the love of the thing. So is politics, is all of that nonsense, and all the other distractions, swatting balls on the golf course, whatever it may be, right? Is all of the stuff that we see that has a certain level of absurdity to it. If it's contextualized this way, then we see what it is. Now, you don't have to get into judgment of it because we all do it, and we also understand it philosophically. All this is about is understanding it, right? The 50 channels, the surf, the endless stimulation of the senses, and all the rest of it. We've got to be able to see it, that here is your robot, as Fromm said, would come, not the slave. Or as Aldous Huxley always said, the smiling depressive, the one who adores his servitude, will take on any tyranny as long as it helps you escape, as long as it's the carrot version, in which give me the bread and circuses. So another way that Fromm also noticed on the individual level, we've been hinting more socially here, but the individual then becomes depressed. Remember we saw the splitting man last time about how you can divide yourself into the social self and the authentic self that responds to nothingness and moods of despair and anxiety in a different way than the inauthentic man. Well, it's somewhat the same here. The depressed person doesn't want to feel, so he doesn't. He doesn't want to feel because he's afraid of the kind of feelings he will feel if he allows this feeling to surface. Right? Fromm stressed that this could become a mass phenomena as well, in which we no longer have individuals at all. You just have a completely medicated society in which it's nihilism again. Right? In other words, back to the whole thing. As Frankl and Fromm and others said, man cannot find meaning within himself. And he comes to rely then on entirely external meaning. And even then it's of a tawdry political version or a comedic version. He's not signing on for any deep meaning. And this is a problem then, because the meaning that he's signing on for, which is external, is also fleeting. It's also ephemeral. It's also episodic. It evaporates quickly, which means what? He becomes more and more addicted. He starts to protest his lot, becoming more and more affluent and parasitical on a society designed to feed him as a parasite. And then finally, the society itself becomes utterly parasitical. The whole thing, ruled by parasites, peopled by parasites. Socialism, I think, is the going term for it. The welfare state. No need for self-governance. And then when the big boots of the socialist state comes in, it doesn't feel oppressive to anybody. Right? A tyrant sitting down signing 40 draconian executive orders doesn't bother anybody. Just surf the channels. In fact, it's considered stabilizing. They're taking away my freedom. I love it. because you're psychically, emotionally, and fucking spiritually exhausted. Partly from all the crap that you're into. It's exhausted you. We're not talking about subliminals. We're just talking about the mere extroversion of it, the hyper. So these Wilhelm Reiches then understood what was coming. He saw beyond, and Janov, they saw that it's an energy quotient problem. Right? They were existentialists to a degree, but in a different way. They understood that it's all about energy resources within. The chi, the prana, right? The life force, the bioenergy, the libido is waning because of you're into too many things. You haven't consolidated, so you're burning it off. And society is sucking it off you. So in the end, you're going to be emaciated of the very life force that is the essence of life, the essence of being. And once that depletes, you become more and more docile, more and more dependent on the medications, the stimulants, the gratification. Go to the next slide. So when you see these hordes screaming for reform, they're not. They're screaming for more aphrodisiacs, more gratification, more orgasms, right? It was provided by the parents, but as we correctly say, the nanny state is merely taking over for the unpleasure. See, Freud talked about the pleasure principle. Reich talked about the unpleasure principle. You forget about the reality principle. Fuck, who has that? If your erogenous zones as a baby wasn't stimulated, as they should be, because of some puritanical, nitwit, utterly screwball parents, oh dear, dear. Right? Because unfortunately the equation for Reich is this. If it's not pleasure, it's unpleasure. So he's looking at these Oedipal stages totally differently. And he's going to realize that the person who has not been pleasured, whose erogenous zones are not stimulated, is an armored person who then goes out into the world to scream for the gratification that they never got at home. They get it from the nanny state, or they think they do. As I said, it's these temporary stimulants, right? Now, Circe was the system, the matriarch who turned men into pigs. But the thing is that the reverse is true as well. The pig can create a Circe to rule the pigs. Works either way, right? Either way, it's bad. And the only way to resolve this is like card 14 in the tarot. Find that access to the cauldron of life force within, of which martial arts, Tai Chi, these are the primary ways of the world, not the East or the West, or a combination of all of them, right? Is the primary way to do that. But any kind of meditation you can come up with, to really, I'll tell you meditation. Read Wilhelm Reich. Read Arthur Janov. There's your meditation. They all did it for you, mate. You don't have to think it out. Right? But of course, we don't read those men because of a modern education. So there's a lot of serpentine stuff here, right? So these Eckhart Tolles and all, who are the new gurus, they don't teach any of this. They're teaching the abstraction, the auto-hypnosis, the techniques of, and the quiet Gnostic idea that you're in a prison of the soul. Helping you to remain dissociated and collectivized, right? Helping to foster that hatred of reality that was so important to existentialists like Marcel. You actually hate yourself and you hate reality. And therefore, if a false pleasure principle a la Herbert Marcuse and his gang can be presented to you, all the bells and whistles and the flashing lights of the world can be presented to you, the TV generation, the immersion, the virtual realities, right? You'll plunge in. You'll plunge in. They offer you the sadomasochistic, video games, which are very, very violent, so you can both kill others and it works like this. Otto Rank said that if I keep hearing about death and keep reading about obituaries and keep killing people on video games, I'm not dead. But it's born out of your feeling of the fear of death. But you allay the fear of death by saying, well, at least he died, not me. It's that primitive, folks. And it's been going on for many millenniums. Right? So the void within these protesters is nothing more, says Adler and Fromm and people like that. It's one version of deep envy, all caps, of other people who do better than they are. In fact, it's really, as I've said in my work, it's really envy of the genius types and the alphas from a lot of betas and less. That's what it really is, to get to the heart of it, right? No fucking cutting corners here. Those who are more physically, mentally, and psychically advanced, they envy those people. Those who are masculine, those who are wise, those who are strong, those who are, ambitious. So these people then want to become apostles of equality, and they'll follow the political parties that give them the feeling that they have that's their mandate, equality. All that means is equal in misery. Drag down those who are men of genius, right, in order to level off the alpha types. Karl Marx, it was under his work, it's concealed there under sort of, affection for humanity and a whole bunch of talismanic terms that they're still using to this day. But the whole thing is fucking terminal, right? Because, you know why? Because envy is not a virtue. It's a disease, and it can't lead to anything positive. And the one who's got this envy, like these protesters, they don't accept it, they don't know they've got it, and they're not going to heal it. Therefore, they remain sick, and they just continually sicken the culture that they're in. I'm going to take a short break maybe and come back with the last few, but never forget that there's this psychological underpinnings of the inferior type recasting themselves as superior. And then in that mode, a lot of them become political entities because it's already made, right? It's got the oars, the sail, the engine is already there. It's already prepared for you to come on board with a lot of others, collectivized, feminized, accusatory, envious, right? Malicious. Look at the paranoid. This is Cortez and all her gang. Everybody's after them. Fuck, I wish somebody was after them. Some fucking ninja warrior ready to grab them by the fucking throat. But I'm waiting for implosion based on an actually accepted medical fact. If you're that schizoid, dissociated, what's the one? Multiple personality and paranoid, I would expect, right, that at some point it's going to be the rubber room time. So when do these guys ever, but see, now they take so much medication that they actually, can get away with it. They can actually be propped up for a while and carry on and on and on. There's nobody there to take them fucking down. But, yeah, let's do comments when we come back, shall we? I need to turn the heaters on and stuff, so.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Give me a sec.
I've got a good little bit here from Ayn Rand's comments on envy, who I think wrote it perfectly. But it's just, before I go to that, it's so key what Michael's highlighting here, because you can see it everywhere. You can tell right away when you get to what's underpinning all of this hysteria. I mean, my goodness, look at the way they've, by the media concocting, and these World Health Organizations or whatever, just concocting this doom, this hysteria about some virus. For a whole year, they were able to stop the world with easily and demonstrably shown to be lies. Like, you can easily show somebody. I've tried doing it till I'm breathless, just how many contradictions and lies there are. And now what are they doing? They're saying, oh, one mask isn't enough. You need to layer it with like 2 or 3 masks. And it's just getting absolutely absurd. And people still go for it because of what Michael's saying here, that if you don't have any of that inner strength built within you, you will fall for every illusion that these soothsayers sell you to try to fix this inner angst that you already have. And they just have to push the buttons, blow it out of proportion, and make it a big thing, and then everybody goes for it. You'll notice the people who aren't falling for it, and in my assessment, it's actually growing exponentially. I keep saying, yeah, please keep being yourselves, media. Keep being yourselves. These crazy people in power, they just keep doing what you're doing, because all it's doing is actually helping people snap out of it. But for the people that are sort of hopelessly entranced in it, when you get down to the fact that we are dealing here with psychology, we are dealing with mass psychology, and the root of that is what we've been bringing out for a while, Unslaved. It goes back to your origins as a human being, back with the parenting, back with the way that we perceive ourselves, the way that we perceive God as this external thing rather than something that's deeply entwined within you. And when you don't know how to produce that meaning, you seek for external forces to produce meaning for you. And lo and behold, here we are. This is what we're seeing. So when it comes to envy, we've said it before, you separate that from just some jealousy, like that's something different, in my opinion. If you see something that somebody has that you want and you're like, oh, wow, that in a way you're looking up to that person and you're saying, oh, I want that too. But this envy is the idea that you don't want others to have it. And this has now seeped into our society, it's seeped into our media, and it's seeped into the political system, right? So Ayn Rand said it beautifully. It was basically, she's got a little thing called envy and the hatred of the good for being good. Really quickly, she says, today we live in the age of envy. Envy is not the emotion I have in mind, but it is the clearest manifestation of an emotion that has remained nameless. It is the only element of a complex emotional sum that men have permitted themselves to identify. Envy is regarded by most people as a petty, superficial emotion, and therefore it serves as a semi-human cover for so inhuman an emotion that those who feel it seldom dare admit it even to themselves. That emotion is really hatred of the good for being good. And I mean, come on, like you put up, like what you were saying earlier, Michael, about how Kim Kardashian's ass has more views on YouTube than some of the greatest teachers in wisdom and enlightening ideas or music that you're ever going to find. And when we see all this anger and this far left, all this craziness going on in the political world, what is it but hatred of the good for being good, bringing them down because people have a void within themselves, and instead of raising themselves, they need to bring everybody down to the lowest common denominator. And that's why the religion of this socialist, communist ideology, and even fascist idea, it's all the same shit. It's crept in the vacuum that's created that we have internally. So what do you think about that, Michael? Welcome back.
Yep, absolutely true. She nailed it. She's one of the few people who did, and that's why they try to suppress her work as well. Because really, her work is about, reason, attuning you to the external world, which is your teacher. It's very similar to the phenomenology we're talking about. That's exactly what they say, right? But heroism, though, the whole thing that centers around is the idea of masculinity. Defining what that is. It's beautiful philosophy, and it's also very helpful because you only know you only taste food when you're really, really starving. So sometimes, the bloated societies have to become sort of emaciated to understand a rand and to really value. When everything's cushy and going well, nobody, realizes the value of a woman like that, her work. Right. So I'm hoping that out of this nightmare, which she always said, right? It's Attila the Hun and the witch doctor. Well, it's back again, if you haven't noticed.
She predicted it all.
So, And we want to see people joining her society. We want to see people reading her books. She confronted the Berkeleyites and annihilated them. They didn't write anything again. They couldn't fight her. So pick up the book, Philosophy Who Needs It, and start reading it because it's full of weapons you can use against these nitwits. They couldn't win against her, right? And they won't win against you either when you know what you're talking about, right? But let's go to the next slide because we'll change gears a little bit here. Back to the subject of nothingness in a more of a phenomenological way. Remember, Sartre said, hey, my friend that I expected is not in the cafe. The money I thought was in my wallet isn't there. It's a kind of a vertigo. But imagine something you do every day, like looking at your watch, right? Because somebody has asked you to meet them at the cafe. Or somebody's asked you to do something at a certain time. When you look at the watch and you're thinking, or even if somebody's saying, when would you like to meet? You have to select a particular time. That action of selection, say you're looking at a clock or a watch, is exactly what we're talking about. You have to nothing all the other moments that are not the something. Meaning you have to negate, annihilate all those other moments and times which won't work for you. And you select a time, say 1 o'clock, p.m., that does. 1 o'clock a.m., no, I'll be sleeping. So I say, no, that's not going to work, right? At 2 p.m., I'm meeting another person. So that won't work. So what are you actually doing there? That's why I said don't be confused later on. You have to grasp the totality of time, the 12 hours, right? But then you're selecting, right? So, but earlier when I said selection, I didn't mean that there's something Cartesian about that. Because the moment that you select is from the background of all other moments that you could have selected. So there is this movement and transposition, right? There's this interplay, right? And there's this sort of a swing between the background and the foreground. The nothing and the something. As you pick out 1 o'clock, or as you pick out a person in the crowd, or a thing that you need to do, or I've got to take the train as opposed to the airplane, or I'm going to wear this color as opposed to that color today, or these clothes as opposed to those clothes, or I'm buying something and I want this as opposed to that, and they're nearly identical. What you're actually doing is forcing the background into the background so that that thing stands out, just like that, hour on the clock. In terms of time, you're establishing that duality that we talked about, that there's time and then there's this moment that is your time, right? So you are creating, you're involved in a dualism there of time as it is as the background to the time that you need for the personal activity. Active time and passive time, so to speak, right? And we have this process so constantly that we don't notice it, which is what Merleau-Ponty and Heidegger were fascinated by, that stuff which is invisible by its proximity. We talked about that last week so we could get here. So now that moment that you've selected becomes your field of activity, right? You walk to the cafe, you're going to meet, you're going to meet your friend there, Pascal or whatever. And whether he's there or he's not there, that's your field, right? Now, when he's not there, as Sartre gave his analogy, you're sort of, boom, there's a vertigo in which your field of time explodes and you're back into the primordial form of time before selection. You selected, and when you looked in the wallet to pay for the coffee and you thought there was this amount of francs, and there isn't. There's a collapse of time. There's an implosion that takes place, and you snap out of your time where you're in control and your expectations and your perspectives are rational in the Cartesian way, subjects, objects. That is obliterated for a minute. These phenomenologists were noticing this. Thousands of tests. Of all sorts. When you get into this, it's actually extraordinary, right? So, but just to keep it very simple, you snap back into time as a background. Because your thing didn't work. It's like, I'm running to get the plane, and they say, well, that was yesterday. It was this Saturday on that ticket, and that Sunday. Way home. And you're going, what? And all of a sudden, there's this befuddlement, right? And you're a deer in the headlights. So I'm just saying, phenomenologically, observe what that does when it happens to you, because it will. These things happen to you, you're on the precipice of the nothing, just for a split second. And you go back into the larger field, where things aren't standing out. And so it feels abyssal for a second, right? Now, too much attention, of course, in practical life, too much attention on the background field, you can't operate. Too much focus on the foreground, so to speak, on the personal frame of reference, also blocks out the background to such an extent that doesn't work either. Like the mad professor doesn't know what season it is, doesn't know what the hell is happening. And you won't be able to function. So what Martin Heidegger and Maurice Merleau-Ponty were fascinated by was, then how do you set that line in between? If you think Descartes' cogito and even the world of science is defining the sophistication of the mind that can set the alignment between those, that can do this effortless, fluid movement between background and foreground in time, a thing that happens so fast and so fluidly that you're not even aware of you're doing it, then to hell with these descriptions of man and being. There's something going on extraordinarily sophisticatedly on a pre-objective level. What do we know about any of that? Just a simple looking at your watch and making that decision. A musician on a keyboard. Right? And therefore, and this is, you see, understand this now, That's 50% of where they were going to go. What we've just described is 50%. There's still another area to go here, and that is this. And this is existentialism in a nutshell. The heart of it is what we're going to say now. That was a demonstration of the interaction between the something and the nothing, right? That's what we've just said. And the emphasis was that you're not conscious of what you're doing in that flow. Right? When you abstract, right, and you focus and you unfocus, you're not aware of any of that. It's pre-objective. They're saying, right, then how much more do you do that with the ultimate background? And since they weren't metaphysicians, the ultimate background that they were talking about was weld, or weld the world. That is the totem of all things that's seen, and it contains the unseen, the unconcealed phenomena. But that is the background of backgrounds. I just call it the totem for, convenience. Obviously, if you can't, on a daily basis, if you don't even see the background of time and other backgrounds, then obviously what is your relationship with the ultimate background? It's nothingness. It's mystery. So they've established a mystery that is at the core of your being, one that even gives you the faculties. See, we're way beyond metaphysics and Descartes and Kant. They have found the real categories of the unconscious, if you want to call it that, or the categories of the understanding. But they're entirely phenomenological. If the world is the background of something, you have no access to it. But hold off, we'll get to that in a minute. Go to the next slide. Look at it. Continue looking at this. If I say to somebody, what do you see? And they say, well, I see a man, in black on a white background. Normally, most people won't even talk about the background. They'll just go, I see a figure of a man. What more do you see? Well, he's in black. Right? And the first descriptions that you'll get, a whole list of them, will not include the white background. Any more than when you're looking at that 1 p.m. moment that you've isolated from the background, are you aware of what you've just done? You don't say, well, given the 12 hours of my background, and of course we're talking here about p.m., I'm selecting 1 p.m. Exactly, precisely, that's what I'm going to see you. Nobody ever does that. That would be the reason, and if you did do it, it would be the reason that's gone in there to that more objective level and said something about the background. That would be a Descartes, right? That would be the dualism, and the dualism is certainly there. Yes, the man is on a white background. But you have isolated from that background this figure. And you've pushed the background into the background in terms of attention. You've honed in and you've honed out, but you prefer to hone in. So this is the whole way it is of our being. We isolate, not as Descartes said, but the very act of perception does acknowledge the background on an implicit level, but the deed is done by honing in on the something. Mentally deciding to not hone in on the background. Which means what? Because this is very obvious. What does it mean? It means that you have de-objectified the background. So how can Descartes be right that you are subject in a world of objects? When in order to see those objects, to be that being, to be the cogito, is a false description of man. Because as the phenomenology of perception shows, you have actually perceived and then thrown into the background that which you've perceived. That is actually the description of how you operate in the world. And we're just being very brief and cursory here. The white background exists, but it does not exist for you. And again, we do this all the time. Everything we see of a day is in space. It's never part of space. It's not with space. Right? It's in space, meaning that we've de-objectified. So we're simply not subjects and objects. Right? It's like the black background, the man has pushed away his background, his environment, in order to show up. He stands forth, or vice versa. The background has receded in other words, what did we just say earlier? It has become concealed. Right? There's something more going on with the mysteries of perception. And it's not just perception, it's the objects perceived have done this. Right? Something has to recede for something else to stand forth. If you try to focus on the background to an extent, eventually that which is in the foreground will become concealed. You know those funny rooms that you look through a little hole and the room is all skewed? It's like a compressed cube. After looking at it for just 10 minutes, it looks normal. And even if a guy's walking like on the deck of a ship where it's all askew, after 10 minutes, something in your mind arights it. Right? Because it's doing this. It's rearranging that room according to these principles of what is brought from the background and the foreground. Right? Now, as we said, adumbrations is the infinite perspectival aspect of this. Infinite perspectives, which Descartes and all of these people threw out, are only dealt with in a derivative way. No object is actually seen for itself, just like those landscapes that appear differently every day, or the moon rising to the zenith, right? Now, the other mystery here is that all of this that we've just delineated analytically, perception does not draw your attention to it. So there's something invisible about the very mechanism of your perception and how it relates to the world, and highly sophisticated. That always needs to be mentioned. Monocular, right? Monocular. Our vision appears monocular. So we are unaware then of all of these perspectives. We have two eyes, right? But when you look at that man, go back to that man for just a second. You have two eyes, but the eyes are working monocularly. They focus as one vision. Already that's a flaw, because you get two eyes. Then the background has become a nothing, so that the something can stand forth. Right? It removes itself from thinking. It's unthought. Right? And then finally on that level, Merleau-Ponty is saying basically there is no such thing as thought at all. Right? There is only perception. Perception and thought are one. It's not that there's two things, thought and perception. Perception is thought. It's just a synonym for it. The easiest way to say it is that perception is thinking. But there's a lot of preconscious aspects to this, right? Just in the same way that your body perceives pain inside or discomfort without you being consciously aware of it. Now, all the things that we're talking about was inspired by Heidegger, right? And his way, just very briefly, his way of demonstrating this had to do with tools and equipment in this web of significance. If you're using the mouse and if you're using the computer, then these are at hand. They're present at hand. They're ready at hand is what he called them. And the receding equipment that you don't bother with, like you're not cooking a meal now and you're not drinking water now, you're not out driving the car now or building something. Those are all present at hand. And they're the ones in the background. So we had these weird, like I said, he invented a whole language for things. People found that very confusing and off-putting. Actually, it's so simple. Right? So the ready at hand and the present at hand are the two distinguishing. There's a duality, as we said. And I think he even I may not even be saying it correctly. It was like present on hand or something like that. But anyway, in general, that's it. He's split equipment into two. The ones that you're using right now, the ones that are ready at hand, they matter. They're in the foreground, right? In the web of significance. And that's another way of showing an adumbration. Because each piece of equipment that you use, even if it is hammers and chisels and tools, right, changes based on the desire that you're now putting them to. So if you're thinking of making a vase and a pot, it's very different than building a house, right? And so always the things that are at hand are always changing in how they appear to you. Go to the next slide. Yeah, so phenomenology of perception. Vision, first of all, is not a matter of eyes. It's of the body in total. So already, to use the word perception is to speak of a totem. One not mentioned by philosophy. That the very senses, the makeup of the senses, perception is thinking. And we have a pre-objectified communion and rapport with the world, with weld. If we didn't, not a thing would show up for us. Perception wouldn't work. Because as he's already shown, you have to have an intuition of the totality and the background for anything to show up at all. Just like the metaphor of the watch. And that shows not a matter of any Kantian categories or any of this subject-object nonsense of Descartes. Self and world, right? Remember, idealist, mind and matter are already in a communion that these guys just couldn't get a proper handle on. In Hegel, you find a lot of phenomenology. You find a lot of these things we're talking about. But it never really got free of God and metaphysics and absurdities. And therefore, part of this web of significance, it must be also said, is that we did not arrange it. Right? We're not talking of subjects and objects. The web of significance arranged itself. We find things there for our use. The present at hand and the ready at hand, right? Oh, I remember what it is. Present to hand and ready at hand. Sorry about the details, but there you are. So all of that equipment arranged itself. It's there already for our desire. Our desire did not make it. This is a fallacy that we imagine, right? Because the wood of the trees and even the plastic all comes from the earth. It was all there originally for our use. The metals, the ores, whatever the water to pump the great turbines and all the rest of it. The daggers and the knives and the bows and arrows, which just replicated the saber-toothed tiger's teeth. Right? Everything was taken from nature. So what they're trying to show is that before a thing becomes a concept, a rational concept that can be meditated on, memorized, thrown into the memory hole, before all of that rational faculties come online, there is a primordial perception going on, in which, and when Merleau-Ponty went to his extent of his philosophy, he said, you are perceived by the very things you perceive. Oh, I just lost everybody. But then he says, okay, if it is then that perception is primary in all of this, what do we know about what do we know about it? And we need to know something about it because illusion is also something that can fraught, and undermine perception. So we need to know a lot about this if we were going to get to the core of what is even illusion. And we need to, because how would you know what truth is if you didn't do this process, you see? So just remember for now that when a thing appears, it appears with its background. It has to. Right? All things that appear to you, like that man, is always part of a context. Always. Never apart from it. And it's the same with ourselves. But we can't do philosophy, say these men, until you become aware of this, both spatially and temporally. And that's what their philosophies hope to do. So we're into the deep existentialism at this point. Right? Meaning we only see what we want to see. But in that problem, we don't actually see the thing as it is. And we certainly don't see the background context by which it comes to be. And it's a kind of it's where we need to be going. We need to teach our children this, which means exposing them then to surrealistic art, and paradoxicons and all the rest of it. Really teach them how to see. That the river you see is determined by the banks of, on either side. But are you aware of that, right? And then are you aware of the fact that the river carved those banks? That communion, as we're talking about. So a lot of this, is contra-idealism as a philosophy, right? And it's always about felt experience. It is about a certain level of feelings aroused by your perceptions. And how you got even into, see, by getting into this, the key thing is this: you come to see how you have operated falsely in the world as an object and a subject. You come to actually now deconstruct it by actual living experience, so that it is no more, not just intellectually, but in a completely different way. You'll actually understand about this thing called the call of the world, that is the real nucleation of duality. How intimately the world is affecting you on a level of being, and that you share the world. There can be no question of all of the types of science, right, and religion and all of these paradigms. In other words, you're a real being in the world, as they said. And you'll be able to marvel at this fluid movement that we've talked about, the picking up of equipment and the usages of it in a very, very fluid way. Go to the next slide. Now, to illustrate the things we've been talking about, just like a cube, if you see this shape, right, this shape has no meaning at all for anyone unless they can conceive of it as the next slide. Go to the next one. Right. So in your mind's eye, in your perception, right, this is the totem, right, that makes sense of the previous image that you saw. So in some level, you grasped the totality in order to make sense of the semicircle. It's the same thing if you take a landscape painting and turn it upside down. Some part of you remembers the original, right? Because that is the whole that you normally assume to be there. When it's inverted, that doesn't fit any picture of a whole. It can't be, it's not a proper background, and it's not a proper foreground. Okay. Like, for instance, text editors, when they're looking for misspelled words in a sentence, they often miss them. Right? And that's because they're looking too hard. Right? So if you look too hard, you miss it, and if you pull back, you miss it. Right? You may be looking at the whole context of the sentence or the paragraph as well. Right? So this honing in and this honing out. Because any time that you see a part of something, like we just saw there, right, with the circle, it implies or infers the whole. Right? Like, let's take Vincent van Gogh's The Sunflowers, right? A very famous painting, everybody knows it. But imagine you did, in Photoshop, you changed the hue. And instead of these golden and orange and yellows, it became sort of bluish in hue and tint. Totally changed. You're probably likely to notice it and remember that painting anyway. Because the total, the one original is going to be in your mind. So even though something about it has been changed, like the circle, I cut it in half, but you have experience of the whole. Right? So this is then where they're going. This is where Heidegger is going when he's going to try to talk about being. Right? The book is called Being in Time. So they're using all of these metaphors to get you to think about the ultimate background, nothingness. Right? They're trying to get you to think about it. Because nothingness plays a very, very big role in what we're talking about. Go to the next one. So when we're walking about in nature, in the world, we're not aware of the whole at all. We only perceive even the world partially. What we see are objects and entities. Right? Even the sunlight or the lamppost, right? For instance, say you meet somebody many, many, many times of a day, a person at work, and you're seeing them all the time, they're charging in and out. But somebody came along and asked you, what is the eye color of that person? You'd be shocked to find out that although you've met them dozens and dozens of times by the water cooler, or whatever, rushing in and out, you probably couldn't tell. Now, why is that? So you don't grasp the whole at all. In fact, you don't even think about the whole. Yet everything you see sits on it. So to understand man, right, to have that correct description phenomenologically, why is it that we see only the ensemble of individual particular things, not the totem of which they must be a part? Why is that? And that is because we are a certain kind of being. Right? We're talking existentialism here. The why not is because we are a certain kind of being, and that's not our way. This is the way we see, and this is the way we do not see. How can that be? How can idealism stand then? Idealism says, no, my mind. Right? It doesn't mean it obliterates it, but it shakes it to its core. If these things we're talking about existed, then idealism cannot be true, because idealism presupposes that everything is one-dimensional, in the light of reason, and so on, and that nothing then should be hidden from us. And yet everything is hidden from us. Our very perception presupposes hiddenness. It's the same experiments with color, and laying out the same color in a big row. How do you pick one of the colors from the other, and all of this kind of thing, right? So there's a tremendous meaning that any particular object, and there's also a mystery that when anything at all appears in front of us, it comes with its background which we do not perceive. Go to the next slide. So somebody would say, well, it's the universe. What are you talking about? The planet Earth? Right, but you see, that doesn't answer anything, because what is the background of the Earth? Well, somebody would say the universe. Who goes, okay, what's the background of the universe? And the only answer that these Heideggers give is that, well, it's being. Being is the ultimate background. And maybe being has its own background. But if we keep on going, it's not an infinite regress. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about nothingness. So when you posit being as one of the ultimate backgrounds, to suggest that being has its background, you are at nothingness. So it's not an infinite regress, which is what you get into when you're into metaphysics conundrums. No, it just goes back to being, which is the ultimate background. And then if there is a ground to that, then obviously you have something. You have nothingness as a something. You have the nothingness that gives rise to being. There's nothing inconsistent about that. And reverse back to where we started. That concealment that we spoke of when objects are concealed is Heidegger's proof of his bigger theory, and saying, I'm just showed you iterations of it. That anomaly of you not seeing the whole of an object is the microcosm version of the bigger nothingness, the philosophy of nothingness. And he then said that the most amazing thing is another proof, which all these haters on Heidegger know about and purposely still ridiculed him, was that he said if you go back to the primal languages, like ancient Greek and ancient Old High German, the very etymology and the philology, meaning the language and the words of those languages, speak it. They actually have words that connote this philosophy. They were aware of it, and their language spoke it, whereas our languages after Latin stopped. So that was the further proof. We can explore that ad infinitum. Go to the next one very briefly. There's one other aspect to this, and that's here's another ugly word, proprioception. And proprioception pertains to a lot of the things we've been saying, but in terms of spatiality, particularly the space that your body inhabits in a room, how you know where things are, right? And even involving the movements of your body and how you know where your feet are, where your back is, where an itch is. Proprioceptions cannot be understood because we've explained it. It's the philosophy of the relationship between the whole and the part. So the room that you're in is the whole. How do you know which is up, down, sideways? Where's the door? Where's the floor? Turns up in architecture. Turns up in the city, walking through a city. But very little of it is mental activity. right? Knowing where that itch is, and that the back is the back and the front is the front and the up is the up and the down is the down, has very little to do with a calculated, analytical, measuring, rational process. There's something intelligent about the body, and that's what proprioception refers to. A kind of a comportment of the body in the world. We could talk about that for ages, right? Go to the next one. So just knowing that it is back pain, not feet or head, means that the body is your context. The body is your background. And it is unseen. The body is your field. Hail Wilhelm Reich. The body is your context. It is unseen. It is shadow. So the pain, from Descartes' point of view, the pain is an object. I am the subject. It is irritating me. And I locate it as an object of pain. Yeah, mate, but it's in the subject. It's the subject feeling the pain. How can you objectify it? Well, of course you do. No, you don't. So dualism, proprioception, nucleates, right? Duality. If one hand touches the other, isn't this hand touching? If this is the subject, and I touch the object, yeah, but at the very same moment, the object is touching the subject. So dualism is nucleated. And that means that there's a different, deeper kind of awareness at work below the level of the subject-object, cognition. One that does intuit the whole. So say you picked up a crystal, just like this thing with a man on the white background. I understand the crystal, what it is. I call it a crystal. I understand it as one because I first must have encountered all the things of which it is made. I already know what angles are. I already know what light is. I already know what refraction is. I know what stone and glass, right, and all the rest of it. I must already know all of those things separately. So that's what I do. I pick out, right, from the world these adumbrations. And then when I see something where they're all brought together, that's why I can have that thing stand out, because it stands out from the background of all of those other things. Each of those other things standing out themselves from a background. And therefore, as Merleau-Ponty and Heidegger were showing, every mechanical thing we do must be on that background, even though that background is not intuited. What are they saying? But where's the object of all this? Right? It is because, as I said, the body is your whole in the context, and there is the whole. Your beinghood operates on a background that we're not consciously aware of, and philosophy, says Heidegger, has not been involved in it from the beginning. And as we showed, if we're missing all this background when telling the time and seeing things and walking around in the daily, flow of objects in the web of significance, then they're right to ask, what more might we be missing? And might not we now need to pay attention to that other? Go to the next slide. He also said that when an eye, which is the object of perception, the eye is the eye of the subject, but it cannot observe itself without observing itself as an object. Right? So what the hell do we do with that? The very act of perception, which identifies subjecthood, subjectivity, cannot see itself unless it sees itself as an object. Well, then the subject must precede the objectification. Objectification is obviously then an attribute of subjectivity. So subjecthood, in the broader philosophical sense, is correct. There is a self and there is a subject. We're not objectified. We are standing forth by our own perception. We are the given. And right, the background upon which we stand is also thrown into darkness. So we are mystery. The only way that the subject can see itself is by an act of objectification. Well, then objectification is merely an attribute of the subject. And perception proves it. But where's all these PhDs confirming that? When that dualism is nucleated, like we just showed with the hands and the eye, then man is transcendent. So it's not that these existentialists denied dualism, and it's not that they ever denied that man is a transcendent being. They just redefined it. They just showed you how you really are transcendent, which the other philosophers had done their best to show, but failed miserably. So the next question follows. If objectivity is an attribute, a quality, a faculty of the subject, which materialists just can't even to this day accept, then how is objective knowledge arrived at? How did the whole process of objectification take place and why? That's the real ground of philosophy. One of them. Because now that we've established that this process exists and is fundamental, then what did it come about for? Why are we that way, not some other way? You know you're alive, you know you have a body, because you experience it. But you didn't intend to experience it. In fact, you don't intend to have experiences. You just have them. Right? Experiences just happen. You never woke up in the morning as an analytical being and said, today I'm going to have experiences, isn't it great? You're not determined to have experiences. Right, so then what is this fluidity? See, so the Cartesian approach just avoids all of this. It just split mind from world and left you there in that void. And the reason why, Heidegger said, is because there's something about the whole that led to this. There's something about the whole which is so holy, if you take the pun, so significant and meaningful that we turn from it. And all of this kind of thinking that we have and the philosophy that arose before the time of Plato is in many ways a kind of self-concealing. And it gets elaborate, we're not going to go into it, but Heidegger was of the opinion that all the things that we're seeing is already from a place of concealment, somewhat artificial. Our philosophies, our perceptions, our rationality are all self-concealed in an act of trying to make it so that the background is thrown into shadow. Now, we're not going to go any further than that on that. And it's the same thing, Reich would agree, it's the same thing with your body. There's something about totems and holes that threaten us. And so the body is victimized by this. It is our whole, it is our context, and we have an idea of it. We're not in touch with the real body at all. We're not really accessing the body. And this ties into post-humanism, for instance. All of that technology to build the bot. So let's put it just slightly another way. We started off with meaning being important to existentialists. Right. If it can be established that this background that's unseen is the ultimate meaning, now we see why we may not want to touch it. There's something immediate about meaningfulness, but there's something extremely obscure. We've cultivated a kind of mentality, a mentation, and a thinking that actually negates meaning. Go to the next slide. This was brought out by many sages. People like Nietzsche said, where do your thoughts come from? You want to think of yourselves as the thinker. So that's what we did via Descartes. Descartes and these people only exemplified what was really necessary for us, to think of ourselves as rational beings, to reconfigure ourselves as this thinker, Rodin's thinker, the contemplator, right? It's an image we created for ourselves. But Nietzsche just simply asked, so where do your thoughts come from then, thinker? The Buddhists say, no, there is no thinker. There is no thinker. There's just a perceiver, right? So the deep critique is we posited the I. We posited self as thinker so that we could create this monocularism, monodeism. It became the convention. It hasn't got a shred of truth behind it, and the phenomenologist proved it. Because it's not what is actually happening, even from proprioception point of view. Things are just there. They just popped out of somewhere. I don't think I care where they are. I have no conception of that. Maybe I do if I'm a bit of an artist, that's it. We don't say, what is the nowhere? But see, through existentialism in the last two programs we've seen, no. It came up again. What is nothingness? And why are we rejecting it? Why is it not thought? We've out-thought it. We've out-said it in the way we've become. Go to the next one. And in doing this, we settled for perspectivism in the sense that we only see and know a thing from a single perspective. Another act of self-deception. Remember, that's why on my list I do add self-deception there. This is one of the reasons why I do. You're trying to denude the thing of meaning. So Cartesian objectivity is saying, I'm imprisoning you, thing. I'm forbidding you to be part of a background. I'm isolating you, I'm alienating you, and I'm calling the background nothingness. And because I do so, it becomes a nothingness. There really is a nothing, because we want there to be a nothing. Because the something that is the totem of all, we wish not to know. We unthink it. We've turned it into nothingness and became one. So how you reverse that process? Well, that's what Heidegger wants to show in his latter works. And in a way, then, we've done this to ourselves. Right? And what we've done is we've denuded, emaciated, and we have exhausted the object. We stripped it of meaning. And like the great Owen Barfield said, even through our words, our naming of things, we've pinned them to a board. Our naming of a thing is the dehumanizing of it, the withdrawing of empathy, right? The objectification of it is the stripping of its significance, putting it in jail, making sure that it cannot speak to us of the totem of which it is a part. Our relations with objects doesn't go that far. They're silenced, they're gagged, and the world grows dark. How you get back to it, we're not dealing with that here. But only to say that the thing has adumbrations regardless. But we've cut off those adumbrations. We've classified. And my God, Heidegger's most complex works are mostly about technology and how this was done. It would take a lifetime to go into. But we have curtailed, cut off, blinded, right? We live in a kind of a blindness in which we disallow these different perspectives, these different adumbrations. We literally disallow them. We forbid ourselves to become aware of them. Even though anything sits in a network of perspectives. And to know the thing is not the rational Cartesian way. Real knowing is to accept all the perspectives. Well, we don't know that. We don't do that, so we can't know. So as rational beings, right, positing the self as an I, as a thinker, it's a fairly ridiculous process, actually. And existentialism is the one that gets the digger and the bulldozer deep into the crack and overhauls the whole city. You look out the window and there they are driving down the street. They get their shovel into the crack and the whole lot goes over with a mighty crash. And all their delusions are just scattered to the four winds. And obviously things will, remain this way until we know these philosophies. There's not going to be a change until our children are even taught differently. To be sensitive, because it is going to be a sensitivity to awaken anyone to those different perspectives. And also the divestiture of all of the religions and the supernaturalisms and the metaphysics that is inevitable, to get to that level of sensitivity. There are infinite adumbrations and infinite perspectives, but we are not infinite beings. What did Blake say? To see a world in a grain of sand? So the process of human life in the post-human world, post-modern world, is to limit and close down and reduce experience to nothingness. These Sam Harrises and all are just the most extreme obscenity, grotesque versions of this shutdown. Always cutting off another dimension, always throwing something into darkness in that sense. Go to the next slide. So a bunch of final definitions we should look at. And again, we're not exhausting it by any means. when we turn to nothingness. In order to perceive an object, a lot of other phenomena must recede into the background. That's the clearest you can make it. Into the abyss of nothingness. They're made into nothing. They're annihilated. They're not seen. And to a phenomenologist, what we call reason and intellect and even language, that's what they are. They're not here to give us scientific knowledge. That's all delusion. Our language, it's all left brain, as we would know from other programs. It's the left brain mechanisms. And those left brain mechanisms have filtered our understanding primarily of the background, and then continue to filter even what we know about an object. You see, it's multi-level. It's so grotesque. And what's left is only going to be suffice to this left brain sort of narrow cognition. Go to the next one. So as we see then, and then finally, we come to what a lot of other people would have started with in this discussion of nothingness, is that Dasein is not just being in the world. He's also redefined in being in time as being toward death. And so this would be where a lot of other people start in their discussions of nothingness. I just left it to the end. No reason, right? It doesn't really matter. And this then is, go to the next one, takes us to one of the central principles of being in time, which is the existential nothingness that lies at the end when you contemplate your finitude. Right? In contemplating death, you immediately have to acknowledge, become aware of, that in the future you will not be. Right? And actually, the way that Heidegger said it is very, very interesting. Remember we had time and temporality? Well, we didn't really define temporality. Temporality is past, present, and future, but in a specific way, in which we don't have a present without having a future. So for Heidegger, the primary tense is the future. And when we say we're in the now, see, this upsets a lot of New Age theories as well. I'm going to be in the now. Well, you're actually in the now because of the future. Consciousness is future intended. Right? We're futuristic. And you come back to a place that you call the present by way of the future. It's really difficult for a lot of people to understand this. But it's called protension. Protension. In which you cast, all beings do this. You cast your mind future to what's called the horizon of the finitude, the death, right? And you bounce back to the present by way of the future. That's the clearest definition of Dasein. That's what Dasein is, being there. But the process of being there is further defined in this way. But the strange thing happens is that when you project yourself up to the horizon of the ending, right, of the moment of death, you encounter the nothingness to which you must return. And from which you came, you were born from it. Right? And it's like and then when you return to the now, you come with the nothingness. You come back with it. You've met it, and it's an ever-presence in your life now. So your life and everything you do is constantly surrounded with the nothingness. This is why people get depressed and get into despair. It's all existential. So I come back and I re-own the present in a way that if I didn't have this future orientation, Heidegger believes there wouldn't be any present. You'd be drifting around in a way that has no meaning at all, like an animal. Animals don't have this kind of meaning and this kind of comportment. So they're in this woolly, ever-present world without contemplation of death, mortality, and finitude. And if you want to be an animal in a field, go ahead and join one of these New Age paths and all these false philosophies that talk about the present and the now and being here now. You won't be authentic. Authentic man's mind goes forward, and when he returns to the present, he owns his present in a different way than the inauthentic man who flees from that fear, that anxiety. The authentic man is not evading, he's seizing his possibilities. And Heidegger says that the transformation that takes place is that Danken, which is thank you, becomes Denken, which is thinking. They're the same word root. So you return to the present in a state of care. And that's what makes you authentic. So when I left it in the last week's program, I said, hey, nobody can really tell what authenticity is. And that is still true. You will be the only one who really at the end of the day knows that you're a caring being. That's true. But the real hardest definition of authenticity you're going to get from these thinkers is that it is Danke. That all thoughts are acts of gratitude for the time that you have and the quality of your life and the value of your life. See, people, no correction between Heidegger and people like Ayn Rand. Like to bet on that? How do you get a psychoepistemology? She's saying the same thing in just a different idiom. But the mood of care is awakened to either equalize with or even surpass, depends what Heidegger you're reading, the mood of anxiety. So in my future book on this, I'm going to be exploring that although the mood of anxiety is primal and ontological, let's ask the question of are there other moods that might either equal anxiety or even surpass it? It's a question that really hasn't been asked by a lot of people. Okay. So you came from nothingness when you were born. You finally intuit that there's an ending coming. You return. You're not doing any of this it's like semi-conscious, right? But it's happening. It's happening on that pre-objective level. You either recoil from the thought of it and you run into ontic life and the immersion in the midwell, in the inauthentic sense, or you grab your possibilities and you do so, says Heidegger, in care. And there your thinking is transmuted because it is no longer that banal, basic thinking. Go to the next slide. So we'll finish on just one point, a couple of points that come up with the idea of existential therapy again, or psychology. Very vital because it iterates and applies a lot of the things we've just talked about. Go to the next one. As we said, Sartre and Heidegger and these people were very, very suspicious of the various forms of therapy. Now, we've already explained a lot about why that is. Because they were suspicious of what is happening. Is someone running, right, to therapy merely to, well, go to the next slide. I've listed a few of them, actually. Let's deal with that. Sartre would say, look, is it just more self-deception? A way to alleviate some of these anxieties that are arising from your living an inauthentic life, from bad faith. Is it an extension of authoritarianism? Because now that you are a subject in the midwelt, you're rootless. You're connected, you're disconnected from the background, from the totalities, and you're just a gray, anonymous everyone. But that gray, anonymous everyone needs an authority figure. So he seeks it out not in the priest anymore, but in the psychologist. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to be. Because I don't want to be, so you tell me how to be. I'll be following your direction. Is it the pretense of authenticity? This would now move into more of your pop, hippy-dippy, and new age levels, where I see a shrink. I'm working it all out. But it's really a manifestation of inauthenticity, or a pretense of authenticity, trying to show the world that because you're seeing a psychologist, you want to change fundamentally, you're working it all out, you're being more of a being, and all of this nonsense. And obviously, as time went by, there was lots of psychologists, nothing ever changed. It's just a bunch of inferior types wanting to recast themselves as superior types. Broken social selves seeking repair. Or is it on some, and it definitely is on certain occasions, a genuine existential malaise that's sending you there? More understandable, so more forgivable, right? That there is psychoanalysis and all of that. Not psychiatry, but you may have been damaged as a person. You may have childhood issues. You may be genuinely asking some of the existential questions, and you sense that there's something going on, or you might want to talk about your moods, you see, or you sense that there's a sort of inauthenticity about yourself, and you want to be rid of it, and that takes you to a psychologist for a time. That's all right. So it's not to say it's all bad, but they were just very suspicious. And what they thought was, that if you're a person who really does want to suppress the self, well, isn't that the same thing as then rendering the self into a nothingness? That's what repression is. So when they're listening to all the Freudian lingo, they're just going, look, make it simple. Repression is nothingness. The subject, which is approved of by society, is suppressing selfhood into the nothingness. Trying to make it a non-thing and making the subject the something. But the maintenance of your subjecthood, which presupposes the stifling of selfhood, is not considered authentic. All you are is a super efficient subject walking around. And this is, as I said earlier on, right, the trajectory that worried the humanists, because, as I said, they also thought if you're that weak and empty, chances are you will want a Hitler. You will want a political demagogue to direct you and show you what to do and give you more stuff. Self-hate is a synonym for denial of the reality principle. Well, don't we see the rise of all sorts of virtual realities as part of that more stuff? Don't we see video games? Many of them featuring the hero. Well, right, the superego scans the world, or the image ideal, the ego ideal, scans the world for heroes, can't find any, but it can find plenty of them laid on by the virtual kingdom. Trouble is, they're temporary. What we need, they're good, but what we need is more robust ones that won't just fizzle out tomorrow. We want heroic figures that are really going to be part of the animus. They're going to be integrated. Go to the next one. Last one. I think it's one of the last ones. And back to this concept again, touched on previously. Another manifestation of nothingness in the negative is, look, if any one of these things, this is focused right now on Umwelt, which is the world around nature. If nature fades and fades to invisibility, it has to be replaced with something. This is man as an existential trinity. If part of your beinghood, nature, has become so artificial that all it is a dog toilet for you, or some bungee jumping extravaganza, you're not really in touch with nature as it used to be, then there's a big fat nothingness to replace it. That something, which is Umwelt, has to give way to nothingness. What are you going to do then? And then go to the last one. So lastly, we see that existential thought, right, particularly of the kind of men we've mentioned here, is very profound. Unacknowledged by most schools, and that's a tragedy. Trivialized by the general public, who think it's just another bit doom and gloom. And some loners, right? And we also saw that they are convinced that the very act of perception or being in the world is far more than we think. Thinking is much more rooted in mystery, in nothingness. And that nothingness is indeed part of everyday life and everyday experience. So the search for meaning, right, and the absurdity concept, once followed, leads to nothingness. So why is then, generally speaking, nothingness not part of our Western contemplation, as it is with the Zen and with the Taoists in the East? A mystery so close to us, but it's invisible by its proximity, right? Now, then comes the question, is that which is abyssal, is that which is concealed, is it offering up all the things that are unconcealed? This is more the poetic way to see it. Now that I know there's an abyssal nothingness there, can I then see it? One definition of it, is it the womb of all that is? Is it the background upon which all that is seen flicker, right, and attract and bring me near? In other words, are those things that are seen, even though they're only seen partially, are they whispering to us? Are they way showers? Right, bringing us closer and closer and closer to the essential beingness of things, being with a capital B. Because they come in all of these particulars, it is quite right to think of it as that the real being is always going to remain concealed, because we're never going to know what it is. And one of the reasons is we haven't been paying attention to it, right? Obviously. And the metaphysics proves it. Metaphysics is the not paying attention to it. Science is the not paying attention to it. Right? But all these things that do show up, when we see them aright, without the Cartesian lenses, we see each and every thing as speaking of that background. It's saying, hello, I'm from the background. Look at me. Follow me. Find out what I am. Engage with me. Commune with me. I lead somewhere. I'm taking you back in a kind of an Alice in Wonderland way. And follow it. Follow it. That's when the doors of perception are opened and one gets, more brought into the presence of being, as people like Heidegger have defined it.
Incredible. Just so profound to think about all of those different points, and it's a really good carry-on from last week's episode. So well done, man. And also we'll put together both of the episodes back to back when we email all of you members out there so that you can look at them. We'll include some of the premiums as well. And we also have some really good guests coming up. We got Gary Wayne coming next week. We've got some other guests coming up. Going to do some future stuff with Chance Garton again on symbolism and more to come. So stay tuned, everybody, here on Unslaved, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Cheers.